that is outside. All right. Just one more thing. I just want to make sure that I do have everything when it comes to house rules. Yes. Social media. I've seen you guys day one. You guys have been posting. It has been so great to see the insights that you were sharing, that you've learned. So please make sure that you do hashtag business to brand summit, and also tag us as well at Pat on Brands. And then of course, with each and every one of our moderation or panel discussions, we do have our questions. So you can use the pack. I think the QR code should be up, but it will be up throughout the whole day. So use the QR code just to ask your questions. Hopefully today we will have time to do a Q&A. All right, are we ready for today? Okay, I think we can do better than that. Are we ready for today? Yes, that is more like it. And to start us off with the opening address, please welcome the man, the legend, the visionary, Pat Mahlangu.
Pat on Brands. Watch how you branded, man. A pat on the back is a pat from the man. Let it be branded, man. A pat from the pat is a pat on the brand. If it's enormous, flawless, gorgeous, don't be cautious, corners. Making a move, making a hustle, all of them making them ballers. Watch how you branded, man. A pat from the man. Let it be branded, man. A pat from the pat is a pat on the brand. If it's enormous, flawless, gorgeous.
When I say Pat, you say Pat on Brands. Pat.
Pat on Brand. Pat on Brand.
All right, good morning, everybody. Thank you so much for making the time. You could have been elsewhere, but you chose to be with us today. So I'm going to keep it short and sweet like I am. I'm kidding. So welcome to day 2. As Mukwena mentioned, today it's all about, it's growth day. You know, it's all about learning from those that are on the ground, that are building from the bottom up, and that have built great brands, and also those that support brand builders. As you might have seen in the program, we've got people from Old Mutual, the head of investment at Masisizane, who will be here. So yes, I remember that story very well of Smooth saying, enough about mentorship, but I need 2 million. My problems are worth 2 million right now, so no amount of mentorship or any training program is gonna solve my problem. I need that money. So we also incorporated that in the program. But also, you know, yesterday, those that were here will tell you that we focus mainly on corporate brand leadership, right? And for the first time in my life, and I have to say so myself, we never had a panel discussion between a CEO, a CMO, a CFO, and a COO talking brand, and brand as an asset. It's the first of its kind, and we'll try, as always, you know, to bring in diverse voices in the brand conversation, because no brand grows on its own or in isolation. So it's very important that we incorporate other voices in the businesses that help us grow. So our keynote address yesterday was Tebe Ikalafe, who spoke very confidently and boldly, and sometimes really, you know, stepped on our corns a bit, you know, from an Africa perspective. As you may all know, it is the youngest continent. It's energetic, but it needs to build right now. And I think he quoted someone who said, Africa produces what it doesn't consume and consumes what it doesn't consume. So today, it's about those that are producing what we consume. So the likes of Utility, the likes of Sepo, Mpumile Twaba, the likes of Up to You, who are also here, they are producing what we consume, which I think they deserve a round of applause. And I'll not get off on the stage without thanking our partners. Our partners play a very big role. You know, if you're inventing, those that are close to me, they know very well that, you know, I always knock on doors and I always ask for support, because let me tell you something, if there are people who thought the tickets were expensive, if we didn't have sponsors, there would be north of 5 grand. I kid you not, because that's how much it takes. So without our partners who subsidize your tickets, Brand South Africa, you know, which is our summit partner, have been supportive of anything that we do at Pat on Brands, because One of our other big initiatives is the YOBAS, the Youth Owned Brands Awards, which again is the only awards ceremony or platform rather that celebrates brands that are owned and run by young people in this country and in the continent. So let's step it up for Brand South Africa. Telkom, also another partner of ours. Whenever we knock on their doors, they graciously open. So they've been supportive of this summit. Please, let's give them a round of applause. The big U, Unilever, those that are before my generation, they'll tell you, apparently it used to be the University of Marketing and Branding. If you look at all the top CMOs in the country, actually got some sort of training at Unilever. So as you can see, they're continuing, being part of these important branding and marketing conversations. So let's clap it up for Unilever. Making a comeback is Prime Media Outdoor. They made us popular, amplified. I remember some marketers texting me and say, "Yo, Pat, I saw myself on the billboard for the first time." And it was thanks to Prime Media Outdoor for their great partnership. So they came back for the second time. Clearly, they're getting some sort of value, right? And I'm going to save our host partners and Lerato Agency, which does all the creative work, all the PR, all the noise that you see on social media. So a big shout out to Lerato Agency. So if you're looking for a boutique, I nearly said small, but you're not small. It's a boutique agency that's agile, that works even on weekends. Lerato Agency. And lastly, Masi Sizane Fund for opening, their doors for us to have this important discussion. They've been a great partner. As you can see, they stand for transformation, collaboration, and growth. And I think they ticked all the boxes when it comes to this partnership with us. So thank you to Masi Sizane. I hope you guys have a great day and you enjoy today's summit.
Well, thank you very much, Pat, for the opening. Let's give him a massive round of applause just one more time. All right, now we're going to get into our first speaker, and this is our opening keynote, and it is from Malvin Lubega. He is our opening keynote speaker. He is a founder whose journey speaks directly to scale, to ambition, execution, and the realities of building beyond the expected. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Malvin Lubega.
Welcome to everyone here because our timing is tight today. What I really want to do today is share experiences from my journey building. And often when you speak to entrepreneurs, particularly in the tech space, you don't hear about brand building. You hear about burn, you hear about money, a lot about money. My colleagues in the room will know. And often thinking about the pains of growing. And what I really want to try and do this morning is probably leave you with three things from our particular journey. Because when I was speaking to Pat, I was saying, Pat, what would be the best thing to share with the audience today? And it's about talking about our journey from being a startup to being a unicorn. And so just by way of context to the background that I have, I was an entrepreneur for a number of years building a tech startup. We built one of South Africa's first unicorns or billion-dollar startups, where effectively we went from over 8 years, from zero to over $200 million in revenue. And ultimately, that meant that we were serving customers in about teams in 22 countries, clients in about 66. And ultimately, in that journey, there was lots of pain and scale. But I think often when we think about that journey, you often think about growth. And when you think about growth, you often think about, more revenue, more team members, entering new markets. But what I've come to appreciate is that growth isn't scale. And actually, most growth in companies isn't scale. And hopefully, through my short remarks, I hope to share, one, how growth isn't scale, or how not all growth actually equates to scale, but in the same vein, the role that our brand played in achieving And so ultimately, the few things I want to leave you with, I think one, it's the importance that if what you're doing is not repeatable, it's not scalable. I think two, that trust enters the room before you do, and that's where your brand becomes particularly important. And I think three, which is pretty close to my heart, is that distribution is the game. If you got distribution wrong, you aren't anywhere. And I said that because in the first instance about actually understanding the core of what we do in our businesses. And so for context, the company I built was a B2B SaaS platform. So think of us like Spotify for learning. So we'd aggregate training content from edX, Coursera, Harvard into one platform, and then offer that to businesses and governments around the world. And that was really the core of what we did. But when we began the business, now the numbers sound nice. So for the first 3 years, I think we grew on average 23% month on month in terms of revenue. We were growing gangbusters. But the reality is, our early growth, yes, we were growing nicely and investors loved it. But if I had to ask my first 10 customers why they bought us, they had 8 different reasons. And it's because we were pitching, selling, or I like Marvin as a guy, I'll buy from him. And that doesn't scale when you think about building a business. So if each customer, you're trying to pitch something different. You have a different pricing model. For you, special price, we'll give you a discount. Because what we're doing wasn't necessarily ingrained in how do we think about scaling. And so often for us, when we thought about growth back then, it was saying, how do we do less things better? And so as we thought about trying to think, how do we build a world-class business, it really came down to what are the things that are the essence of our products that we offer, and how do we package that and standardize our pitch and value proposition so that can scale. Because otherwise, imagine spending money on marketing on 10 value propositions and trying to scale those across. And as a startup, when you're burning money, like runway is really tight, and so you want to be very intentional about how you spend your money. But in the same vein, you want to make sure that your model scales across geographies. Because when you enter new markets, we enter 22 markets, you won't be necessarily there for every single market opening. So how do you ensure you build a structure in your business that scales beyond a founder coming to a room and saying like, look, this is my journey, my story, this is the experience I had. And so for us, it was intentional about almost doing less and to make it more repeatable so we can scale. And a big part of that then leads to, I think, the second point around trust and how brand builds trust. Because the biggest insight for me, particularly because our business was more business to business in that we sold to companies and to governments typically, the reality is that before someone even saw our product, they questioned our credibility. They not questioned it, but they evaluated it. Because the reality is, you have an amazing product, but before someone even tries on your epic pair of jeans, shout out, or you, for example, have a cool software platform, they're going to say, is this a credible person? And so from that perspective, I think there's someone behind me, this is very exciting. And so from that perspective, what you quickly realize is that how are you building credibility up front? And the different things you can do to achieve that. But not necessarily just pure, credibility and what is the brand and the trust that comes with you beyond just the marketing. It's about how do you have credibility in what you're offering? How do you have consistency in what you're offering? How do you have a powerful narrative that goes there? And I say that not to discount the tactics that one uses. So something that I used to do. So we knew that learning and development budgets were typically allocated around September every year within big corporates. And so what I would do every year, particularly in August, oh wow, all this time you couldn't share me and you said nothing. You guys are so cooperative. You just were like, yeah, nodding and smiling, like laughing when I laughed. I like you guys, you can stay. What was interesting was, I was just saying, like once a year, around August, what I would do is, on Greyston Drive, as you come up on the off-ramp coming from Pretoria, I'll take out 2 billboards every single year. And the company was called Go One. And I would say, Go One, some companies never learn, others use Go One. That was it. It was a learning company, nice and pithy, it was cool. And when you go into a corporate meeting, someone's like, Go One, I've heard that name, Go One. Where are you guys from? Guys, no one had ever heard of Go One, but they saw the billboard and thought, oh yeah, Go One. And the psychological perception of, we must know Go One from somewhere. Because the reality is, when you're a B2B company, the reality is, so we built, whatever, $1 billion business. And for 8 years, I was working from my home and coffee shops in South Africa. We had no real presence, everyone was working from home. So we weren't like a B2C brand. So those who knew, those who didn't know, I wish they knew. But the reality is that it's very curated in how you target, because you can't necessarily just target consumers. And so it doesn't mean you can't bring the same tactics, but you have to be intentional about how you do so. But for us, as we thought about building trust and brand, it was thinking, how do we leverage the brand equity of our partners, of our investors? So we're fortunate in our business to get funding from Microsoft and Salesforce. And so being able to use that, but that only came in our Series B and C and D. So early on, how do you leverage the credibility? And for us, it was about leveraging the credibility of our customers. So, for example, this particular customer chose us, so you could choose us as well. We're building a payments platform in the schooling space many years ago called Carry. And when we were building out Carry, we really struggled because everyone's like, I'm not going to put my card details into this random app built by these kids in Cape Town. And so we were very intentional then about saying, look, we want to find a banking partner to give us credibility. And it just happened to be that the Carry app was green. And so we went to Nedbank. And Nedbank came on as a partner. And just because we had Nedbank in the application, all of a sudden parents are willing to put their card details into this application for school payments. And the same is true today. I mean, so I have the privilege of spending some time in this building as I saw one of the old mutual boards here, and we're building out a bank, and I chair the technology committee. And whilst it's OM Bank, the brand trust that you get from being part of Old Mutual and seeing the three anchors together, you cannot discount that, and you can't necessarily value that. And so the key question is, entrepreneurs, how are we leveraging the implicit brand equity that's already around us that's available for that to be used in building your particular business? I think for me, that's a key insight there. And I think the final one which I want to share, which is one that I invest heavily in now, so now as an investor, I see this as a point of differentiation, is that the game is distribution, and distribution beats innovation. Because if you have the most epic product, but you can't get it to people, to your customers, or they can't find you, then the reality is you'll never be able to grow a business. And so the best businesses are ones where they have a strategy that unlocks distribution. And so for us, early on in our business, we were doing a lot of direct sales. So I used to have sales guys. By the time I left, I had 600 guys around the world in my revenue organization. And the reality is we were good at selling. We could close. But our own efforts would never get us to reach our ambition as a bigger organization. And the key insight for us was saying, how do we embed our distribution in our ecosystem? So for us, it came like, how do we build APIs that allow anyone with a learning platform to embed our content into the ecosystem? How do we partner with a Microsoft, a Salesforce, a Oracle? There wasn't a big tech company that wasn't a partner of ours that could not sell our product. And just by being able to say, hey, by the way, customer, you are using SAP SuccessFactors, we integrate with them. And it's like, oh, okay, cool. There's a level of trust there, they can get into us easily. And often we discount the importance of just being able to make that link of something that they know to what you're building and use that as a way to actually enter an organization. And so how we go to market today in the business, most of our sales are now partner-led sales. And it's a whole masterclass on partner-led sales, but ultimately, just because you partner with someone doesn't necessarily mean that they're going to sell your product. And I think it's important to realize that. I think, many organizations will be like, oh no, I've got a partnership with insert big brand, insert big bank, whatever it is. But the question for me is always that, what are the incentives for the person that is actually engaging with the customer? I mean, once on our journey, we actually did a partnership with a large listed company in Australia. And we said, okay, fine, we're going to make it very enticing for them. We're going to give them a 50% revenue share. And we're like, we're bleeding, but it's fine. We're going to be like, take over the world, because the assumption is they're going to just do all their customers around the world. But after a few months, I was like, guys, there's no traction. We're giving them 50%. Like, they might as well own my company at this point in time. And the key insight there was that the corporation was taking the 50%. But the salespeople who were getting commissioned weren't sharing in that upside. And so when they were going to customers, they're like, why would I go pitch this product? It's nothing different to me. And so what we started to do over time with all our partnerships was saying, yes, we'll give you this percent, but how much of that's actually going to filter down to the customer success manager, to the business development manager speaking to the customer, and be very intentional about creating the incentives where they mattered. And so right now, we're able to compound aggressively as a business because we're incentivizing the people that are actually aligning with the customers. And so it's not necessarily about just having a distribution channel, but it's about saying, in that distribution channel, who is incentivized to see you win? And I mean, that's one of the big insights. I mean, so we took a good amount of money from Microsoft out of the US. And I remember the key thesis, one of my co-founders was like, Marvin, Microsoft has 100,000 salespeople around the world. Everyone's going to be buying our product. And I remember we were going through DD. And I was introducing the guys in Microsoft's investment fund to the guys in sales. And I was saying, if I, as an investing company, introducing you guys to each other, how are you going to unlock the value that you're promising me and you get to scale? And often it's about asking those uncomfortable questions when you think about distribution. One, what works, but two, who's incentivized to make it work. And I think for us, that was the key insight as we thought about our journey more than anything else. And so if I really try to bring it together, I think we think about, a brand growth, but more importantly, scale. I think scale is beyond just ambition. I think ambition is great, hustle is great, hustle culture is all the rage, but you have to be intentional and methodical in how you think about building your brand and building your business. And so for me, it really comes down to, one, you have a model that actually focuses on scale and repeatability? 2, do you have a brand that builds trust even before you enter the room? And that's true whether you're raising capital, whether you're going to a customer, whether you're looking for a partnership. And I think 3, ultimately, it's about a strategy that ultimately unlocks distribution. And I think if you get those 3 together, ultimately you go from having a business that grows haphazardly, but one that actually scales. And so that's been our learning, and happy to stop there.
Well, thank you very much. Let's give him a massive round of applause just one more time. I really think that set the tone for the conversations that we are going to be having today. And I like the fact that you spoke about leveraging the credibility of another big brand. And I think we can see that a lot of times. I mean, Pat did that very well, right? He did that absolutely well. And we can see that even with other brands that are continuously growing, they always have someone that is more credible that they can leverage on in order to get other deals. I mean, I've done the same thing over and over, even with my emceeing work. But thank you so much for those insights. And now we're going to be heading into our very first panel discussion. And before we do that, I just want to highlight a few things for our moderators that will be moderating all of our panel discussions. Firstly, there's a guy that you need to know. His name is Kawe. Kawe, please say hi to everybody, just so that they can see you. All right, so he's got a green and a red chart paper, I believe. And the green, you're still on time. It just shows that you are still on time. And then the first time he's going to show you the red means that you have 10 minutes left. And then when he pops it up again, that means 5 minutes. So you do need to close soon. And if he keeps waving it, and if I stand, you know that it's time to wrap up, all right? And then, of course, just throughout the conversation, you can just start getting your questions ready on the QR code that is going to pop up, just so that you can have those questions ready, because we are going to have a Q&A. So we're going to have our very first conversation. And just one other thing that I forgot to mention in our house rules is that for all our smokers, there is a smoking area just right outside of the building towards your right. So as you exit the building from the reception, you will see it on your right-hand side. All right, are we good with that? Moderators, please just remember that, and I'll keep reminding you so that you can keep a lookout for Kawe. All right, so the next conversation we are entering into is winning the customer, how emerging brands build demand, distribution, and real growth. We know that when it comes to business, what we want to do is we want to sell, and get as many customers as possible. And I believe Homotso mentioned it yesterday, that the winning happens on the floor with the customer. You can have the best marketing tactics, you can have the best anything, but at the end of the day, it is all about selling to that customer, and we are going to explore that even further. So this session does explore that. Emerging brands, how they build demand, improve distribution, as well as create real commercial momentum. And helping us to unpack that conversation is moderated by Beatrice Shai. And please welcome Tebo Muhlala, Vincent Maposa, Courtney Wilson, as well as Mbumi Ledwaba. Please welcome them on stage.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to day 2 of Platinum Brands Business to Brand Summit. It is an absolute pleasure to be sitting here for the second year in a row. There's lots of growth in the room, so shout out Pat, doing an incredible job of bringing together African brains for us to actually captivate to the next era of the African brand powerhouse that is to be, and that is us. So as already alluded by MC, what we're going to be tackling is winning the customer, which is very imperative for emerging brands. And what that looks like is, for emerging brands, success is not just about having a great product, but about winning the customer in a crowded, competitive, and often very saturated market as well. And from that, building awareness and trust also unlocks distribution and driving consistent sales and journey from start to scalable brands. And that comes through strategic clarity, but ultimately execution as well. And nobody else would know this better than the people that are sitting here this morning. So thank you so much for joining us and taking us into your confidence in terms of your journey that you've taken entrepreneurship. It's a daunting journey most often, especially in the African market, but you guys have done it successfully. So give our people the nuggets and ourselves the nuggets on how to navigate this and where the pitfalls are still coming as we're seeing them as well. So I'm going to introduce everybody that's here. I'm going to start with the rose amongst the thorns. Ms. Mpumi Lidwaba. Her profile is in 2017, Mpumi Lidwaba launched Neno Nails, a mobile nail service that later evolved into a full-service salon in Melville, Johannesburg. She eventually sold the salon in 2022 to focus on other ventures. In 2019, she founded Wisdom and Wellness, a holistic wellness movement aimed at educating and inspiring women to lead balanced lives by addressing mental health, physical, and spiritual needs as well. Mpumi initially pursued accounting at the University of Johannesburg, shout out, alma mater, but later left to explore her entrepreneurial passions. Mpumi's digital presence is significant. She's an award-winning podcaster and a part of YouTube's Black Voice Creator Class of 2022. Her YouTube channel features content on personal growth, wellness, lifestyle, and attracting substantial following. She has collaborated with major brands including Dove, Clearance, and Colgate, and is invited to speak on global events such as Facebook event in 2021. Mpumi is also an author. Her book, How Did We Get Here, offers a candid account of her personal experiences and life lessons. On a personal note, Mpumi is married to singer Brandon. They have 2 children together. Well, now 3. Her journey from an accounting student to a celebrated entrepreneur and wellness advocate highlights her dedication to purposeful living and empowers others. And reflecting on this achievement, she expresses gratitude and acknowledged the challenges she has overcome, stating, "I felt like a fraud. I questioned for the longest time whether I made things up and mastered as God. And I've lived my 20s as an overachiever with goals to take just to heal the little 19-year-old who was scared, felt it like an outsider and a failure. Today, God granted her the gift of full circle enclosure. This accolade underscores her influence, her dedication to her craft, further solidifying her status as a leading figure in South Africa's entrepreneurial and digital landscape." We can give that a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Next up, we have Vincent Maposa. In his role, Vincent plays a pivotal role in shaping vitality, strategic direction, ensuring operational excellence, and fostering a customer-centric culture. Vincent's leadership leverages his deep industry expertise to guide Vitality's growth and expansion, ensuring that the company remains competitive and responsive to market trends, which is very pivotal. Prior to founding Vitality, Vincent was a strategy manager at a global power generation company where he led strategic initiatives for growth and efficiency. Earlier, he worked as a management consultant, advising power utilities, regulators, and energy ministries across Africa and the Middle East. Vincent holds a Bachelor's of Science in Mathematical and Statistical Sciences, is a member of CFA Institute, and has completed both Level 1 and Level 2 of a CFA program. Vincent Maposa, ladies and gentlemen. And the gentleman right next to me, Courtney Wilson, an agile entrepreneur, a product developer focused on building digital platforms and create real economic value for South Africans. With a strong understanding of evolving technology landscape, he is passionate about developing solutions that are practical, scalable, designed to address everyday challenges. At Rich Rewards Group, Courtney plays a hands-on role in the development and growth of Up to You, a digital services marketplace designed to connect skilled individuals with people and businesses looking for trusted services. The platform was created in response to a growing need for accessible income opportunities and a more inclusive digital economy. It enables individuals to monetize their skills while making reliable services easier to find. Courtney is particularly passionate about building goodwill technology, ever the social entrepreneur, meaning platforms that not only solve practical problems, but also create pathways for economic participation and community empowerment. Through Up to You, he aims to use technology to unlock opportunities, support entrepreneurship, and help build a more connected and opportunities-driven services ecosystem. With a background in real estate and a BSc honors cum laude from the University of Pretoria. Courtney combines commercial insights with product innovation to develop technology ventures that are both socially meaningful but built for sustainable growth. Courtney, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for joining us. Last but not least, Tsepo Mohlala. Very familiar name. South African fashion entrepreneur, designer, and the founder and creative director of Tepo Jeans, a premium denim brand established in Johannesburg in 2015. He's widely known as Tepo Jeans and is recognized for refining African luxury denim through locally produced high-quality garments. Born and raised in Tsakani, Gauteng, Mohlala developed an early passion for fashion influenced by his family, particularly his grandmother, and explored to global pop culture. His journey into fashion was largely self-driven. After studying briefly at the University of Johannesburg, he left to pursue hands-on experience in design and garment construction. Mohlala began his entrepreneurial journey by selling custom-made jeans, eventually launching Tepo Jeans with a small loan and just 100 pair of jeans, which he personally distributed. Over time, the brand grew into one of South Africa's most recognizable fashion labels, known for its craftsmanship, storytelling, commitment to local manufacturing. His brand focuses on creating denim tailored to African body types, which promotes African identity, pride, and inclusivity. Beyond fashion, Mohlala is an advocate for local production and entrepreneurship, using his platform to support South Africa's textile industry and inspires young creatives. Tsepo Mohlala, ladies and gentlemen. Sure. Yeah, where do we start, guys? Firstly, you guys have created powerhouse and households names, and it can't be easy, especially when nobody knows who you are and you're dealing with imposter syndromes, often sitting in your mother's lounge or your own apartments and thinking, what am I doing? And the edge just gets you. The edge is right there. So when winning the first customer, how do you build trust when nobody knows who you are? This one is for you, Mpumi.
All right, I'll take this one. Am I good? Are we good?
Good.
Good
Am I
morning,
audible, ladies and gentlemen?
everyone.
Sorry, Mpumi.
Yes.
Or should I use the mic instead? Audible. Cool. Mic, thank you.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you so much for having me. How do we build trust when nobody knows who you are? One of my favorite quotes from Oprah Winfrey, which I found in my apartment while watching a Vogue interview. She said, she said, someone asked her, Oprah, so what is your brand? What is your brand? And at the time, she didn't know what a brand is. She was like, I don't know what a brand is. I just do what I do. But eventually, she goes on to say, let excellence be your brand. And that line has stood out for me for almost 8 years now, where every time I think of what my brand is, I don't think of a logo, I don't think of a product, I don't think of a service, and because of how fast things change. Firstly, I'm one of those people who changes their mind very quickly. So if I promise you a lollipop today, tomorrow I might be doing airplanes. You never know.
Would you be an entrepreneur if you didn't?
You know? So for me, it's not so much about what product or what service I bring, but it's about the excellency. So I think before a product or service, a logo even introduces itself, the excellence does. Now, when it comes to even distribution and how people perceive you, we know that word of mouth is one of the most important ways to get your product out there.
Yeah.
So when your mother or your sister or a trusted source says, hey, I see you have a hair problem or a wellness problem, they're not going to say, look at this well-designed logo and they're in a building in Sandton like this. They're going to speak about their experience. And so for me, how I've continuously built a brand or brands and have managed to change my mind or be agile with all the changes is that every time I appear in a room, I want excellence to first introduce me. Then what I bring doesn't even matter anymore, because already you trust that whatever you're coming to consume, whether it's a need, a want, or an extra, you know that excellence is ensured.
Perfect, perfect. You can clap, ladies and gentlemen. More than welcome to. And that is from a service perspective. So you are the brand. Vincent, with you selling a product. What does that look like on your end?
So that's an interesting one. I spend a lot of time with marketers as a non-marketer myself, but I think I can call myself one after my experience. And I asked this question recently to a famous CMO of one of the insurance companies, and she's now a consultant and spends a lot of time with us. And I said, we're launching this new thing, so tell me, is it a product or a brand? And she said, it could be anything you want it to be. And then she said, basically, everything comes together like a cake with layers.
Sure.
So the product is a part of it, your people are a part of it, your brand is a part of it. But just think about selling cake with different layers. And I found that to be distinctly, just enlightening, and I found that to be quite good. So, I mean, what we do at Utility is we deliver certainty. Rising electricity prices, uncertainty around power outages, and what we make sure is that as a customer, you get power, you pay for it every month, it's uninterrupted, and it's predictable. And that's the power of certainty, and that's what we deliver. So we don't necessarily think of the panels on your roof, the pace inverter in your garage as just the product. We just deliver the certainty that comes with what we actually put in place. And we make sure that we're consistent with that, and we keep going. So just on the point on product. So one of the great debates we had when we started our business was brand first or product.
Yeah.
And I remember the first conversation we ever had was with the branding consultant, because we wanted people to experience what we wanted them to experience in the future today.
Sure.
So we focused on how we look, how we appear, how we deliver trust, certainty, and the like, and that was a very, very important thing. Then the second thing we said was, which is something that Melvin said, which I quite resonate with, is we're building the most boring company ever. Just does what it's supposed to do and delivers value. And when we get there, we will know we've built a beautiful thing, and we're slowly getting there. But yeah, that's exactly what we view as our business and our product and our brand.
Perfect. So just to follow up in terms of that, as and when you were building and you were sitting across the CMO and you were exploring around product versus brand, especially obviously when you started your company, it was very topical, the power outages that were happening at the time. How did you capitalize on that? Obviously the need at that time was skyrocketing. Everybody was talking about it. It was an opportune time to utilize the brand for your business. How did you capitalize on that?
Absolutely. So I mean, one of our first partners was MultiChoice. So MultiChoice invested a bit of capital in us and gave us, let's call it a platform to express what we were trying to achieve in the market. A significant thing was people knew what they wanted, but they just didn't know how it was going to be delivered. So, for example, everyone wanted solar, everyone wanted a battery and inverter. Some people wanted to pay for it cash, some people wanted rent to own, wanted to get a loan. And we just said, just subscribe, give it a chance and see how that goes. So we invested quite a bit in putting ourselves out there.
Sure.
And our initial plan was to be a, call it direct-to-consumer company. And we felt that probably that's the best way to build sort of a word-of-mouth channel or sort of recurring thing there. But over time, we realized that we could just leverage other people's brands, and MultiChoice was an example of a brand that we leveraged quite well, and it was symbiotic, right? It was a relationship where they had invested in us, we continued to grow, and then we started leveraging other brands within our ecosystem. So, for example, we are partnered with the biggest hybrid inverter manufacturer in the world, Goodwe. And people hardly know Goodwe because they're big everywhere else in the world except South Africa. And we were very focused on leveraging that relationship and saying, look, we're not going to partner with any fly-by-night because there's a power crisis and anyone who can sell an inverter is selling one. We're going to partner with the best. And we're going to amplify that because it's important to us, because we're not building a business that's going to be here just for load shedding. We're building a business that's going to be existing even beyond load shedding. And an interesting thing about that growth journey is we've grown faster after load shedding. Because as I said, we're delivering certainty, whether there's load shedding or not, whether media publicly goes out and says there are fewer outages. We have data and statistics that show you that the outages have actually worsened. So that's what we were really focused on.
All right. Thank you so much. Tsepo, you are very much in the distribution business as well. What are the biggest challenges you've encountered throughout your journey? And I'm very interested in your beginning phases right through to where you are right now as an established. What are the challenges that you encountered in firstly securing the distribution channels as an upcoming brand that nobody had a case study on or could study on? Why did they bet on you?
I think for me, the biggest challenge was the name Tsepo. I remember after getting the loan, I went to this guy who's a marketing guy, and I was like, okay, dude, listen, I've got this product. How do I put it out there into the market? And it had my name embroidered on the pocket, Tsepo.
Sure.
And he's like, dude, the brand name is wrong, bro. I I'm like, bruh, like you're a marketing guy. That's why I'm
What's
here.
wrong?
What's your problem? Hey, he killed me.
Yeah,
You know,
yeah.
he killed my belief in the vision. He destroyed me. So I went back home. I took a piece of leather, covered the name.
Yeah.
And I think for a couple of weeks, I was just sitting there. I was like, cool, what do I call this thing?
Sure.
And I've got product already, you know. And I remember Spoo, Skinny, he was one of my best friends. We grew up together. And he's like, dude, just go for it. And I was like, fuck it, I'm going to go for it.
Yeah.
I posted it on social media. One of my first clients, meeting him actually today for lunch. And this guy believed in my story,
Sure.
believed in my vision,
Sure.
and believed in that Africa craftsmanship belongs in the highest rooms and the highest
100%.
levels ever. And I think Tsepo, you can do it, you know. And I think him believing in me and him taking out his money and purchasing, that was like, cool, dude, this thing could work. It took a bit of time
Sure.
for that to actually even take off, you know. I think at some point when the sales were not coming in, I mean, I was selling one pair of jeans a month. And at the time I was selling it $800. So it means that like I'm running on a negative.
Yeah.
Consistently I'm borrowing money. I am trying to show up. I'm trying to say, guys, come on, look at this thing. This thing is cool. And I think building a brand takes doing it over and over and over and over again. 2 days ago, we had load shedding in our office. So over the past 3 weeks, we've been having power outages.
I see a collab.
There's a switch that's missing from city power that like, so we run on solar and it was overcast, so I had to send everybody to work. So this customer walks in, I'm sitting there on my own. As he walks in, he's like, hey dude, listen, I'm here to buy these 3 items. And I'm like, fuck, I don't know where things are. Excuse my language. So I'm looking for things and I'm like, just tell me about you. He's like, I've been following the brand for the past 8 years and today's gonna be my first purchase. It took him 8 years. I'm like, dude, it took you 8 years. I could have closed down. Like, where were you? You know, and I think for me, what I've seen that we've kind of done well over the past 18 months is I was walking at Diamond Walk and a guy at Gucci walks out. He's at the window. He's knocking. He's like, hey, Tepo, come here. I'm like, fuck, I don't want to go in. I don't want to buy anything at Gucci. And he's like, hey, man, listen, I love your brand. And I would love to bring in my value into your brand. I see you building a luxury brand, and I'd love to bring in my value. I'm like, what do you mean? He's like, I can help you with training your staff. And I was like, okay, cool, let's try this thing out, you know. Brought him in as a consultant to come train my client advisors. Before, I used to think, you know, when you post and you get social media engagement and you get all those likes and you're killing it on Twitter, you're killing it on Instagram, you can actually convert that into sales.
Sure.
But the true power happens with our sales force.
Yeah.
Those are the guys. Like now, I'm like, cool, if I get 100 likes, it's okay. I know this product just dropped into the store, but because my sales force is so strong, it sells out before it even hits the line. You know, that's how strong the value that the guy brought into our business, and then we hired him as our head of retail right now. So right now, where we're sitting as a brand is we know that like our foundation is very strong.
Sure.
We know our product is boring. It's interesting, and we understand what we need to do in stores. We understand what we need to do online. We understand what we need to do everywhere. So we can build this, a brand where we have more and more stores. We're opening up our third store in Mall of Africa in the next couple of weeks. We're launching at the
That does
VMA,
deserve a round of applause.
and we're starting to entertain third parties where we can start distributing and scale the brand. So right now we're just growing the brand, but in the next coming years we will be scaling.
Lovely. So what I'm hearing you say that it's the patience element as well that comes to it, is that trusting in your own product before expecting other partners to come on board, and just demonstrating excellence for yourself, because I'm sure it did not take 2 years between the story that you've just told right now from somebody not believing in your brand up until you getting people approach you for partnerships. And that is, an entrepreneur's journey is that of self-belief more than anything. Before expecting everybody and partners to come flooding and expecting the 100 likes, it's believing in your own product and selling it. And imagine if Tepo had decided to put that leather permanently on there, you'd not be sitting here because of somebody else's perspective of it. So thank you for sticking it out and actually believing in your own brand before anybody else can come on board and join you on there. Courtney. Courtney, so what role does story playing and positioning play when trying to stand out into the market, and what did that look like for you?
Hi everyone. Is this
I
on?
think that is
There
on.
we go. I just need a
There we
little bit closer. So like Vincent, I'm not the marketing expert in the company, but I have obviously worked with all the marketing teams, and I think storytelling is probably one of your most powerful tools in your marketing arsenal. For Up to You, it's obviously aimed at people. For anyone that doesn't know, it's a platform that allows people to create a profile, actually gives them tools to get booked, provide their services, facilitate payments. And because the product is so tech-centric, but it's aimed at people, we had to try humanize the brand to connect. So we've done that through the act of storytelling. That helps build that emotional connection, which is, I believe at the end of the day, it's what sells your products. It's what people connect with. So, I mean, we are a South African company built by South Africans for South Africans, so we have that in mind. We've tried to create stories that people connect with to connect to the brand. At the end of the day, the brand is all about helping people. It's about empowering people. And we really wanted to bring that across, that we're not a tech company that's super removed and from another part of the world. We actually are South Africans, and we have everyone's best interests at heart. And yeah, we've just crafted stories around that to connect with everyone.
Lovely, lovely. I'm just curious in terms of your growth strategy, especially being a tech-centric company, but obviously a huge part of your demographic that you're targeting is virtually not tech-savvy. What does that look like in trying to penetrate into the market, looking at that human element? So I can imagine sitting across the numbers guys, CFO, and saying, I hear your human story, CMO. How are we getting the numbers?
So we've obviously worked with our marketing team, and a big thing is actually we've worked with quite a few influencers. And when you look at the influencers, we worked with the micro-influencers. So people that really resonate with their audience, because someone's a lot likely to trust something if it comes from someone they trust. So we've had a mix. We've worked with micro-influencers such as Liv Savvy, who discusses business and obviously finances. So we worked with her. We recently did a partnership with Creative Nestings, who focus on digital creators. So just to get the brand out. And yeah, I mean, the whole concept of the business was built on communities. It was the Facebook groups, like I know a guy where someone posts, I'm looking for a plumber, and someone says, we wanted to almost structure that process, allow people to create their own brands around themselves, and then sell it from there. So it's been a lot of interacting with the community through these different marketing techniques, so through your influencers. Obviously we have our performance marketing which runs, but yeah, the influencers in the community and collaboration have been really great. Every time we see one of those posts go out, so we interact in this way, we do see quite a nice influx that comes in.
Lovely. Lastly, I'm just curious, would you regard yourselves as a social enterprise?
A social enterprise, I mean, so we are social in a way. I mean, the whole concept is connecting people. I mean, South Africa has immense talents. It's super talent dense. It's not a lack of skills. A lot of the time it's a lack of opportunity. I mean, there might be a plumber in Pretoria who has the skills, and there's someone who's looking for him, but there's the disconnect between them. And what we really wanted to do is give that plumber a way to build a brand around himself. Whatever it may be, maybe a graphic designer, it might be a personal assistant, hairdresser, anyone. We welcome everyone onto the platform, so we really wanted to make it inclusive. And so I think the social aspect is there in terms of connecting people and just helping them formalize their brand.
Businesses. All right. Thank you so much. Bumi, I'm going to come back to you as well and say, what drives real brand loyalty beyond price and convenience? And you've mastered this in your following. Is there somebody joining us online? As long as it's not Elon, we're fine. Thanks. So I was just asking, Bumi, what drives real brand loyalty for you? And I'm asking particularly yourself is that you are the product. You sell your life outside everything. You are the product. And you've done incredibly well in terms of growing a following for yourselves. And obviously, you're able to diversify into other spheres of income generating platforms. Yeah. How does that work? How have you mastered that?
So it's actually shifted over time. In the beginning, I started with a beauty salon, and then I moved into influencing, and the timing was right? It was peak, it was COVID, that's all people had, and it was me, and I had nowhere else to go. And it worked until I got to a point where I realized that, okay, so if I'm not at work, there is no business.
Hundreds.
So this is actually not sustainable. It's not scalable. There's just too much. There's too much at stake. You know. However, I wanted to quickly eliminate my name out of it and build a business around everything else, but it was too soon. And so my team and I were like, hey, we know we're building wisdom and wellness, and it's there to equip women in different ways in terms of wellness, but we can't just yet remove your name because it's too soon. Sure. So one, we had to leverage a bit of my life, but slowly start taking it away. So now people have actually bought into the power of community, where the whole community actually has a say now. So we're all building together, where whether I say anything on, I'm going on maternity leave in a few months, and then what happens if all I leveraged was my name and my personality? Then there's no business. The business stands still. But we've over time made sure that, one, we actually meet the needs. Do we understand what African women mean when they say wellness? Because wellness is sold to us by Europeans as a matcha, a certain body type. According to Europeans, I'm no longer a wellness hand. I don't fit
you
it.
don't qualify.
You know? And so we had to come together and say, okay, we understand that wellness culture has boomed, and it's a Pilates studio, it's a matcha, but really, is that what we're talking about when we're talking to the African landscape, to the African woman? Absolutely not. I'm the first in my family to go to therapy. I'm the first one to speak on mental wellness. I'm the first one to have a gym membership. So before we even jump to matcha and Pilates, what is wellness to an African woman?
That does deserve a round of applause.
Yeah, thanks. So we had to take a step back and start identifying who are we actually speaking to. And before it was like research Q&As, but I started saying through our book club is, let's actually let them speak. Because I think it's Reese Witherspoon who said, how are you selling to someone you do not know? You know, and so that trust and that growth has been built through, it's not my voice only that matters, but my client. What does my customer, my consumer actually mean? What's their understanding of wellness? What's their understanding of mental health? What's their understanding of building a business? And then through those conversations, those collaboration is a very big part. Sure. Then we're able to bring those together, and then we start building, and it's no longer just based on me. It's no longer based on just one thing, but we've always, things are changing so quickly. One last thing, I think storytelling is so important. I said at a festival last year that we can't compete with ChatGPT. Everyone could have been at home and Googled how to get funding, and ChatGPT will give you all the steps, but Tsepo's story is Tsepo's story.
Hundreds.
For him to come and tell you that he sold one jean a month, we just started a coffee shop and we're not selling one, so you just made us feel really good. You know, we're not selling 100 cups yet. And I thought, oh my goodness, we're failing. Look at Plato. But you sold one jean a month and you didn't quit. You know, so that story, I can't chat GPT that.
You can't.
I can get a system, I can get steps, I can get a poster, a design, Canva, and all of that. But his story has just encouraged me to continue with my coffee shop. So storytelling also is just a superpower that is irreplaceable.
Ladies and gentlemen, that is our panel. We're out of time, correct? Do we still have time for Q&A? Cool. We're going to open it up to the audience, as Mpumi has so amply introduced us. These platforms are for conversation, they're for learning, and I firmly believe nobody has a monopoly on knowledge. There are things that people will learn as we go on these journeys. So we're going to open it up to the audience if you have questions for any of our panel members. There is one hand at the back. Hi there. A mic is coming on your way, my darling. Thanks.
Hello, everybody. My name is Antonia Nkosi, and I'm a third-year student in digital marketing. So there was a lady that I was helping with marketing, right? She doesn't want to pop up money. Like, she doesn't want to pop up money. It's very stressful. But not to, but she she stresses me out because every time when I want to help her, she blocks me in a way. Like, she doesn't want to take out money. How do I then say to her, lady, you need to do everything? Because I tried convincing her. It's like I show her everything, but she also still feels like I need to do everything, and she doesn't have to decide or do everything. So how do I deal with her? Because I really want to help her, and I believe that her business can turn into a successful brand.
So that's a startup question. Tsepo, did you have to drop your prices in the beginning, or do pro bono, give jeans away for free for your name to be out there?
So I did a couple of things. Like, I worked with a couple of managers. I think one, what I worked on was like I leveraged off my friends who were in IT, a guy to help me out with social media, help me out with a website. I didn't have the money to pay for these, and I was like, cool, dude, I'll give you free jeans. And I leverage using that. But I think like going forward, if really like a person doesn't want to take out money, I was having a conversation yesterday with a gin distillery. They're like, dude, we've got a marketing person. I'm like, the most important thing for you guys to start taking out money, you need to start selling. And how do you find a community that's going to buy your product first before you take out money? Because being an entrepreneur is tough. I need to pay for real things. And marketing sometimes seems like the reward, you see it like after 3 years, So I think understanding where the real money comes from in the business and speaking to those true things, it will change how she perceives taking out money in the pocket. Otherwise, uzolwa, like you won't find each other, because I can imagine she's dealing with like, dude, I need to pay real things.
Sure.
You mentioned that you part of you do digital marketing, so I'm assuming just based on assumption, you probably wanted her to pop out money on an influencer or like ad campaign or things like that. And even what Tsepo said is that when you're starting up, ROI matters, and it's like, okay, you want me to pop out 1,000 rand for an ad? Am I gonna get that 1,000 rand back or 1,500 rand back? And it's like 100,000 likes are great, they're great on paper, but am I getting my ROI? And I think that's a big conversation, even from a place where brands are investing in us as influencers, is like, the likes are just not enough anymore. In 2020, absolutely, everybody popped out money for digital marketing. It was easy, or easier. But now it's like, but we want to know now, because people buy bots. There's so many things that are interfering with ROI. And so I think with you, what I would advise you to do is sell your pitch it and make sure that you're able to bring back ROI, and then it will be easier. If you come to me now and say, hey, you want to sell these 2 bottles of water, put in 20 rand. Here's 1, 2, 3, 4 steps of how I'm going to get the 2 bottles back. It's easy to take out that money. Well, easier. Yeah.
Perfect. There's a gent with a question right there.
Sure. I've got 2 questions. One is specifically for Butsepo, and then I suppose the second one anyone could answer. The first one is based on the introduction of your story and your commitment to local manufacturing and keeping production local. I can imagine that isn't the most easiest thing, and of course there are a lot of other alternatives that are much more easier, but don't necessarily benefit the South African narrative. So I'd be keen to hear more about how you're navigating that. Closely related, which is the second question, is around this ongoing conversation of South Africans and buying local luxury products, and sort of this debate around whether or not they are supporting and why they're supporting or why they're not. But yeah, I'd be keen to hear that. Thanks.
Sure.
I think for me, I remember I had this conversation with Olatuma. And Olatuma was like, dude, you've built to a point where you can go overseas and start importing. Your story is strong enough. Ungas bulali, don't don't stress your business to try and make everything locally when like you don't have the skill set, they don't deliver on time. You just like chasing people. I mean, like there's guys who still owing me money, over $500,000 from 2020 who haven't delivered my stuff. You know what I mean? Like, so it's like, don't stress yourself over local manufacturers. I've got our own facility which is run by like 20 people. We make our own jeans, we make our patterns, our designers sit there. We do a bit of our production in-house and we import some of the product. That has helped us grow our business. Otherwise, I wouldn't have grown our business to have stock. When we opened up a Hyde Park in 2020, I think I had about 100 t-shirts and 15 jeans on the rack. On day one, we sold out. Now I'm sitting with a big shop.
That's
I'm paying
empty
100,000 rand in this. For 6 months, that's not store.
Yo.
You know what I mean? And I'm busy calling my guy, hey Joe, where's my stock? Where's my stock? So I think it's quite important that when you're building a brand that like, yes, I wanted to have that strong South African narrative, but there were barriers. You know, during that time, power issues were a problem. Like somebody would call and say, hey dude, we had no power for 3 days. And what are you gonna do? You can see this thing on the news. So that was a reality. And I think over the past 5 years, South Africans have really changed. The reason why our business and my business is successful is because South Africans are becoming more and more patriotic.
100%.
We've always believed that luxury is imported. Now we believe that we can create luxury. And that's the most powerful thing. That's like being a brand like myself today. I'm like, oh my God. Like yesterday, there was guys who came in from the US. They walk into our space and they're like, I'm so fascinated about what I'm seeing. It feels like I'm in a kitchen. You know, I can see the clothes here. I can see people making it. Like, what is the process? It's fascination. It's like, cool, can you bring this thing to the US? You know what I mean? So like now we're playing in a much more different space. We've changed the narrative. And that word of mouth, when a person wears it and tells their friend, you know, at first, like, there's this white guy who walks up to me, he's like, Seps, bro, I'm at the airport, I'm going to Dubai. And the lady there who's still assisting me is like, hey, Tepo. I'm like, dude, my passport says James. You know, and like before people were being called Tepo, but now Tepo has become a brand, which is like a beautiful thing. And South Africans have embodied it. It's not scam, you know, like it used to be. Now it's like, I mean, Tepo is cool.
Lovely. I think that's how we close this conversation. We are out of time, ladies and gentlemen. Please do engage with anybody if you had any other questions. Thank you so much for your time. I think the key takeaway from this, from the various entrepreneurs, is that know your market, know your product, know what it stands for. Africa is not as far removed from the epitome of luxury anymore. We are here to occupy state. We are about to be the largest population in the world. So let's embrace for that and make the best of it. Thank you so much for this time, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. A huge round of applause just one more time. All right. Oh, a picture, yes. Go ahead, go ahead. Just as they're taking their picture, that was a really great conversation to have, especially for entrepreneurs, which is one of my favorite topics to have when it comes to entrepreneurs. All right. All right. Thank you one more time. Massive round of applause, and thank you for keeping to time as well. Just as I've been saying, that it's such a great conversation. You know, when you speak to entrepreneurs and you actually get their story. I mean, selling one jean, like Linda, I was like, wow. I remember not selling a single thing when I started my brand, and even just anyone's story. And if you just hear anyone's story, you'll just see that it just takes a lot of time, patience, and perseverance just to get to becoming a brand. I mean, I remember even when I started out speaking, I was selling air fryers in retail stores on a mic and just trying to get people to buy an air fryer. That's what I was doing just before I was doing all of this. So there is a story behind every single brand. And speaking about brands, and just what Tepo just mentioned right now is that South Africans are becoming more patriotic, right? And we are building brands that can easily be exported into other countries. I mean, we can see so many different people, so many different brands that have now gone outside of South Africa and become giants in their own spaces. We've seen Laduma with Maxhosa, Tyler's doing great. I mean, we've even exported our music with Amapiano. There's just so much that South Africans are doing, even from a sports point of view. We can even say that Springboks is a brand on its own. So much is happening. So now we are thinking, how can we now turn our brands into nation-building brands? And that is the next conversation we are about to have with our next speaker. And it is Maputi I don't want to say this incorrectly, Rankapole, to the stage, and she will be speaking on nation brand building. So we're stepping out of the company growth to country image and perception, which does help us build the investment, the confidence, tourism, as well as the opportunity for our brands. So please welcome onto stage Maputi Rankapole. Just give her a round of applause as she comes on.
Okay, so good morning, everybody. Oh, that's not me. Okay, I thought I managed my phone before I came up. So it's really a great pleasure for me to be here with you this morning. I am from Brand South Africa, and our mandate is to manage and influence the perception of South Africa as a brand, and to make sure that we manage its reputation, so that we put in the building blocks, so when you engage with people, they have some kind of idea who are those people and what do they bring to the table. So that's what we do. And the reason why I'm really excited to be here with you this morning, it's because, so I'm just getting my thing to work. It's because the more established brands within South Africa, in the South African market at the moment, they're doing fantastic things. But the authentic, differentiating, really genuine stories about us as a people and what we have to offer the world, the new stories that are emerging now are mostly going to come for our entrepreneurs. And that's why it was so important for me to be part of this discussion this morning. So please remember, there is no such thing as South Africa as a brand without every single one of you in this room today. It's not the government that's gonna do it. It's not our logo. We were speaking about logos a little bit earlier. It's not the campaigns that we put out into the market. It's actually how we show up and how we do that consistently every time, so that the world starts to understand who we are and what we bring to the table. Earlier on, the speaker spoke about excellence as something that we, in terms of how we carry ourselves, because we know the legacy of Africa, we know the legacy of South Africa, what people thought about us in the past. What we want to do is to change that narrative. Because as a people, and as we offer our services to the world, we know that we have something that is special, that has not been offered by everybody before. So your business, your product, your service, your reputation, every time you show up, we want to make sure that we do that in a way that collectively each one of us is telling a story. Because what we want to make sure is that there's a sense of interconnectedness. So if you show up a certain way today, and then she shows up in a similar way the following day, each one of us over a period of time is building memory, a memory structure for people when they interact with South Africa and they start to understand us a little bit better as time goes on. So we don't talk like this anymore. We don't say what is the nation brand that we want to build, because really we can't be talking like that anymore. But what we want to say is, what kind of country are we building through the services and products that we have to offer? Because all our businesses, every time they express themselves, they are saying something about our country, and therefore that needs to be the way we look at it as we take our work into the world. So one of the fascinating things about us is that we build in complexity. We build with major constraints. And we build in a country that doesn't always make it easy. So a lot of people, if I say I come from Brand South Africa, we a marketing agency. So I don't say that anymore, that we actually connected to the government by reporting to the presidency, because everybody immediately thinks, just us, man, we could get some money and we could get this thing going. But ultimately, our purpose is to make sure that we all tell our story in a connected, shared way, so that the world starts to understand who we are. Tepo was speaking earlier that he was dying when he almost changed the name of his brand, right? Because a lot of research that's available at the moment quotes us as people that are starting to believe in the African continent, in South Africa, and what we are capable of. We're starting to believe in our own people. But a lot of Africans and South Africans, only 11% of them will actually buy a South African or an African manufactured product. And that is something that the world also looks at that. These people, but they're also not baking themselves. So we are all in this journey that is complex, that's got multiple layers, like the cake somebody was speaking about earlier. We're going to go through it layer by layer. We have to stay the course. It's going to take a lot of time. It's going to take a lot of effort. But what I don't want us to lose is who we are and what we bring to the table. Tepo, the name Tepo is fantastic. There's no other name like that in the world. The name Sibongile, whoever she is, Gert, whoever you are, all those are important properties for South Africa that needs to be exported. Is it still me? Not? Okay. Sorry, I thought maybe I'm the one that's making the funnies under the bag. And if you add our complexity and what we need to do and what we need to achieve, and the fact that we have reason to complain about 1,000 things that didn't work, load shedding, did you hear? He didn't have stock, and the power was off for 3 days. But one of the things that we love about ourselves as South Africans, that we don't give ourselves enough credit for, we're very hard on ourselves, is he had that, but he's still here. So we don't talk about that enough in terms of the things that we can overcome, the complexities that we have to manage. And in a way, we are coming up with new solutions, new ways of doing things. Despite all of that, we still come out and make a plan. So that is something that, in my view, if we look at what's happening around the world today, it's something that actually the world needs. So if South Africans are not able to do all of that, and then we work together to package what we are, who we are, how we overcome our challenges, and still be able to show up the way we do in the world, we are selling ourselves short by not being able to do that. So my appeal to everyone is that the entrepreneurial space is quite hard. I understand that, but it's a space of creativity. It's a space where new solutions can be found. it's a space that will actually allow our brand, as we're looking for new solutions into the future, to be able to have some proof points as a country that has been able to come up with new ways as we go forward. So please stay the course. It is hard, I understand that, but there's still lots of room and opportunity for us to be able to achieve what we want. So, in conclusion, I just wanted to say, remember who you are and what you bring to the table as you develop your businesses and they start to grow. Okay. Don't listen to the people that say that's probably not enough, or if you were, I don't know, Trump, it would be better. But stay the course, believe in it. It's all part of who we are as a country. Our people are coming along the journey as they see bit by bit, one story at a time, of a South African brand that is making it around the world. What is even more exciting in today's world is that we're not only finding solutions for South Africa, because we are like a microcosm of the world. So most of our solutions will be able to find their way into the African continent, which we are proudly a part of. It's part of us, the rest of the African continent, and then part of the solutions that the world requires. So remember, our brand needs you. There are some challenges, but they don't define us, because we're going to find a new ways to solve those problems. And my hope and my desire for our country is that as we find one solution at a time, we are able to collect all of those stories, and in all our work, we can say to the world, look, we're just not talking about it, but this is how South Africans are doing it, and being part of providing global solutions. So thank you so much this morning for your time. I don't know if I'm allowed to take questions. Thank you. Yes.
Good morning, thank you. I'm Lebo. I'm from the University of the Witwatersrand, Wits. And I just want to know, I know you've said beyond the logos and so on, and you, as a country, I think you are our nation brand, the custodian. How do you then, as a brand, make sure that we as South Africans know about your brand, which is us ultimately, so that we can then amplify the brand?
Yeah.
I don't know if this makes sense.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's what I want to know from you as a brand.
Yeah. So basically, the biggest asset that I think we have in our company is something that we call a nation brand masterclass that we offer to companies, to brands in South Africa. So we teach people about our brand and what it is and then what it stands for. Back in the day, we used to spend quite a lot of money advertising South Africa to South Africans. That we moved away from that, because actually what we want to do, which is harder, it's a harder slog for us, but we offer these master classes, and then we offer these toolkits that are available on our websites, etc., so that if you are going outside of the country, or you have people that are here that you need to tell a little bit more about our country, you can shape that conversation in this way, and these are the tools, and this is the visual language, all those lovely marketing things that you can use in order to talk about our country. If you need any audio visual material to support what you're saying, and especially around the key brand values for South Africa, resilience, Ubuntu, etc., we have those so that people can use them, because we want to turn every South African into an ambassador for our country. And sometimes it's not just talking, but it's also the tools. What do I actually have? So I'm meeting Americans, somebody was saying earlier. So how can I South Africanize in in a visually impactful way the conversation that I'm going to have with them. What are kind of like the points that I need to cover? So that program, as one of our big flagship programs, is intended to do that. It's not to tell South Africans about South Africa, but it's to say, how do you package yourself so that the world understands who we are? Yeah. Thank you. I'll take one more or two more and that's it. Thank you. Or just one more time. Sorry.
Hello, my name is Tuli Ngosi and I run a small wellness manufacturing business. And I just wanted to find out what programs, since you did mention the flagship program, that Brand South Africa has for small and medium businesses to essentially help them through, the various challenges of, for one, selling to South Africans in South Africa.
Yeah. So, so what we do is the work that we do, we don't do that by ourselves, right? So because we are predominantly a marketing agency, so it's a collection of stories that have already happened. We work with we know the other government departments that, for example, have got entrepreneurship programs and programs that the government has put into place in order to help young entrepreneurs. We know some programs that the private sector offers in order to help you with the challenges that your growing businesses is facing at the moment. So that expertise that's quite technical, we kind of give that to the right people so that we can make sure that your business succeeds. We don't even offer marketing services to entrepreneurs because our focus is just on our country. But if anyone needs information about where to go to access skills and certain things, we can certainly guide you in the right directions in terms of the people that will be able to help you with that. Yeah, perfect. Thank you, everybody. You guys have been fabulous, and I hope you continue to enjoy the summit that is giving us so much information about how to grow our businesses going into the future. Thank you. We'll see you in the bright lights one day. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Maputi. I think we should give her a massive round of applause just one more time. I'm not sure if I'm the only one that remembers one of the ads for, I think it was South Africa brand. The one where they were pulling a rope and the continents were getting together. Remember that? I think the song, I don't want to sing because it's going to be bad. But anyway, I remember that ad. But for now, we're going to take a quick break. It's going to be for only 15 minutes. So quickly grab a coffee from Jacob's, go to the bathroom. If the smokers want to, do a little quick smoke, you can also do that outside at the smokers area. Then we'll be back in 15 minutes. Thank you. Yeah, I could hear it's not working.
Well, I'm allergic to veg, so Rory does the beekeeping and I do the accounts. Zero control.
is I'll only navigate to this after I finish the presentation. So if it's possible.
Which one? Sure. Duplicate konjo para sa. Windows 50%. Iko duplicate. Oh, sorry. Kopala lang pala yung tuto niya web present.
Oh, it's like, let's say I'll show you now. It's the entire screen, so even
It's the
this,
entire screen.
yeah. So it's
Oh.
so I'm not gonna extend. It's just a duplication of whatever I'm doing
Okay.
here.
Sure.
I'll just follow you into it. So whatever, if they're able to see the screen,
Okay, sure.
then
It's sorted.
sorted.
Yes.
Okay, lovely stuff. So what I'll do is I'll just ask them to
Play it.
to put this.
Yes.
Oh,
Good.
perfect. Now,
Yeah,
thank you
so
so
glad
much.
I
It's
saw.
just the screen, yeah.
Thank you,
Thank
sir.
you so much.
I'm going to go away. Action. Sharp. Yeah, I get it.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, are we ready? We have our coffee. Are we awake now? Yes, we've defrosted, right? All right, so we're going to get into our next section of the summit. And I'm sure, you know, when we get into conferences like these or summits like these and we listen to our speakers, it's all great to get the information. And it's like, nice, okay, fine, sharp, this is what we're doing. But like, what about the practical ways to do this properly? And the next section, our speaker is going to be speaking about practical tools. The conversation is the modern growth stack. Tools every emerging brand should be using. And like I said, it's all about practicality. So the conversation is around systems, tools, and capabilities. So the brands that scale effectively are often the ones that know what to use, when to use it, and how to build a stack that supports momentum. So please welcome onto stage to help us explore this conversation even further, Sibusiso Kiakia.
Thank you. Afternoon, everyone. Hello. Yes. Oh, that's me. I didn't see that. Hi, everyone. My name is Busiso Tyacha. I am a senior technical specialist or a senior AI solution engineer. And today I will be taking you through what we call the modern growth stack. If our media guys can just, here we go. So this is highlighting why you should use AI, and also hopefully how to use AI. And by the end of this presentation, I will do a demo. Hopefully the demo guys will be on my side. It'll be a live demo and show you in terms of like tools of, as an entrepreneur, aspiring business owner, creative, graduate, what is it that you can do? So, as you can see, Africa's economy is at an inflection point, right? And when we talk about the inflection point, if you look at the statistic on your left, it's highlighting that it was a UWC study that highlighted that within 5 years, 70 to 80% of businesses fail. And essentially, it's not because of their lack of ambition, but they don't have scalable tools to help scale their business and grow their business. And funny enough, we have the highest percentage in terms of this failure rate in the world. And that is something that I think we should consider, and hopefully with the tools that I will show you and also the consideration, you will grow to understand why you should use AI as a platform. I usually tell my customers, rather use it as a platform, not necessarily as a tool. And I'll showcase as to why you should do that. And then we did a work trend index study that highlighted that 82% of business leaders globally say this year is critical to rethink strategy and operations for AI. And they are currently doing that. And I think that's part of the reason why we're here. Thanks to Pattern Brands for giving us the opportunity to showcase that. So expanding on that opportunity, what does the AI entrepreneurship opportunity look like for you? And there's two ways to look at this. It's around personal productivity and business value. And obviously in terms of personal productivity, I think everyone here use tools to help you be productive. Us being here, there's a reason why we want to accelerate productivity, because that grows your revenue, that helps you scale, and also makes you, from a brand equity perspective, known in the market, because your productivity stance gives you the ability to be here and do other things as well. And then one of those things that I usually highlight is around individual efficiency. And I'm wearing the lens of a business owner. When you talk about how to be efficient, you juggle many hats. You're the sales manager, you're the CFO, you're the marketer, you're the guy that is dropping from a logistics perspective. So how do you leverage tools or platforms that help you be efficient so that you can do everything else as well? And then around your core business value, this is revenue growth, which I think everyone here would love to have growth revenue in their businesses, cost optimization, and also employee well-being. But around the cost optimization is how can these tools you leverage as a cost optimization tool in your business? And I'll show you through some of the demos in our AI offering how you can actually do that. Employee well-being, or I'd say the business or entrepreneurship's well-being, that's also quite critical. That's something that a lot of people put into a back burner until you burn out and the doctor and your body tells you that you actually need to calm down before you shut down. So just expanding on that work trend index study. So I did highlight around 82% of the leaders saying this is the year for AI. Almost half of that, businesses globally of that index study that we did are highlighting that people are already using agents, AI agents, to automate work streams. And I'm not sure if there's anyone in the house that's actually leveraging AI agents. Show your hands. Okay, I like that. And then I'll simplify actually what we mean about AI agents, because people are still starting their journey when it comes to AI as well. What does every business want from AI? We just put like 6 pillars in terms of what that looks like. I'll name a few. One, when you talk about finding info and answers, I use this now AI tool, my AI tool, as my search engine. So I leverage it to search everything. And also what we call universal search, to canvas through every single data set that you have worked on as a business, depending on the tool, and then ask it, what was I supposed to do last week? Or help me prepare for this specific session. I do not use AI, but yes, I could leverage AI to help prepare for this session. And then around the creative work, I think there's a lot of creatives in the house. How can you leverage AI tools for creative work? And then lastly, it's around the admin tasks. So admin tasks is talk about what is the core focus of your business, whether it's logistics, whether it's communication, whether it's financial management. How can you make sure that those administrative tasks are leveraged using AI tools? And then there's a picture that I thought let me highlight in terms of AI everywhere does not make a platform. And I'll highlight exactly what we mean by that. So as the lady mentioned, or the gentleman also highlighted, I work for Microsoft. So obviously we do have productivity tools, but what a lot of people don't know about the organization that I work for is that it does play nice with other platform players in the market. So it doesn't mean that you should just have a siloed strategy according to one vendor. You can have a vendor agnostic approach, but leverage tools that make sense. So the reason we're highlighting this is you can have a lot of line of business application and tools, but there's now a new thing that's surfaced, what we call shadow AI. And shadow AI, simply put, is when you're using all these tools, are you aware where your data goes? Are you aware of what you're putting into these disparate tools? And that is your IP. So when you're looking at shadow AI, is how do you then concentrate all the data sets and leverage tools that speak to a specific need or a specific goal, but with the level of understanding that you know exactly what those tools look like and where they surface your data. It's all fair and well to have beautiful results and happy with the output, but you need to be cognizant of what that input looks like for you as well. And then there's 3 patterns. So this is where we talk about the tooling approach. So it's almost like the platform approach. When you start your AI journey, whether you are at entry level or advanced or intermediary, there's actually 3 pattern approach that I would implore everyone here to start considering. So one, it's around AI assistant, and I think all of us do this well, people that are leveraging AI, where it's your personal co-pilot or your personal AI. It does certain things. Tell me about this day. Help me prepare this. You give it an executive brief and it does that. But then the second phase or second pillar that you should also consider is leveraging AI as your teammate. And when you talk about teammate, it's around when you wear many hats, where now you have to be a CFO. There's specific line of business financial applications that will speak to that. When you're thinking operations, there's also specific application that speak to that. So I'd say concentrated applications or platform related to a specific subject matter or subject line, that's where the agentic approach comes in. Because an agent is essentially an AI tool, AI platform that does repetitive tasks, but with a core focus. So you'd have a financial agent that will only do financial related analysis. You'll have a marketing or brand agent. You'll also have a sales agent to deal with pipeline management. But a lot of businesses would, because you wear many hats, you just want one specific AI tool or one agent to do everything. And now it's around segmenting that. And then the last tier is where around the autonomous world, which hopefully with time permitting, I'll also show you what that looks like. So it's around now where it is agent run, but it's human assisted. And don't be scared because it actually can do that, where it will do a lot of your mundane tasks with zero touch, but you can essentially what we call, simply put, a human in the loop. That human in the loop monitors and looks at, is the results accurate? Is it surfacing information that I need? Or do I need to run this on a schedule of every week, every day, or specific days? That is almost like the last frontier of the AI or agentic approach, where we have autonomous tools that does everything for you, and then you can leverage that time to do everything else that you know that you need to do to scale your business. And then this is my last slide, and I'll just go to a demo. But I thought it's actually great to highlight what we call the inclusion imperative. So highlighting this is probably a reality right now, where one man business owner in Soweto or in any township has the exact AI scalable tools that a person like myself working for a large vendor essentially leverages, all with the power of technology, AI, and internet. So that's what I thought let me end with, and then I'll take you through the presentation. I'm seeing a familiar face. I'll introduce them later. But yes, AI being the greater equalizer. I'm going to go straight to a demo now. Do you have any questions for me? No questions? Was that good? Oh, lady there. Okay.
Thank you. We do consult ChatGPT to guide our strategies, and we share a lot of our information so that we can get the most out of ChatGPT. And my fear is I've done a couple of exercises where I've asked that thing, tell me everything you know about me, and it went left so quick. So I feel a bit unsafe, and also I'm just worried about my mental capacity. You know, am I getting dumber and dumber, or should I be worried?
Okay. So the first answer to that, no, you should not be worried, right? However, the caution there is what I highlighted earlier around the data governance, right? I think a lot of people are not cognizant of what data are you inputting into these tools. So to give you an example without selling my product, we have something called enterprise data protection. So at enterprise data protection, it means that any service that you currently leveraging Microsoft tools, and you already know whether it's SharePoint, whether it's OneDrive or Exchange from a mail perspective, you already have a certain level of comfort of that data. One, funny enough, that data residency is here in country. I'm not sure if people know that. So it doesn't leave our service boundary. So our AI tools has what we call a permission inheritance, and it does have enterprise data protection. And I'll show you when I'm doing a demo. There's a green shield. What that green shield ensures you, when you sign in into your work-related email alias, it ensures you that whatever data that you are leveraging, it doesn't leave your data posture. You're essentially asking the AI tool to give you an algorithm based back on your results. So that's why it's online. So it's not an offline functionality. You are asking it to give me an algorithm, then it interfaces your results, and that's why it gives you that information in real time. So that's the first answer. Then the second one around, are you not clever? To put it mildly, No, that's not the case. We talk about a new world of work, right? So and I like the fact that I didn't mention earlier. We have the youngest population in the world as a continent, right? And we talk about what we call them 2K or the Gen Z digital natives. But the nice thing about that is they understand the technological abilities, and now they interface the character traits into a work environment. So the old way of work, when you talk about what does being productive mean, when you're a boss, a lot of meetings does not generate pipeline or sales, as it was mentioned earlier. So now you're re-engineering as to this tool is going to do that mundane tasks, but now I can have strat sessions, I can have high-level meetings, which you would not have had the time if you're a one-man owner as well. So it's around reimagine what you consider productivity or working as well. Yes, last answer. I don't know. Look at that.
Hello.
Hi.
My name is Ntabi Sengine, and I'm a developer. So the person that is my client has an issue with AI, right? So they would go to AI, find steps to do whatever it is that they want, come to me and say, oh, Ntabi saying, look, you're going to take 1 hour. It's just a few steps, you can do it. You're a developer. And I'm like, no, that's not how it works.
100%.
So I want to ask, what would be your advice to me on how to handle such a situation where the client is fully relying on AI and they automatically think somehow my job is then done like that?
Yeah, okay. That's beautiful, and I love the fact that you're a developer. One, I think software engineers or developers are not going anywhere. That's the first thing I think we're trying to seeing that now, that feedback loop happening, right? So with customers are reliant on AI. One, the data aspect, I think they're not really cognizant of that, right? But what you develop in terms of applications or processes or tools or platforms that will connect to each other, they don't have an understanding or praise with that technical capacity. Maybe try to interface that in your process flow. Not necessarily the time it takes to do it, but then to show them almost like the back-end admin where this AI can do that, but it would miss specific nuances. It would not connect to this line of business application. You'd have to ingest different data, but for them to not think that you're just a developer, I think you are a platform engineer. You're creating platforms that speaks to their business and you're customizing it to their business. And I think that's the difference when they understand it that way, because we all can use AI. It will give us different results, but when you refine that scope, that's when you get the perfect use of AI. Okay, I'll do a demo. I don't know how much time do I have. Little time. Okay, I'll try it in 5 minutes. So one, as you can see, there's a beautiful website that we have here. So this free tool that we have is called Copilot Chat, right? And when I'm talking about Copilot Chat, as you can see on your left, if you have an Edge browser, it's there. So I could ask it right now, tell me about this website. Let's see what it's going to say about Mr. P. Live demo. But as you can see, it's starting to populate information related to his core offering. And the reason I'm doing this is I know a lot of businesses, when they talk about Google My Business, I know we use Bing as Microsoft, but when you Google your business, what is your digital profile, firstly, when you talk about how do people perceive you? And then you look here, it literally beautiful, and I love the fact that it's doing it exactly how it should. So this is, as I mentioned, it's a free tool. It's not a paid for tool. I know there's a lady here at the back that was saying that she uses Copilot Chat a lot, right? So what I was highlighting here, also lastly, let me also try and make that bigger. And give me 2 seconds. So close. Trying to zoom there so that you can see. So it already asks you, how can I contribute? What kind of interviews? How does the site support brand leadership? And if I click there, I like that. I'll just do that. And enter. And let's see, how does this website support brand leadership? And I'll make that slightly bigger. And then that's And all it's doing here when you talk about the data aspect, it's literally reading the website. It's not interfacing anywhere outside the website and giving you information related to this specific brand. And you can go down that rabbit hole of understanding more about why we are here. So that's the first thing I usually do with regards to if you're leveraging on a browser. What does it look like when it's on a specific platform? So here, and it's got to work in a web tab, but I'm showing you now the free version. But you can upload, going back to the data aspect, you can upload any information that you have. And I'll upload work content. And what I would do when I leverage this, right, I'll just show you. I'll just upload a PDF, because most people talk about prompting and think that it's hard to do. So with just, let me just try there, come. You know, the demo gods are always doing their things. Okay. Let us do this. And this is like a digital, this is a digital PDF that we've got from the internet around Africa's digital economy. As you can see that it's talking about a transformation act. This is coming from the African Bank. And it's already starting to give you information and ideas related to that. And I'll allow it to slightly finish so you can see what other inputs it can give you related to that. And then I'll do 2 more demos before my MC removes me, if I still got time. So this is almost highlighting into the day in your life, what it is that you need to do, how to do it. And then I want to show you that the same tool is interfaced in Word and Excel. So those are the 2 examples that I wanted to highlight. And you can see here towards the end, I'll just make that slightly bigger. It can also, if you want, convert this into a 1-page, tailor it to African SMEs, extract a board-ready talking points, align it to Microsoft or AI 4IR opportunity framing. Then now I'm not going to Word. There's a cool thing that I wanted to do, because the reason that this was top of mind is because I know that somebody spoke about, there's a tender app, I think, as part of the agenda. So here, this is just a tender that I downloaded off the web. And then with regards to the same one, sometimes for businesses, it's a struggle to fill forms. So I'm glad that there was a lot of, so I'll say, fill this, fill this form, because it allows editing and it's sort of paid for service. Fill this form using, and I've got what I did, a form filler. So a form filler is like an Excel spreadsheet with information. So, and you see this was an invitation to bid. So now I know that in the form filler that I had, let me just make that slightly bigger. It is mostly on here that I wanted to, here, and if it's a specific structure. So now it's going to leverage that form filler, and I'll show you the information in the form filler once it's populated. As you can see, it's populating. Just zoom that in. Onto this form, I just made that up in terms of the information. It's starting to populate mobile number, email address, which I created one, Pat, do not kill me. I said pat@brands.co.za. VAT registration, and then look at the supplier compliance status. It's going to start filling information related to that. And there's no cost associated to this. And then what it does, it also asks if you're an African business, but I know that it's not a foreign business. And then there's a part about the bid structure, right? If it is a JV. Or see, it already marked X around consortium, and then it's going to start putting the names that are put there, which is something that I did around the bid. So it does this for you without actually any additional information. Okay, so that's what I literally wanted to show you regarding that form. Then I just want to show you what that form filler looks like so that you can see that this is not anything that is untoward. So all I did is literally that information, and it understood the nuance and then filled that form for you. How many of this, let's say from an invoice, processing, or any mundane thing it can do? So that's what I wanted to, and I'm glad that people are happy. And then, thank you for that. And then the last one, and I promise I'll be done. It's around Excel, right? So you can see this is an Excel spreadsheet. This is, I think, I'll just show you now. It's literally 4,000 lines. I'll just ask it. Say Copilot chat, give me key insights. And let's see what insights it'll bring from that spreadsheet. And let me just make that slightly bigger so that you can see if it's gonna, because this is usually then a two-step process where it'll understand the spreadsheet and then give you insights related to the spreadsheet. Let me just minus that so you can see it think. And that's the last demo I've prepped. And the nice thing about the steps, I just want to show you the process it's doing around that two-step process. I'll just slightly make that bigger so you can see. So it's analyzing the workbook to provide key insights across all 3 sheets. So I understand there's 3 sheets, and then it's combing through that data. How many of us as business owner wearing that hat get a lot of information in a CSV format that you don't even know what it means? Marketing analysis, trends. This literally can help you with that. So you'll see it'll show you in the second step and then provide you almost like a high-level view of the information that it has. But the best feature around what I'm highlighting here on everything is now you can actually speak. Literally, you can also speak to it. But you can, with regards to just text, get financial information, asking it literally related to this. And it's telling you information about top performance. Hey, that's my hometown, Eastern Cape. I didn't do that. I'm not going to talk about the underperformer. Bank statement, there's also a bank statement analysis that's there. And then you see the key takeaways. It already tells you strong performance, budget targets. And then you can go drill deeper to say around my statement. Analyze my statement and tell me more information. And instead of creating formulas, it actually gives you accurate results, and it's only based on that content that you shared. And that's all I've prepared. Thank you. I'm not sure if there's any questions. Okay, one. We said that just, okay. Oh, okay. Oh, let's skip the gentleman.
So I'm the lucky one because I thought the mic was going the other side.
Chivalry's not dead.
So yeah, really powerful tool. Thanks for sharing that. My question is really on protecting the data. And I know you've spoken to it again, but I'm now thinking, sure, do I still need my accountant? If the financials
yes,
are brought in and then I don't want to sit here for an hour trying to analyze my financials, but the protection of the company name is there, the revenue is there, everything is there, and then this thing analyzes for me. How well secure is my company data? Yeah. I spoke about this earlier, right? And I'm just going to show you on this, right? I'm just going to make that bigger without going. So here, we'll speak offline as well because I know we've got time around enterprise data protection. So that shield, let me just go into it, sorry. There's a shield that is here. Okay, I don't know what, let me just, sorry. Let's just do this. There you go. So you'll see this shield, right? It's got enterprise data protection. So that's why if you signed in with your corporate identity, we ensure you as the big vendor that we are, that your data is your data. There's a copyright protection and there's a lot of addendums around adhering to the local POPIA, PIA, financial. There's an adherence to that because this is not just across AI. It's across every single service that you leverage when it comes to Microsoft. And I can speak to everyone offline if you have any more questions. I don't want to take any further time. Thank you, everyone.
Well, thank you very much, Sbusi. So I'm sure that you've got a lot of questions. People,
Yes.
I also have questions. So. It was really great to see just practically how that looks. Because when you were speaking, yes, we got the information. As soon as we saw the demo, we were like, okay, now this is making a bit more sense in what you're saying. So thank you very much on that. And just before we get into the next speaker, we have something very exciting that we are doing today. We have the Pat on Brands Clinic, and the QR code will come up in just a moment. So what's going to happen is that when you go into the QR code, we're going to do a brand analysis for about two, I think we'll take one or two brands that will do a brand analysis right here live at the end of the day, just to show you where your brand is, how you can grow, and all the beautiful stuff. And this will be sponsored, will be done with Tshepang Makofane from Context Africa. So if you'd like to enter, just use the QR code. There's some information that you obviously need to put in there, and then we'll choose one or two brands at the end of the day to do the brand analysis, courtesy, of course, of Pat on Brands. So please do that just throughout the day. All right, so now continuing with the practicality of the day, because we like practical things. We want to see how things work and what we can do as soon as we step out of here. So this next conversation will be the Tender app, and Tobile Zuma will come onto stage to talk to us about this, helping us to look at the focus of the day, which of course we're looking at practicality and also the opportunity pathways that can support our growth journey for our businesses. So please help me welcome Tobile Zuma to the stage. We got a mic? Oh, okay, cool. Well, let's give it a round of applause.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Tobile Zuma. I'm a co-founder of Intelio. Intelio is a software development company that is aimed at developing solutions that actually solve real-life issues that are experienced by small businesses. One of the solutions that I'm currently working on is a solution that is very close to my heart, a solution that speaks about leveraging technology to better connect businesses to opportunities. Before I go into the presentation, by a show of hands, how many of you in this room have actually tendered before or completed a tender document? Okay. Interesting. And how many of you have actually won the tender? We see the Catmon in the room. And anyone have been shortlisted before? Did you get did you receive any feedback after being shortlisted? This exactly is the issue that we are trying to solve for. And it's not an issue that is only experienced by people in this room, but it's an issue that is experienced by a lot of entrepreneurs that are in the market. I'll tell you a story about one of them. Okay, tech issues? Or is it just me? Oh, okay. I want you to meet Nomsa. Nomsa is a lady that I met a couple of months ago. She stays in Durban, and she's operating a catering business. She's been in the market or in the industry for a while now. And like any other entrepreneur, she's always had a vision to grow beyond servicing her market in Umlazi in Durban, and actually to get big contracts, to actually be called to cook in one of those prestigious events, because she makes really, really amazing food. The kind of food that makes you not want to track your calories for that day and be like, I'll catch up tomorrow at gym. Yeah, she makes really nice food. She's hardworking, very diligent, and she's actually very interested in growing and expanding her business. So she knew that there are ways to go on about it, but she didn't know where exactly to look. She engaged with a couple of people, and someone once engaged with her and told her, have you ever tried to look for opportunities online? Some of the large entities do advertise tenders, but she didn't know where to look. She's like, okay. And then she went through. She went through the internet and found one contract that she was very excited about, because having gone through the bid document, she realized, yes, I've got the skill set. I've been operational for X amount of years. I've got expertise I can deliver. But as she was going through it, and with all that excitement that she had, quickly she realized that she can't complete the tender document. Why so? She didn't have the expertise. She was quickly met with the realities of actually completing a tender document. I think each and every person in this room who've completed a tender document understand how complex it is. Opening it, you met with a couple of documents that you need to go through. First of all, being the special conditions contracts that you need to go through, understand the legalese, sign, the actual bid document, the proposal that needs to be drafted and submitted, the pricing that you need to compile. And you compile your pricing not knowing whether you're doing it correctly or whether you're pricing yourself out of the market. You do it blindly. And also over and above that, the compliance document, the CIP registration that you need to have, the CSD number depending on which entity you're tendering with, public or private, depends, and also other relevant documents that you needed to compile. But because she was really, really passionate about what she wanted, she sat down and said, I've got this. I will complete this document because I want this opportunity. And she did. And I think one of the things that you can all agree to as far as tender document is how complex, how time-consuming, and how it requires specialized skills. All of those documents that I mentioned to have been completed, they're specialized. A legal contract, you need a legal person to actually read through it for you and make you understand the commitments that you're binding yourself to. The pricing component, you need a finance person who can help you put together a good pricing. Even with the compliance document, you do need your risks team to ensure you have all the right compliance documents in place in order for you to submit and ensure that you have all the required documentations to qualify for that particular tender. So she lacked the technical skills to draft a compelling proposal. She lacked the guidance to complete the documentation and the confidence as well to put a structured pricing. But she went on, put it together, and sent it through. Anyone can guess what happened thereafter. Any guesses? Nothing. Nothing happened. She didn't get any feedback. There was no visibility in terms of whether even acknowledgement to say we received, There was no explanation, and it was just silence. And this is a story that's not unique to NOMSA. It's a story that all of the entrepreneurs who've actually tried to bid has experienced. I've experienced it many times. And this is not just about lack of access to opportunities, but it's a combination of issues. First, it's the lack of visibilities to opportunities. Secondly, it's not having the technical expertise to actually complete the tenders. It's the pricing part of it. Not having the skill set to actually put a compelling pricing that has been benchmarked against other service providers in the industry. I have been in the procurement industry for the past 10 years. I've worked in different sectors of the business, and in my experience being in procurement, in managing contracts, and designing governance frameworks for onboarding of service providers, I've had a front seat row to see how the procurement process works. I've seen it at its best, where it works, and I've also seen it where it doesn't. I've seen it where it enables innovation, where it drives value and unlock opportunities. And I've also seen it at its worst, where capable business are excluded, where decisions are technically correct, where processes are technically correct, but practically inaccessible. I've also seen decisions being made without clear visibility, leaving bidders confused, frustrated, and disengaged. And one of the most critical learnings that I've learned is that the problem is not necessarily the lack of opportunities, or even the skill sets, the technical capability to deliver, but the issue is access and how that access is structured. But what if this could change? What if it could change? Can you actually all imagine a different possibility? A tool, perhaps, to actually assist in connecting businesses to opportunities based off your profile. A tool that can help you put high quality proposals. A tool that can help you predict your likelihood of winning a particular tender based off your historic data. Because with that kind of tool, you don't have to waste resources knowing that this particular tool with this particular tender, there's limited chances of me winning. You rather focus your energy and resources to the ones that you have higher probability of actually winning. Imagine a tool that allowed you to get feedback whenever you didn't get an opportunity. Is this something that we all like? That's exactly what we are solving for. We've developed a solution called Tenrai, which is aimed at assisting both buyers who are sourcing for service providers, credible service providers, and also suppliers who are looking for access and opportunities. Just in high level to tell you what the tool does. So what we've done, we've looked at the end-to-end procurement value chain. Anyone in procurement, anyone who's been a buyer before, who's sourced. So if you look at the end-to-end procurement value chain, the process starts from defining of a business case from a buyer perspective. You define a business case, you say, I have a need for these particular services, and then it goes through the internal approvals, thereafter it's advertised, and then that's where suppliers then come in to bid, because it's now work that is advertised. And then after the submissions have came through, there's the step that follows thereafter would be the evaluation, going to the necessary committees to get approval toward a specific supplier based on their technical capabilities and if they are the preferred service provider for those services. And then it goes to award, it goes to contracting. And usually it also goes to contract management and payment of invoices. But currently, with each and every step each of that step, there's different systems that needs to be in place to fulfill that value chain. But what we've done, we've consolidated that entire process. We've looked at the challenges that are experienced throughout at each of those touch points and ensured that we put together a good solution that addresses those specific challenges. And from a supplier perspective, we've also looked at what are the challenges, and one of them being access to opportunities. So we've created a one-stop shop platform whereby you don't have to go through thousands and thousands and thousands of platforms in order to source a tender document. It's all centralized. You get access to opportunities, and the nice thing about it is that once you've created your profile, you will get instant notification if there's an opportunity that links to your business profile or your capabilities. Further to that, it helps you with creating proposals. It helps you with creating pricing. It also predicts your likelihood of winning a particular tender. I don't know how many tender documents I've completed in my existence. And I know had I had a solution that could predict my likelihood of winning that particular tender, I wouldn't have invested my resource in that. I would have invested my resource in something that I know will bring value. Because time is money. Time is expensive, and it's something that you can't get back. So I've spoken to some of the benefits for the suppliers, which is access to opportunities. You get guided participation, guided tender participation. This is where you give you a step-by-step guide, sort of holding your hand to say, this is how you complete it. You've also enabled the forms to be pre-populated based off the information that you would have completed, because when you create a profile, you have to share all of the details. So when you complete a tender document, all of those fields will be pre-populated based on the information that you previously shared. Similar to what SIPO was demonstrating in terms of the forms being pre-populated based off your existing company information. You've also get AI-assisted proposal documentation. If you look at the example of Nomsa, who is running a catering business, I think we can all attest to the fact that she may not have the technical capabilities to even put a good proposal, the project plan framework in terms of when you're going to deliver, these are the activities that we delivered, wara, and so forth. I think with this particular platform, we're saying we'll hold your hand, we'll assist you in terms of how you can prepare a proposal. Mind you, I think it's important to note that we advocate for ethical use of AI. So whenever there's a document that is produced or generated, you as a user still have the responsibility to ensure that the data that is generated is accurate. We assist you with compliance and compliance documentation. By this, I mean, if you, for instance, when any tender is required to provide your certified ID, maybe for yourself or your team members, your CIP documentation, all of these documents are stored. So there's no need for you to constantly be uploading and certifying and unless obviously the document has gone past its validation as far as it being certified. We also help with pricing and commercial support, and we also assist with providing feedback so that you can continuously improve. So with the similar, I think I've spoken high level in terms of also the benefits for the buyers. We assess the buyers in terms of scope documentation, actually preparing for the bid. We also help with access to credible service providers. Every service provider that's on our platform will be vetted, and this is to make sure that we advocate for good governance. So we want to make sure that every partner that is on our platform is credible. And we'll be doing due diligence and risk management. We're also going to be providing audit trails for governance purposes. You will have a view of all the decisions that were taken, from tender issuance right to award. And we also help with contracts and SLA management. I think in a lot of businesses, you notice that that component, the contract management component, actually leads to revenue leakages. And by what I mean by this is that you'll have a supplier that's been contracted to provide a service, for instance, from January to June. But if you don't have a good contract management tool, especially if they were on a retainer contract and they're being paid for services every month, if that's what's built into your system, they'll continue to be paid post-contract expiry. So we make sure that that element is covered, and also we assist with payments of invoices. So why am I telling you all of this? So, okay, I'll skip, I'm running out of time. I'm telling all of this because I want to invite you into a preview day. And in the preview day, you'll get an opportunity to actually interact with the platform. You'll share your insights, and we can work together. Also, what I want you to also remember is that this is not an Intelio tool. This is our tool that is meant to improve how we all operate. So the preview session is scheduled for some time in June, but communications will be sent out in May. And first 200 subscribers will get a 7-day trial. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Toby. Let's give a massive round of applause. I truly believe that the Tender app, it's Tender Eye, right? Tender Eye, yes. It is definitely going to help because you're putting that application. Then they want documents that you must go into another website to do this, to get this number. Oh, no, it's too much. It's really too much. So thank you for coming up with that. I'm not sure if that's my mic. Okay. All right, so now we're going to move into our next conversation, and this is really trying to move away from where the sound is at.
Oh, you're really stressing me.
It's not mine. Is it mine? It's Toby Lee's mic. Okay, no, it's fine. Okay, there we go. All right, so we're going to move into our next conversation. I was specifically told, Hore, you know what, please, I will introduce the people myself. So I'm going to welcome the moderator, but a quick one for the moderator. Please make sure that you see and recognize Kawe. Kawe has been working very hard. Let's give him a round of applause. So Kawe will let you know if you've got 5 minutes, you've got 10 minutes, or if your time is up. So please be mindful of that. And hopefully we could have time for questions and answers. But if we don't, we still do have some time during lunch to interact with our speakers. So please use that opportunity to ask your questions. So I'm not going to introduce the topic. I'm just going to introduce the moderator, and she will do the rest. Please welcome onto stage Alma Acob.
1, 2. Thank you so much for that, Mokoena Moloto. She's been doing a phenomenal job as MC. Can we give her a round of applause for that? Well done. All right, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Are we still here? Wonderful. We're about to turn the energy up a little bit because they've given me the responsibility of moderating a panel called From Amapiano to Algorithms, How Modern Brands Earn Attention. And so we plan to earn your attention today, yes? My name is Alma Acob, and I have the utmost pleasure of moderating this panel discussion. This panel specifically transcends the entire brand ecosystem, from talent to manager, all the way to the consumer, which is yourself. And we're going to have those 3 representatives join me right here on stage. First up, we've got the Sibu Mabena, founder and CEO of Duma Collective, a brand builder of note who has done the work for South Africa's favorite brands. Let's give her a round of applause. Ask if you can. Actually, can you grab a seat right in the middle so that it looks nice? Wonderful. Next up, Thank you very much. You can grab a seat right there. There we go. And last but certainly not least, I know him as South Africa's head boy. You know him as an artist, a dancer, a model, and so much more. I always say, if it's nice, you say it thrice. Roboto, roboto, roboto. Let's put our hands together for Robot Boy. So he gets music. He gets music. Hi. Please grab a seat right next to me, Robot. That's all. Yeah, there's favoritism in this. Yeah. Wonderful. So sit back, relax, and we're going to try and have this conversation as quick as possible to give you an opportunity to ask questions as well. Sibu, I'm going to come right to you to start things off. Now, before Duma Collective, there was Mbuduma Communications, meaning you've been doing this for over a decade. Now, we're going into an age where algorithms are the new standard of work. And so I want to ask you, as we're all scrambling for this attention, what's the low-hanging fruit that brands can utilize and capitalize on when algorithms might not communicate all of that?
Okay, hi everybody, Sanbonani. And just let me start by saying, Pat, well done. What a room, what a powerful, expensive room. Oh my gosh, looking at this audience. And secondly, Kawe, I'm sorry in advance. You want that red one? Just put it down, Tina, we are going to talk.
Yeah.
And Alma, what a great introduction. Thank you very much for being so intentional about knowing who we are and bringing us onto this panel. And I think answering the algorithm question, I want to first start by the general definition of algorithms. I'm not a technician. I'm just someone who commercializes storytelling, right? So if I look at the definition, an algorithm is a precise step-by-step set of instructions or rules followed to solve a specific problem, perform a calculation, or complete a task. My interpretation of that, following a set of instructions. Instructions from who? The audience. You are instructing the social media platforms that you engage on what it should give you content-wise. You are dictating, or what that means is, sorry, can you guys hear me properly? Therefore, that means that you are dictating the content that you are being served. So in that space, what is the low-hanging fruit for the audience? You can tell TikTok what information you are interested in. Are you interested in learning? Go and engage more in that content. Are you interested in laughing? Go and engage more in that content. Are you interested in sensationalism? From our friend who shall not be named.
Don't say it.
Then you will get served that content. What does that mean for brands that must respond to that behavior? Get to know your audience. That's the low-hanging fruit. Spend time getting to understand who you want to speak to. Once you've decided who you want to speak to, understand what they enjoy and how they want to be spoken to. That's the low-hanging fruit. There is no one blanket approach to the content that you're going to serve people. So as a brand that is known for comedy, Savannah, if that's your thing, do you have an audience that likes comedy? The people who are drinking Savannah, do they like comedy? As a brand that speaks to sports sponsorships, Heineken, are the people that you are talking to receiving your content around your sports sponsorships in the way that you want them to? But do they like it in the first place? So that's the low-hanging fruit for brands. Understand what your audience wants to see and give them that.
100%, because at the end of the day, algorithms are built from people. And I think we forget the people element of that. So thank you so much for bringing that in, Sibu. Robert, I'm going to come to you. and put you on spot. Bonjour, bienvenue à Afrique du Sud.
Voulez-vous français?
Oui, oui, oui. Welcome.
Arc de triomphe.
Look at you.
Omelette du fromage.
Okay, that's hey. We practiced.
Ultra remel.
Now I say that. I don't think you can.
No? Microsoft?
Sir. Now I say that because Robot is just coming back from his trip to Paris, where you and Matlosa put together an incredible show to introduce the world to Pantsula and South African culture. Now, as we're talking about culture, I want to find out, why is it so important to have representation, such as cultural movements, Pantsula, Amapiano, to shape the brand visibility and relevance that we so desperately seek?
Just like Sibu Sanbonani, everybody in the room. Basically, the importance is because culture and dance and movement is something I call traffic. That's where the attention is, that's where the vibe is, that's where the hype is. And if we are able to express ourselves with those type of showcases and those type of representations, we are able to bring not just attention to the brand, but attention to the culture that still lives in the country and that's still relevant and is still moving. And at the same time, we can't dumb down who we are when we're out the country, because we have to be what other people want us to be. But if CE culture, then CE culture. It's not CE culture in SA, Mara, we are copycats in the States or we duplicate in France.
Come on.
I'll give a dope example. SA hip hop, right? Amapiano doesn't have the word SA in front of it because it's originally from South Africa. You only get a second name to something when it's not from there. So we've got Nigerian piano, we've got Zim piano, Ghana piano. But in South Africa, it's Amapiano. And with that being said, the Paris exhibition was a showcase of gumboots, Gqom, ukubhenga, piano, Skotane culture, Spantula, from the crates to every single thing that was showcased, because we can't also miss culture if we're talking about culture holistically.
Yeah.
So, yeah, thank you.
Clock that. Or I love that everyone automatically knew. This is how you know we've got a young audience. You say this in corporate and they're like, but thank you so much for bringing that in. I think it's absolutely brilliant, and we've got enough culture in South Africa. If that's one thing we've got, it's culture, all right? Calvin, I'm going to come over to you on that side. Now, building a brand is difficult, but I believe maintaining a brand is even harder. And you've managed to maintain the brand that is Robot Boy. What's the difference between going viral, this once-off big viral moment, and building lasting attention? Basically, how can we build something sustainable?
Okay. Hello, everybody. Let me follow this trend. Hello. Okay, that's a very good question. And I like the fact that even in the question itself, the most important word is there, which is building. Right? So what most people go through, especially with something, with a platform like TikTok, a lot of people go viral. I'm sure there's a few people in here, if we really go search your profiles, you've gone viral. The difference between a viral act, essentially, and somebody who lost, I'm going to highlight this. We've been doing this for 9 years now. We're about to do 10, right, as the Robot Boy brand. The only way you're able to do 9 or 10 years is essentially if you build an entity / a brand, right? So you basically go from taking whatever it is, that moment, and you turn that into a whole structure, right? Most people don't know that the way to build, even when you're building a house, there's structure that you need to follow. There's steps that you need to follow, from foundation to pillars to roof, etc. You don't go from ideation to living in your mansion. That's not how it works. It needs structure. Anything that you build, anything constructive, needs structure. Now, the creative space, unfortunately for a long time, has had this thing where we think because we're creatives, we don't need structure. But that's the difference in 2026, that's the difference that you're seeing in how we're monetizing the things that we're doing. We're bringing structure to creativity, right? So that becomes the most important thing, that for you to be able to go from viral to building a brand that lasts 5, 10 years is structure in essence. And you have to basically build something. It can't be just, I'm going from the moment that I had and I'm trying to basically sit with Sibu and discuss monetization. Okay.
That's That's so profound because I struggle when I think about creativity. Structure is not the next word that comes to mind. But I think what you're telling us is I think that's essentially where we're missing out on. The fact that we've got creativity big, and we forget that it also still needs to be structured. This panel is lit. Let me tell you that. Take out your notes, take out your notebooks and write it down, tweet it and say that you said it or say that they said it. But there's some really good nuggets in here. See, we're coming right back to you again. Now, from MultiChoice, MBA Africa, Red Bull, Puma, so much more. You are not just a consumer, you are a curator as well. And so my question is, give us those hidden gems of what content is currently working. What's working right now? So that the people in this room can have insider information because we are here and the others are not. Whether it be specific platforms or it be specific types of content, what's currently working in the market?
Okay. I'll speak to what's working according to the demands of the clients that we service right now. And considering the broader economic spectrum and all that's happening in the world, clients are under pressure to showcase, especially in the marketing sector, to showcase commercial value to the businesses that they serve. And the kind of content that they are buying into is content that converts. What does conversion mean? It could be an actual sale. Conversion could be attendance. Conversion could be a new follower. So growth of your platforms. What I'm seeing in our circle is a move away from vanity metrics to very specific KPIs. So if I spend R1, my return on investment better be R4 because the pressure is getting worse. The retrenchments are happening. The restructures are happening where you had one job, now you have 4 jobs, 1 salary. You understand, ne? Salary. Sure, party, we're party, mahlangu. Sorry, Pat's in the room, everybody. So in my world, that is what is the content that is being searched for. Content that will deliver an actual tangible return on investment. If you look at Unilever, they've got a program called Cleanipedia. Cleanipedia is content generated around their household brands, the house care cleaning. I'm not their supplier, I'm an observer, okay? So, Handy Andy, Omo, Domestos, and all of that. They've got this group of creators whose job is to sell the products, amplify the utility of these products so that customers are choosing Unilever branded products over the cheaper manufactured and available alternatives. With that, those people are starting to get more money than the people who are just beautiful content. Wow, look at me. Domestos is cleaning my toilets in my big mansion. Wow. Robert. So if you are in the business of creation, of content creation, angle your content strategy around things that are going to convert an action or deliver an action from your audience. There has to be something that takes place after people have seen your content. It can't just be, oh my God, friend, you look so nice. That's not what I'm selling you. I'm selling you this Domestos. Can you go buy it, please? So content that wins is content that converts. Simple and plain.
Hashtag content that wins is content that converts. That I've got nothing to add over there. Sibu, you are who you are because of what you do. So thank you very much for that. Robert, I'm going to come back to you. Now, you are known as an artist, a performer, a drummer, a dancer, a prayer warrior. Come on, somebody. And so much more. Now, how do you build that one brand made up of this multifaceted man of many different talents? Because I'm sure that there are people who are listening going, I can cook, I can do clothes, I want to do fashion, I want to do this, but I don't know how to put it in one brand. You've managed to do that. Tell us how.
The first thing I'm going to say is the reason why a lot of people struggle to put a lot of things they do into one brand is because that's how they were introduced to us as. I've never come out and I've said I'm a dancer. I've never come out and said I'm a rapper, I'm an artist, because if I do that, I'll confuse you if you see me acting. If I say I'm a drummer, I'll confuse you if you see me ice skating. If I say, do you get what I'm saying? So for me, and it's just relevant to this conversation about brands, my mindset was always on being a brand. Because when you're a brand, you can do whatever and not what you're labeled as. So it was a matter of me understanding that the same way a building has different floors and different functionalities in the building, that's what I am. I'm not level 1, I'm not level 2. And that's how the industry is like separated. A lot of people only have access to level 1 because they're in arts, level 2 because they're in music, level 3 because they're on social media. And they find it hard to level up, no pun intended, but that's because from reception, that's the, how can I put it? From reception, that's how they registered themselves as. So your point of entry is very important because how you start is going to determine where you go. Same thing with Calvin saying structure. I had a conversation with someone yesterday at the Michael Jackson premiere.
Oh, come on.
I'll tell you about it. Someone is like, yo, what's the difference between, oh, someone said to me, so did you just blow up because it was like viral and then you had to like work it out from there? I'm like, no, everything was calculated because everything you do has to be calculated because opportunity meets preparation. That's right. A lot of the people that blow up because of an opportunity, but they're not prepared. And that's the difference between having something that's long-term and that's sustainable. So the name robot, programmed by God, fueled by the blood, controlled by the spirit. So even the concept of the name is that a robot is something you press a button and it changes functions. So when I come into a room and I say I'm robot, like he's robot, and then next thing I'm doing backflips, it's like, he's robot. Because the name matches the actions and not robot the dancer, but why is he acting?
So basically you're AI. Yeah, it makes sense. No, we got it now.
Can I please just add to that?
Sure.
Opportunity meets preparation. We had an NBA Africa campaign. We can take talent to All-Star Weekend. But only, I think, 2 weeks before did they confirm that we have a spot for someone else. It's America. If Robot Boy didn't have a visa, if he was not prepared,
Come on, somebody.
Come on now.
he was not going to go there. Yeah, but and the opportunity presented itself. Person we think of, Robot Boy, he loves basketball, he's cool, he's what? All these multi-robot functions. But if he was not prepared, that opportunity would have missed him.
Thank you so much for that practical example. That's really good. Final question, because I've seen a red block, which I don't understand how, but 10. Oh, it was a 10-minute block. Oh, now it's okay.
Green means go.
So I'm going to give one more question to Calvin, then I'm going to open it up to the audience. We've spoken about how to build a brand, how to maintain a brand, but everything that can be built can be broken. And so I want you to talk to me about reputational management in the age of cancel culture. How have you managed to create this brand that has withstood the test of times? Thank you for English.
Yo, she's so good.
Listen, Sibu, I'm telling you, she's brilliant.
Yeah, well, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
You know what I'm saying? Okay. The shortest answer is how you consistently show up is how people will remember you. Right? So in our spaces, what people do is that they somehow thought inconsistency is the thing. So you inconsistently show up. When you show up to work, you kind of half do the thing. When you say you're going to come to the, I'm in a context of entertainment and etc. If you're going to deliver content, you inconsistently deliver on time or you deliver late. You think that inconsistency is then going to give you the result that you're so working hard for. But consistency, when you're consistent, essentially, people will constantly remember how you showed up. That even in the room that you're not in, people will go, but they constantly show up. That even if they can't do it as high as the other person or don't have as many followers as the other person or don't have as many hits as the other person. We've had conversations where it was like, how did we go on a tour for 3 years on one hit song because we consistently showed up. At every gig, at every whatever, at the furthest place in South Africa, we showed up at the airport with our passports, we showed up. Because some of the guys with some of the biggest catalogs in this country don't show up. So therefore, call me, I'm coming. I'm coming, he's coming. That's all. So consistency is one of the most underrated things, and I can tell you it's one of the key things to our brand. We've just been consistent in operating at a very high standard and showing up. So that's basically how you survive. If something happens in a situation, your reputation, what you've done, the consistency of how you showed up. So I mean, if you showed up negatively, that's what will then be highlighted. But if you show up consistently positively, that will be louder than whatever the situation is.
Brilliant, brilliant, brilliant. Give us more time. All right, audience, this is your opportunity. First hand up is going to get I see one hand in that corner. Have we done so well that you don't have questions for us? Thank you, thank you. So there's one hand at the top over there, and then after that, okay, if you start here, don't forget the lady at the back, because now I already recognized her. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Shumi. I'm a content creator, violinist, and I am a podiatrist. So
she say podiatrist?
I'm zoning on that podiatrist.
Say that for us again.
I'm a content creator, violinist, and a podiatrist.
Oh,
yes.
You don't know what that is. I'll tell you.
I just want to ask, I don't know how to properly phrase my question, but I'll try my best. So I've been playing violin since I was in grade 2, and now I play professionally. I gig, I travel, play for corporate events and weddings, etc. So when I started my business, I think about 3 years ago, when I started playing professionally and working independently as an artist, I decided to separate my business from my brand as a content creator, because at the same time, I also started receiving brand deals. And at the same time, I'm pursuing my career in podiatry, and I'm obviously looking into opening a practice, etc., and trying to combine all of these different things into just one thing is very difficult, because when I used to have just one social media page where I'd post everything, it was so difficult because you get clients for violin trying to book you, and then you get brands trying to look through your page, etc. So I just want to know, is it wise to just separate everything, or how do you then come to bring everything together on one page? Because I always thought that I want to be known as when people ask, who is Robot Boy, right? Everybody can tell, okay, he's an artist. When people ask, who's Shumi? Shumi's a violinist. Oh, Shumi is this. Shumi does this. Shumi does that.
Multi-talented.
Yeah. Thank you so much. Anyone want to, Robert?
Sibu gave me the mic.
Yeah. So there you go.
Alrighty. I'm gonna try give an honest answer. There's power in numbers and collaborations, right? And by that I mean in who you are and in what you do. I've got 1 million followers on Instagram, but the views are separated to the talent.
Go deep.
Nah? Sharp. So high key, right? The 1 million followers gets me into a room. And the traffic I need to pull from someone who's been following me because they like my drumming or my dancing or my skits or my, okay, we get it, né? Will end up seeing the new Axe fragrance and the new launch and the new campaign and the this and the that. And that traffic is how I build relationship with more brands. So this is a personal example, right? And I don't know if it will work for you, but at the same time, I do think playing a violin is very entertaining and it's very unique. And if somehow you can stitch the two, it could work for the traffic of the people that are coming to your page.
100%.
Yeah?
Yeah. It's good.
We're all going to answer, so we love
Sorry,
the story.
timer.
From a business perspective, this sounds like the Shumi group of companies. Because at some point, the differentiation or the building of business units, if you want to go with just one company umbrella, is going to be important in being able to report the numbers of what offering generates the best revenue versus which offering requires the most of you. Because you're not going to have this capacity that you have right now forever, so long as your companies are growing. Né? And I say companies by saying your entertainment vertical is a company in and of itself. Your social media vertical or content creation platform, broadcast vertical is one of its own. Your podiatry or the medical field is another of its own. So on paper, in terms of registering your businesses, be clever to separate them because one day your podiatry practice, inshallah, grows so much that you can sell it to a Kena Health or Mediclinic or whoever. Now it's tied in with your violin music, your entertainment, it's tied in with your social media. Separating it is going to be difficult. So being multi-talented from a business perspective allows you to generate multiple streams of revenue from all the things you're able to do. From a marketing perspective, because marketing is awareness. Marketing is how people get to know about you. And that's where the shared audience is helpful. But what's going to keep people there is the brand. So how good are you at the podiatry? How good are you at the music? How good are you at the social media content about the podiatry and the music? So don't worry about being a jack of all trades. That thing doesn't matter. Just be good at the trades you are putting out. And then separate the business units so you can sell off different pieces when it's time to exit, girl. Okay?
Thank you very much. Is it sorted? Wonderful. Final question up there. Please ask in 10 seconds.
9.
Sanibonani, my name is Simngobile Baloyi and I'm from Durban.
Oh my.
Period. I'm also a content producer. I also own my own business. I just wanted to ask, in terms of the Creative Hub in Durban, as a content producer and a creative myself, it's hard to grow in Durban and grow a following or grow a community, and we always find most Durban creators moving to Johannesburg because when it comes to numbers, just Durban is just not the place sometimes, you know. So I just wanted to ask, how would the panel advise a Durban creative to grow the community? Because like things like NBA, Africa, NBA in Joburg and NBA in Durban is different. Like it's the last NBA event we had was in Florida Road, and it was like very tiny, and it's who's. Oh, sorry. Well, you see, like it wasn't even advertised like properly. We all thought, oh, NBA is in Durban, and we were all happy to be there. So, how can Johannesburg Creative collaborate with Durban creatives, and how can we grow the Durban hub? Because Durban has a lot of beautiful spaces and amazing creators, but like the numbers and the growth is just not there. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Who's going to tackle that, Sue? Kel.
All right. Yeah, I'm gonna go first. A very tricky situation. However, I think it is perspective that creators from that side then choose to look at the situation. I always say that you have where the area that you're based in, so whether it be Joburg or Durban, etc. But when it comes to digital, you can cross-pollinate, right? And it allows for that. So even till today, we're very intentional about when we travel, we literally do a bit of like a light research situation, and we do research on the content creators or figures of where we're going, whichever country it is. And he does a light reach out, and 9 out of 10, we do a collaboration on the base of that. Because you're never too big to do a collaboration. Like, that's even like down to like Nike doing collaborations till today. So, meaning that sometimes it's creators holding themselves back because they're too prideful to then say, hey, I do this and I have this idea, or I see you're here, can we do something, etc. So it's just an approach of how somebody chooses to look at the space that they're in. And instead of also just looking at Durban or the city that you're based in, look at it from a digital perspective, which is that it's a landscape that's open. I can reach out to you over there, and if you happen to be here, or if I happen to come in, which if you're going to invest in yourself, coming into Joburg to do something, or Cape Town or whatever, would be advisable too, so that you can grow what you're doing.
Thank you so much for that.
How many people in the audience are from KZN? Please raise your hand. Here are your first 10 new followers. Do you see it? That it also, the perspective, I guess you're not taking a bird's eye view on things because you're in it. You're looking around, you're looking at what's around you and saying, oh, my problems are this. I don't have access. I don't have resources. I don't have time. I don't have the knowledge. I don't have the followers. Meanwhile, right here. 1. 2, I don't understand because AmaZulu are the most patriotic people. The patriotism in KZN, I don't know there because I don't live there. Mara, you see here, go to North Taxi Rank and go and see how patriotic AmaZulu are. Yeah, youngest. Yes, that's. So now, when you go to a taxi, dumelang bari yebo dumela sisi sawubona. That's patriotism, and that is AmaZulu asserting themselves. We may not be there, but we are from there.
Yeah.
So what I think the assignment is to people in the room who are from there is to go back there and go and tell people there, hey, le, bayas funa, bayas tanda. They want what we're selling.
True.
As Java is able to go around South Africa selling out shows. You'll speak on it, sorry. But selling out shows out of people who love what he is bringing here because they miss it there. They miss being there to experience it. So if you guys can just gather yourselves, because I'm Debele, I'm not a Zulu, so Mina no pet. We've got our own machine. Yeah. Nina Mazulu, organize yourselves. Ibani, be as organized as the taxi industry. Do you hear me? That is the assignment, and I hope you're the one that's going to lead it.
Come on now. Thank you so much. Robert, can you close us
Yo,
off?
okay. They said all my answers, guys. I promise you. But on Calvin's point, right? There's no gatekeeping on the internet. No, we'll deal with him. I'm a robot, Tesla. Yabo. There's no gatekeeping on the internet. And the consistency of what you do can get you 5 million views and take you overseas with or without people's permission. That's how the internet works. So that's consistency where that's concerned. Calvin's point. Sibu's point. Mazulu. Like, I know Maskandi artists that can shut down a stadium on word of mouth. And like she said about Java, he sold out like a stadium with just a tweet. I promise you, there was no post that said, Aslanganin ngomhlaga. Sold out. It's Java. Because it starts where you are. Because sometimes it's out of your control. If the people that are from where you're from aren't supportive of what this is that we're doing, then that's another challenge. So the support has to start where you are, and people have to believe in what it is that you're doing from where you are. And that support's gonna take you further. Like, we don't get to see a lot of other artists trending on TikTok where there's trending and the hype, but they're selling out all the time.
Yeah.
There's that market, like who's Java, there's like Maskandi artists, Makati. There's people that've got a fan base, and that's just that.
Yeah.
So the fan base and the support has to start from KZN to a point where everybody else feels like, actually, there's too much hype that side, and let's actually go. Because I know what you're talking about. We've seen certain artists just come from overseas and just do Joburg, or Joburg and Cape Town, and like leave KZN aside. So it has to do with the inner circle and the belief of the people and the support that you guys give each other inside the city.
Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, that's Calvin Sibu, Robot Boy at the Business to Brand Summit. It's been absolutely incredible. Can we give a round of applause to these panelists for doing a phenomenal job? And we must now stand for photos and smile. Thank you. Please also take pictures of us. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, because we're short. Yes, sorry. We're looking there.
Where we looking?
Girl, you
there.
are. Really. Sing.
The sound guy, I'm gonna give you a raise, my brother.
Thank you. Thanks, guys.
Let's give them a massive round of applause one more time.
We love what
Alma,
you
you did
do.
such a great
You're
job. Thank you,
welcome.
as always.
Thanks,
Thank you,
guys.
guys. Thank you.
Guys. I must give this to someone. So.
You're most welcome.
My week comes out.
All right. That was a really great panel discussion. Just going to give a little bit of time just to settle down just a little bit.
Good evening, South Africa.
Calvin. Game it to win.
Whoa. This is crazy.
All right. I'm sure you guys enjoyed that one. You guys didn't even mind that it went over time. You're not gonna eat lunch. You're only gonna eat lunch for 5 minutes. You'll see. But anyway, we'll move on to our very next conversation. And with this one, like I said, today we are doing everything practical. We went from AI, and now we did tenders. Now we went in about algorithms and just how to use that. But KZN know exactly what to do. So now we want to talk about something very important. Something that Smoo said, you know what? Us as entrepreneurs, we know how to dream big. They always encourage us, dream big. I mean, Vuyo dreamed big, right? Vuyo was a what? A big dreamer. But what did he need? He only needed money. All right, so we're going to be talking about investments, how you can get your business to be investment ready. So we're about to start that conversation, and to lead us into that is Mata Botlali, and she is joined by Tabang Hleza as well as Bulelani Balabala. So please welcome them on stage as they lead us into the investment conversation.
Thank you so much. A hearty good afternoon to the room. As it's been stated, I'm Mata Botladi. Our gentlemen are here. And I will be your moderator this afternoon. I'm the founder of capacity building agency, Zazi Creatives, which is a capacity building agency within the creative sector. Now, before we move into the heart of the matter this afternoon, I just want to get a sense by a show of hands, who is a full-time entrepreneur in the room? And within this number of individuals, who categorically resides within the SME space, small business enterprise? Okay, cool. Are there any funders in the room? Oh, we need your money, guys, Nipi. When we need you the most, where are you? Where are you? Where are you? Do we have corporate representation in the room? Corporate representation, wonderful. And who straddles the line of being in corporate whilst being an entrepreneur? Okay. This is very important to ground our conversation this here afternoon, and we will be looking at that liminal space between business and being funder ready, where many South African businesses reside. And today we'll also land our conversation speaking about bootstrapping approaches, also speaking about when it is actually instinctively the right time to pursue funding. And to land our conversation this afternoon, we will use a case study from the founder, Usino Vuyo Mondliwa. Anyone who knows Usino Mondliwa from the social media streets, who is the founder of Love Kings, a multi-million rand, proudly South African brand that is rooted in hair care, from actual product for hair to subsidiaries such as bonnets and pillow covers and the like, and using her business as a kind of litmus test of what it means to bootstrap as a small business, and we will just expound from there, right? So we have our panel this afternoon. We have Tabang Hleza, Executive Head of Investments and Business Development at Old Mutual, overseeing the Masizane Fund. And next to me, we have Bulelani Balabala Township Entrepreneurs Agency. He is the founder, and we know him as the man to get things done. Good afternoon, everyone. Now, because we only have 20 minutes, Upukawe. Kawa is not here. Brilliant. We will start with you, Tabang. Usinovuyo Mondliwa has had this business since 2016. And prior to that, she was a social media influencer who has amassed a lot of following. So what we can extrapolate from this, and considering that now 10 years later, it's a multi-million rand business, is that she had the traction could convert into sales, yeah? But the other day, she speaks so plainly about the fact that it is only 10 years down the line that she actually qualified for funding. She has been pursuing funding for 5 years, and it is only now that she is able to get this funding, right? From an observer's point of view, ideally, she should be getting funding within the first year of her making that million. So what are the misconceptions around funding, and what are funders actually looking for?
Yeah, yeah. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Let's try and get to it before we start seeing the reds and yellow cards.
Sana.
Right. Can you guys hear me? Now, there's always this misconception that capital is all that my business needs, right? All that capital does is amplify what already exists in the business. Capital addresses resource constraints in your business, right? Whatever those are. But it never addresses, if you've got strategy flaws, you've got execution flaws, your capital doesn't address that, right? Again, the other part, if you've got an issue with the product and the market fit, misfit, capital doesn't address that. Because all you're going to have, you're just going to accelerate the churn.
Okay, wonderful.
It looks odd.
Creative director,
Right?
thank you, Mr. Pett.
So all that it does, it just increases the number of customers you're going to lose in between, because you've got a product, just there's a massive market misfit, right? But also, if as founders, there's dynamics just between the team. If you bring capital into that, you're just going to institutionalize dysfunction in that business, right? So it's important just to get that out. But what is also critical is then to say, time to raise funding. What needs to be true before I start approaching Masisizane to raise funding.
On that point, I think it's also very important that you walk us through advocating for your business, because you say that you need to show alignment between how this funding will directly scale my business, essentially, right? So what are the key pillars that funders are looking for when I start advocating for my business? Are they wanting to see that my business will scale in terms of team, in terms of this, that, and the third? How do we language advocacy when it comes to the funding process?
I think there are three critical things that you got to address before you start engaging me, right? One, be able to really and me and in the right. One, be able to demonstrate your understanding of the problem that you are really solving, right? How big is this problem that you're solving, and how frequent does it happen, and why you and your team, you're the right people to solve this problem, and why now, right? Because that is critical, and how that is evidence in practice. This is the problem. This is the number of customers that keeps on coming and saying the solution that you provide is addressing this piece. However, can you add this and this and these features, right, over and above your base feature to make sure that it fully addresses our problem, right? And the second part is, whether you like it or not, funders are looking for a paying customer, right? It doesn't matter how great the story, how great the pitch is, who and where is the paying customer. If there's no paying customer, I can tell you now, you're going to do as many pitches, as great as they will be, we are going to come back that you are not funding ready.
So investors aren't necessarily now interested in businesses within their inception phases? Are you now alluding to the fact that investors are now interested in businesses that are converting and getting traction?
So I think there's three things, right? So there's often said that you look for team, the quality and the credibility of the team. You look for traction and you look for profitability. And all of these things are important, but at different stages of the business, right? So at an early stage, the team is really important because there are no runs on the board. All that we are betting on the credibility of this team. As the business is scaled, now you've got a board, you've got a solid independent team that supports you, so there's less dependency now on the founder, right? And then come to the traction. Traction is equally important, and again, it depends how you measure traction at different stage of the business. At the early stage, one says, do I have a paying customers? Do I have letter of intents? Are these letter of intents or pilots converting into contracts, etc., right? What is important is not how big is the traction, but are we having consistent momentum on a month-by-month basis, right? And the rule of thumb for me, if there's nothing growing or you can demonstrate growth on whatever metrics in your business on a month-by-month basis, probably not at the right stage to be raising capital.
People often like to talk about entrepreneurship as though we all enter the arena because we are inspired by a problem and we want to solve that problem. But from what I see from a sociological perspective is that people go into business as a crisis management strategy. A lot of people engage entrepreneurship from that point of view. I'll make an example. I need to be able to pay rent. What within the next 30 days affords me the opportunity to gain money to be able to pay rent? What can I do actively to keep the lights on? And when that failure then comes, right, and it comes with entrepreneurship, we then look and we think that it's an indictment on the entrepreneur because the desperation was, I need money now. And the second-hand impact of that, when children witness that, when family members witness that, it gives entrepreneurship a negative rep. And I think that has been a persistent reputation, a psychological reputation of business in Africa. And we are now looking at an ilk of founders who are bootstrapping. And there are different ways of bootstrapping, Bulelani. I'm sure you would know this. Please do share methodologies of bootstrapping that protects businesses from founders dipping in for personal overheads. Right? So it's a two-way thing, systematic. We can't just say, Matabo, don't touch that money, then I'm going to be homeless. Does it make sense to be homeless when I have a business? Yeah? What are the systems that we can put in place through the various bootstrapping methodologies that protect businesses from their founders?
Well, Bafetu. I hope you guys are good. No, man, I think it goes without saying. I think on what you opened with, I mean, she's making millions. She's not getting funding. The reality, guys, is revenue is vanity. You must always remember that, you know. Profit is sanity because you think you're making some money. Cash flow is everything. The bottom line, when I'm coming to this gentleman looking for money, he doesn't want to see the top. It excites him a little bit. But what scintillates him to give me that money that I'm looking for is, are we managing our cash flow correctly? What is our payment ratios? You know, what are the terms on invoicing? What are the terms on payment? You know, and what are the terms on fulfillment of payments to suppliers? It's a very critical thing. In most cases, we negate those things and you find yourself in a very tight situation. But I think the one key thing, really, I think in everything I'll share now, that I want to sort of throw out there as a precursor is that funding doesn't grow businesses. You must always remember that. Funding doesn't grow businesses because funding is a tool. You know, what every one of the key things that you need to be fixated on as a founder is building a business that will attract the funding. I think part of the opening is to also then realize that at different stages of your business's growth, you are able to raise capital or raise funding revenue. But I think at the end of the day, you need to then be able to position it to the people that you're going to for funding. Is it a DFI that you're speaking to? Is it a bank? Are you raising it from ESD funding? Are you raising it from a community? And those are some of the things that you then need to then make sure that you take into consideration. But one of the key things that you sort of then ended with when you were asking the questions is building systems. I am a deep believer in building systems. Because at the end of the day, in most cases, what usually happens, and there's a very intelligent gentleman, Dr. Mark Gerber, who breaks it up, entrepreneurial mode, technical mode, and managerial mode. The big inspiration or motivation for us to go into business was not necessarily to be entrepreneurial, but was to solve a need, and you sort of then opened up to that. But a big part of that is that majority of us then end up getting stuck in the technical aspect of the business. So the inspiration that then got you in, or the fun part of business or entrepreneurship that got you in, now only accounts for 1% of what you'll do when you're in that particular space and phase. But the one key thing then that negates you, prevents you from ending up being an employee who's now captured in your own business, whereas you could have just stayed or maintained that job consistently, build systems. Replicate yourself. It's not something that you have, there's not something that happens overnight. It's something that you build over time, and then you iterate them, depending on the size of your business. I think in our business, we then measure them out every 6 months so that we're consistently improving them, and we are adding to those systems. Systems are the things that govern your business. I think in a simple term, it's how you do what you do so that you move your mindset away from, I'm the only one who can do what I do. Yeah. And I think that then becomes the key risk and factor. So when I'm coming to this gentleman and I want to raise more money, now he doesn't just want to see the fact that I've got a team. He wants to see that in my absence and I fell sick and I got hit by a car, God forbid, or something happens, that the business or he wants to see that his capital or whatever he's funded us with is safe, will still remain safe even in my absence. So in most cases when I talk to entrepreneurs and they say, no man, do you know who can give me money? Man, I'm in a very painful position. I really need to fix this thing. No, but you're thinking about it from a pain. Investors don't invest because you've got a pain. Yeah. They invest because they are a stakeholder coming into the business and they need to understand what is in it for them. What is their ROI?
So Bulelani, you have dealt with thousands, as well as thousands of founders within this business environment. And because this is a pragmatic session, I would really love from both your professional points of view to tell us, these are the 3 key tenets that I have found consistent across the entrepreneurs that I've worked with that has helped them systemize their businesses. A plug and play a rundown of 3 core pillars.
I think before I give him the mic, I'll do justice by answering the question that you initially asked around bootstrapping.
Sure.
I think my singular view, guys, and obviously this is dependent on the size of your business, what you're trying to get. It's not a one blanket fits all approach. But if you're a micro enterprise or small business or any other type of business, my first advice would be, have we exhausted the client book that we have? Of potential leads or potential prospective clients. Let's call them prospective. They're not customers yet. Prospective customers, right? Because one of the best ways to raise risk-free capital is through customers sell stuff. The second thing is to say, what customers have we already serviced, and are we potentially able to either upsell or utilize them as springing board funnel for them to open up further markets with individuals out there in the market? Because why? It then decreases your sales ratio. Every sales journey has a ratio. The ratio to start, and when you measure it out now, you start to understand that if I want to make R1 million a month, I don't just need to speak to 100,000 prospects. To decrease that ratio, maybe I need to go to the funnel of individuals that we're currently selling to so that they help us to grow. But guys, I think the simplest form, really, not to complicate it, the simplest form for me in building and developing your systems is 2 things. Where you can start, there's a lot more, right? But I think the first one is, as a founder, Don't externalize. First thing that you do is that map out what you did. I mean, today is Friday. If you can still remember what you did from Monday all the way to Sunday, do it for a week or two. Write down every single thing within your productive hours. At the end of that 7-day or 14-day cycle, depending on how hectic or busy your schedule is, sit down and have a meeting with yourself and categorize the things that you're doing into 3 aspects: technical, managerial, as well as entrepreneurial mode. Entrepreneurial mode is where you dream, where you vision, where you enterprise, what actually keeps you up at night and what gets you excited. This is the why. The management mode is when you're presiding over your business or managing the flows within your business or your teams or your third parties or your suppliers. And then the technical mode is all the technical capabilities that goes into you rendering that service. Once you've categorized all these things, or rather the technical mode, we could easily define it as, and I'm speaking a bit fast because I want to give the mic to this gentleman, sorry. The technical mode, we could then also categorize it as all the work that you could delegate that you don't necessarily be the one who needs to then render that particular work. Once you've then done that, go to the technical part. That's where you start to free up your time and capacity. Go to the technical aspect of your processes, and then how you process them is that you list them. Literally, step 1, open the book. Step 2, go to page 9. Step 3, read 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Step 8, do 1. All you're doing is that you're documenting from start to finish all the things that go into creating or rendering whatever it is. If it's creating a quote, you do that so that you move yourself away from being strangulated within your business. And then you then take it a notch a bit higher to then say, if we're working on projects or any other unique programs, then you start to develop SOPs, standard operating procedures, how we do certain things. So the process is how you do it. So the process is the steps that you undertake in rendering a particular service. The SOPs is if we had to live stream right now, how does that happen? You then need to then document it. So to a founder, it feels like a painful thing to do, but it frees up your capacity, because now what you are then able to do, you free up the capacity to then go and do the first thing, which is the entrepreneurial mode.
Tabang, with respect to the time, you won't answer the same question that I've fielded to Bulelani. Instead, I really want you to invite us to the difference between incubation, training, versus mentorship for founders and entrepreneurs. Because now let's think a little beyond funding and wanting the funding. Now you've got it. What is the distinct difference between an incubation process and mentorship, and what is really important when you are at the point where now you have received the funding and it's go time?
Yeah, I want to just, before I answer that question, to add to Bulelani's earlier point, that quite often funders approach funders quite late in their funding stage, right? You start raising the funding when you need the funding. Already at that time is too late, right? What I often say, it's easier to raise funding when you don't need it, because we are able to negotiate terms much, much better. It's like looking for a job when you don't need one, right? When you're not frustrated in your current job. It's easier to negotiate with your potential employer terms, go back and forth and agree on what works for you. So what I will urge SMEs in the room, start engaging the potential investors before you need the money, right? Because the other thing that quite often happens is we spend a lot of time knocking on the wrong doors, right? What do I mean by that? I'm an impact funder. If I'm engaging you, you've got to be able to demonstrate what impact are you delivering? Are you creating jobs? And, right? So if you engage me without demonstrating that impact, you have lost time. But maybe to respond directly to your question, which speaks to the essence of who we are as a fund, right? So Masisi Zane just broadly focuses on 3 key things, and I often lead with this thing that this is one ecosystem that is not short of money. There's enough money in the ecosystem. Despite the issue of access to capital, the access to capital is not because there's not enough money, but it's because there's mismatch between the capital that is available and what the SMEs are looking for, which a part of it is then our businesses investor ready, and that's what we are addressing. We're actually launching an investor readiness program to that point on the 1st of July. The other part, which speaks then to your mentorship and coaching, says currently in the ecosystem, you've got an approval rate of between 10 to 13%. So out of 10 people at best, you are approving 2. But we also know that the two that you've approved, those businesses don't succeed beyond 3 to 5 years, right? So money, then their funding is not the issue, because you've given them the funding, but they still fail. What is then the issue, which is then the point you're highlighting? How do you provide the necessary capacity building to make sure that this business then grow beyond that? Part of that capacity building then speaks to that element of mentorship. Part of that capacity building speaks to how do you build the systems. Part of that capacity building says, how do you assist these businesses with strategies and so forth? How do you assist these businesses with operational efficiencies? How do you assist the businesses with access to markets and all of that? So that's how then you look at acceleration, mentorship, and then funding. Because in my view, funding is really a glue that connects, right? There's enough funding. And quite often, you will kill businesses by just providing funding without providing the access to market, coaching, mentorship, and the necessary support for them to scale.
Thank you so much. MC, should we fold questions? We can do one question. According to my MC, I saw a hand over there. Can you please get our roaming mic? Please, may we have your name? And if you choose, do tell us what your business is, the name.
I feel like this question is for Bulelani.
Sanibona.
Zabon.
Igama lami ngumsizi Simon Ndlovu. I own a group of companies. One of them, it deals directly with entrepreneurs. This is a comment. A lot of entrepreneurs have a problem of personal finance knowledge. They don't know how to manage money. I have over 11 entrepreneurs in my group that I mentor. And a lot of them, they do make money, but they just don't know how to use that money. And what I've seen is, as entrepreneurs, we really need to talk about personal finance. As we are talking about funding, most of the problem that a lot of small entrepreneurs have is understanding how money works. Thank you.
We will close it there. Because also, to be fair, MC, with respect, that was not a question, that was a comment which was captured, sir. Thank you. We really want to drive a question. Kawe, thank you.
Thank you so much. My question is for Utabang. I'm an entrepreneur and I own several SMEs, and I'm asking you to set up an appointment for me because I'm looking for 22 million rand investment for my business. I employ over 30 young people in KZN. I've got 4 branches. It's a company called Tacky Wash, and we specialize in shoe cleaning, cobbler services. And how I intend to expand my business is through 3 structures, 3 pillars. 1, expansion of stores. Number 2, CETA trainings, and basically expanding the entire business of training people, training young people, in shoe cleaning. And then thirdly, through our products and services that we trade business to business. Thank you.
All right then. Team.
I'm here on the 2nd of May again. I'm from KZN for Elma's event. So can my appointment be around those days? Thank you.
Guys, I think we also just need to know the difference between networking and asking a question, because we are a room of fellow entrepreneurs who really need to drive particular ideas forward. Please, due to time, Old Mutual is in the house, and Old Mutual would like a question to be fielded, so we'll take advantage of that. Please, an actual question relating to the conversation
I think it's,
at hand.
It's extremely important what you're saying, because I think as much as young entrepreneurs, we want to showcase and share our businesses to a platform like this. And it's important that when you've got people that are sitting in front of you like this, it's extremely important to apply your mind to ask a question. Okay? So the question that I'm going to ask on behalf of the entrepreneurs here, because I'm an investor myself, but the question is that how important is it when you present yourself to an investor or someone who's supposed to invest in your business to be focused? Because I heard that guy there saying he's got a couple of companies, and that lady there says he's got a couple of companies. When an entrepreneur says they are presenting a couple of companies to you, what is your view on such an entrepreneur? Does it tell you that they are focused? Or does it tell you that is it someone that you can really invest in? Because I just think focus is extremely important. But what is your view on the issue of multiple companies when you're starting or one company when you're starting so that it's investable? I'm just asking a view so that they can be honest.
No, thank you for that. And I think this speaks to the point Tublelan was talking about systems and processes and stages of growth, right? At a particular stage, you could say, I can manage multiple businesses, right? At an early stage, that's where the credibility and founder support is really critical, and that focus becomes key. Because we need to grow to a stage where we could say, now this is a business that has got a sufficient board, independent support, that can operate without even the founder in the room, right? But at an early stage, if a greater part of the things is dependent on you driving it, I think it does deter investors away from investing in your business, because then there's a bit of lost focus at that early stage. But I'm happy to engage both parties that have highlighted that have multiple businesses.
Sure. Yeah, man, I don't know. Like, I think it makes it a bit... I won't necessarily... I think for me, I'd answer it in this way. I think for me, and this is where it's very important to Aman's point, it's building that credibility and trust. You know, when I think of the conversation around building multiple businesses, I think what I picked up in those early conversations years ago is that some of the guys were misunderstood to a degree what it meant. Because I think if you do 10% of everything in 10 different businesses, it throws you off. Also, guys, it doesn't necessarily mean that you're also wrong, but you need to have systems in place. Because if it still needs you to run, then you might need to readjust your focus at the end of the day. But I think for me, it's always been to say, and this is where I meet entrepreneurs, and the individual will say, but I need 5 million, but I've never done anything. I need 5 million for that desired end. Then I ask the question, do you understand the ecosystem and the value chain of the industry or the sector that you want to work with? I don't really understand. But do you understand that if you build the intellectual equity and playing within that particular industry by understanding the value chain, if I'm opening a fuel station, I might not necessarily be able to raise the 8-9 million, but if I'm able to resell the paraffin and then move to reselling some of the other commodities, move to then being a service provider within the space, now I'm able to share the fact that I've got credible knowledge within that particular industry and sector to a degree. It then shows an element of skin in the game. But I think to the greater part and the greater question, I think for me personally, I'm a focused person. I believe in do a thing and do it extremely well. Get a team behind it, ensure that it runs immaculately well, and business development also then ensures that you support it so that it actually grows. Because the key thing is not that it runs, because running plateaus. So when circumstances around you hit you, I'm busy doing something else on the side without fully managing what I have going on. So when you then think about the multiple revenue stream, I'd always say to individuals, this is my advice, it doesn't have to be right, or I don't know, but I always say to individual, build multiple revenue streams within the ecosystem that you are in. So if I'm selling guitars, number one, we are refurbishing them, we are reselling the old ones, I bring in guys to maintain that, I don't need to hire them full-time, they can come in on an ad hoc base. On the other side, I build a division that does B2C. On the other side, I'm building B2B, I'm hiring out to churches, hiring out to guys who do conferencing like this one, hiring out to an old mutual. So you're diverse, but here's the thing, you are still within the same stream.
Sure.
So the individual who's reselling can also then form part of the funnel of an old mutual who's saying, yes, we do want the Sennheiser brand, but since it's an international brand and they can only manufacture in 60 days, we'll take the resold product that you have. You are still within the stream. So when I'm coming to raise capital with Tabani, guess what? Now Tabani is more excited because I've stayed within, but I'm showing you the capacity that we've built within the services that have kept us within that particular sector or even industry.
Thank you so very much. everyone. And I do want to leave a parting word to us all. The decisions that we make after this here moment has generational impact in how business making, entrepreneurship is perceived by generations to come. And I have a deep hope and prayer that after us, people will look at entrepreneurship not from a place of crisis management or survival, but we build businesses from a place of inspiration and businesses that are well supported. Good people, I'm Mata Butladi, and thank you so much for your time, and thank you to our panel. Oh, photo time.
Thank you very much, Matabo. Just give them a huge round of applause just one more time. All right, with all of that information that we have now, it's time to just a little bit, have some lunch. So just before we go into lunch, we are going to go for 45 minutes. I think the time is 25 past 1. Someone mathematics me into 45 minutes. What time are we coming back? 10 past. So 10 past 2, we should be back in the room just to continue with the sessions. Quick reminder, the QR code for your brand analysis. You'll fill in all the questions, and then later on in the day, we'll have a session. I believe, I forgot his name right now, but we'll have a session where we'll do the brand analysis of one or two businesses. Maybe we'll just slot in the third one if we have time. So please do make sure that you do fill in the QR code questions that are on there. So for now, let's head out to lunch. If you see someone that you've been eyeing to ask a question, go out, ask those questions, and let's network as much as possible because we want to utilize this time. So 10 past 2, we'll be back. All right. Did we enjoy lunch? Okay, there's one yes. Okay, the rest didn't. Okay, let me try it again. Did we enjoy lunch? Okay, we'll just let everyone know, compliments to the chef. So we'll get into our next section, and this one is a panel discussion. And we are looking at beyond funding. We've spoken about funding just moments ago before lunch. So now we're going to look into beyond funding, how corporates and accelerators work together to support entrepreneur growth. We all know, I'm not going to say we all know, but maybe we all know that there's a lot of accelerator programs that corporates have out for entrepreneurs. So we want to know how all of that works together and how that helps to support entrepreneur growth, because we need access, we need guidance, implementation support, as well as the right ecosystem that goes around building a business. And to help us to unpack that conversation, we have two people, our moderator as well as a speaker. But before I call them up, just a quick reminder to our moderator and speaker that we have got Kawe. Kawe is here, and he's just going to help us to keep to time. So he'll put up the red sign, 10 minutes, and then you'll have 5 minutes. Hopefully, Ivo Makwanya, I hope I said that correctly, and Lebogang Luvuno. Please welcome them on stage.
Thank you. There are more people joining us. Yes. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm used to getting a green flag saying it's time to go. But I hope you're all doing great and fantastic. And now that you had lunch, I hope you've got a lot more energy. I'm so excited to be here. My name is Ndivo Makwanya, like Ndivho. I do know a lot of people actually struggle to say my name right because there's Ndivo, which means something totally different. So my name means knowledge. So, smart girl in the house. Hey, just kidding. No pressure on myself. But I'm so excited to be here and moderating this conversation together with my darling Lebogang Luvuno. But joining us as well is Jack Gwembe, who is a business developer at Oric and also a programs manager at 22 on Sloan. It is Layla. I said it right, Moaki. Let's give them a big round of applause. So this is going to be the panel for today. As I already mentioned, my name is Ndivo Makwanya. I am a radio presenter, I'm a TV presenter, I'm a producer, and also a corporate MC and a voiceover artist. It took a long time to be able to build that, but more than anything, to find myself in this room, as I mentioned, I'm so excited. Now, I would like us to break the ice a little, because now we're just from the break, right? And I like to break ice with a little bit of a brag. I think it's important for us to celebrate ourselves, right? Now, I'm going to say something cool about myself, and I'd like my panel to also say something cool about themselves. It could be personal, it could be in the industry that they're in, it could be the work that they do. But one cool thing about me is that I'm a radio presenter at the biggest commercial radio station in Africa. I like you. But so I work for Metro FM, and I'm also the youngest radio presenter and on-air personality. So let's give that. Okay, Jack, what is your brag today?
Wow, okay, cool. You took me by surprise there. Thank you, thank you. All right, I think for me, to keep it simple, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Jack from Oric. Thanks for that, Nebo. So what's cool about me, I think I will just say I'm married.
Okay! We like to hear that, Jack.
And I have 2 daughters, 12 and 6. And then I've got the little boy who's turning 3 in June. So I find that quite cool.
Oh, love that. Love that.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Lebogang Luvuno. I have a random brag. I make the meanest red velvet cake.
We're going to be waiting for that invite, girl.
Good afternoon. My name is Leila Mwachi. I think what is cool about me is I support entrepreneurs.
Ooh, the room likes you here. The room likes you here. Thank you so much for that cool brag. Now we know who we're going to be talking to. At least you know that it's cool people sitting right here in front, and we've got so much to share with you. Now, today we're going to be talking about going beyond funding. Now, it's one thing for corporate and accelerators to invest money in entrepreneurs and small businesses, but it's one thing to actually make sure that they build a sustainable, growing business. And I want us to talk about what accelerators do when we start with this. What would you say accelerators do to just help everyone understand that?
Okay, thank you so much. Let me start with that. So in simplicity, we work with
interventions. We have skills development, we have mentorship, we have access to markets. So all those elements contribute to enabling entrepreneurs grow their businesses.
Now, I want to bring a case study that I think a lot of us know of. It's a case study of a young entrepreneur who believed that it was important for him to get funding than it was for him to get solutions. He was on national TV, made it very clear to everyone that he does not want any solution. But I want to ask you, how sustainable is it for young entrepreneurs to get funding without actually getting the support to grow and scale and be able to find a place where they know they're going to reinvent themselves as the era changes from time and again?
Thanks for that case study, because that's actually a really important point. I think nothing works in isolation. You cannot give, when we talk about on our equity equivalent investment program, for example, at Microsoft, we can give up to 15 million rand in funding to one SME. I would for access to funding. So they bridge that gap by helping us understand them and helping them understand our policies and processes and all the other red tape aspects that aren't so easy to manage for entrepreneurs.
Jack, would you like to add on that?
Thanks, Ndebo. I think on that case study as well that you had mentioned, I think another thing I just wanted to bring as a context is at times businesses, SMEs, let me use that word, they've been through a lot of program fatigues. And some of these people, when they say that, we need to get the picture where they come from sometimes, that these accelerators are just there to get money, you know, just give us directly that money. And we've been through many different programs. So that context sometimes, just to understand where SMEs come from, is just good to keep in mind. However, everything that Lebo said, I want to even repeat it. I think it's worth remembering that isolation is really not going to be key. In fact, part of the SMEs who come to ORIC program, and I think most people may not know this, are already making 50, 70 million turnover per annum sometimes. Obviously, they're not part of the transformation journey. They pay for themselves to come to an ORIC because scaling a business has nothing to do with small or medium or large. Scaling a business is something that is critical, that is needing systems to scale up. If you're on 70, you need to get to 300 million turnover. And how are you going to get there? That is the key there. And then obviously the ability for collaborating. She's right. We always say that a best program is when corporates are quite involved. They are the engine. They are facilitating already where the opportunities will be through supply chain, through any funding within their corporate value chain, and the understanding that this development is not just a tick box exercise, it's something that is aligned to a bigger picture at the end, and that corporate is intentional about it. And that's what Microsoft does very well. It's not just take the money and we don't know what we're developing these guys for. There's a really clear induction that has got an A to Z plan. All we are doing, we are facilitating as an accelerator that journey more than trying to hit a jackpot or something. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like us to get a little bit more practical, right? And talk about businesses that you got in partnership with, Laila, right? That you found this business. These people, like you mentioned, they are program fatigued. They've done too much mentorship, too much empowerment, too much all these things, and right now they need to scale up. They want to position, they want to grow. Please share with us a practical example that you have actually led and worked with of a business or an entrepreneur that you know of.
Thank you so much for that question. I think it's very critical. I think most importantly, as we onboard different entrepreneurs in our programs, the first thing we do is to understand what is the need of that business at that point. We co-create with them, not for them, to understand how do you envision your growth to look like. And with the partnership with the likes of Microsoft, we're able to say, okay, this business has a potential to grow beyond South Africa into the African region. What they need in terms of funding is, for example, into accelerating their operational capabilities. I mean, we have businesses that we have funded through the acceleration program in partnership with Microsoft, where they are into manufacturing, and their objective is to do business within the African region, but their capabilities or their operational capabilities wouldn't allow them to do that. And due to, for example, shortage of, for example, machinery, to say, if I have this particular machinery, it will allow me to increase my clientele, to increase my profitability by 20%, for example. So through acceleration, through various interventions, I think with regards to mentorship, as much as entrepreneurs are fatigued by mentorship, fatigued by different programs, but there is an element of critical advisory or coaching for any particular business in terms of their growth trajectory, to say, okay, are you growing in the right direction, or do you still need to put operational processes or financial processes in place before you can actually scale? So we look at different elements to say, okay, are you ready to scale? Because you have instances where, as an entrepreneur, you might feel that actually I'm ready to scale, but financially, operationally, even the resources that you have, you are not ready to get to that level. So through the acceleration and the support that we provide to our entrepreneurs is to understand the need. Are they ready? Are they market ready, for example? Are they investment ready? So we look at all those components to make sure that they are guided thoroughly and they are able to grow.
And before we take a question or two from the audience, I'd like to ask, how do you think we can be able to create sustainable ecosystems, especially for entrepreneurs that need help to grow and to scale up and to be better?
Look, I think we mention this all the time, anytime we speak about enterprise and supply development programs, that what a lot of entrepreneurs in South Africa are lacking is not the ambition, it's not the good idea, it's not the drive, it's that they just don't have access to the ecosystems where the money they could be making is sitting. And a lot of us as corporates do have that access. And it's been quite interesting going on the campaign, talking about the equity equivalent investment program, where we talk a lot about access to markets. And I've actually been challenged to say, how do we unlock what we have as a corporate? So what does it mean for me to actually give access to markets to maybe companies that aren't in Microsoft's value chain? Because not everyone will. On the accelerator programs we have with both these accelerators, we have programs that have companies from all industries. They're not going to be Microsoft suppliers, but everybody is Microsoft's customer. So how am I not going to a Pick and Pay and say, hey, you're our customer, we have these SMEs. Who's your ESD person? Who's your procurement person? We have trained them up. So I think the way we do that is by unlocking our own ecosystems beyond just what's involved in enterprise and supply development. It should be a conversation that's happening at Exco. We should be able to say to the sales directors, give us space, give us time with your equivalent in all your customers that are relevant to the people who are on my programs. It has to be intentional, and it has to be co-created and coordinated with not just the accelerators, but the business as a whole. It can't sit in one department.
Thank you. Would you like to add?
Yeah. Thanks for that. I think that was quite good. I think there's three things that we always believe that fits a very ideal program, and that is really an ability for the SMEs to scale up and to have muscles to grow, and I'm going to come back on that. And the second layer, it is the ability to create some form of funding, whether it could be grants or interest-free loans or any lending capacity, because SME do need that leg as well. And then last but not least is really the ability to create access to market, because we believe that all of these layers, if they are integrated well, that kind of acceleration growth program will really be fitting all the relevant elements that are needed for growth. But one thing I really just want to say is that everyone should take the responsibility. Corporates, SMEs, everyone needs to understand that this whole thing is really important, that those SMEs understand that any support being given, it is for the intention of scaling your business. Therefore, it is important that you have a sense of understanding your part. And that part is really to say, I want to integrate into the value chain the services that I'm offering. Someone mentioned it here. I need to focus and have an idea of what business I want to scale up and focus on that, because most corporates that we deal with, they really do want to work with businesses who are quite clear and who are focused in what they want to achieve, because that is able to scale up. And it doesn't mean you can't diversify, but there is time for everything. And most corporates and end users that we deal with, they really want to know that this person is an expert and want to really scale up on that. So let me pause there. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'd like to take a question for one of our panelists from the audience. Anybody with a question before we close up? Oh, there's one question.
Hi everyone, my name is Prince. From a company called Saltok Mining Solutions. We are a piping business, so we do piping work for mining companies. We are based in Mpumalanga. So mine is a compliment and a question at the end. The two ladies who are sitting in front of you now, I just want to say thank you to them, because I've been in business now for 9 years. I'll be 10 years in April next year. So statistics will tell you the small companies fail within the first 5 years. So I'm glad that I've survived COVID. I've survived. If you're an entrepreneur, you know that during the COVID era, everyone went down and all these things, and I managed to to go through that phase. So I just want to say thank you, because Microsoft with 22 ounce loan now, they are buying equipment, investing in my company today. I've got potential to go into Africa because of what Microsoft with 22 ounce loan have done. So different, the difference that I've been to many ESD programs, because learning is part of business. So if you don't learn, whether at the end it comes out with funding, because we are always fixated in, I'm going to this program and at the end, it must give me funding. If it doesn't give me funding, I don't go into it. I've been to GIBS, I've been to SAICA, I've been to all those, and it's the first time where I'm on an ESD program where they are actually funding my business. And I just wanted to say that. So my question would be, how do we get that mindset out of the maybe some of the audience here to say, I can't go into an ESD program if it doesn't give me anything? How do we get rid of that mentality? Because a lot of guys, entrepreneurs, we spoke about fatigue. We are fatigued, and I'm fatigued as well. I mean, 10 years I've seen a lot of things in business. I've been through a lot of things as a business, but how do we get that kind of mentality out of fellow entrepreneurs? Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you for that comment, and well done on your business. I cannot take the credit. That lady there, Kgaugelo, she's the EIP program manager. She's doing all the hard work, but thank you. I'm so glad to see the impact on your business, to hear about the impact on your business. To your comment about, or your question, how do we get that, that mentality right, or fix that mentality? Look, it's a tricky one for me, because I think we've almost created this monster as the funders as well, because there was a time when BE was just or enterprise development was like, throw money at the problem. Here, you've got a grant, I want my points. So we created, it's the same thing we've done with learnerships, where people know I can just get a stipend. If I don't show up, they still need the points. They're gonna pay me the stipend anyway. So a lot of the behaviors that we're seeing, or the attitudes we're seeing, are created by the market itself. So I think once we take it more seriously and we have programs that add value, people will come when a program adds value. If I'm gonna arrive, and I've spoken to people, I remember going to a procurement conference and a guy getting up to speak and saying, I'm an engineer with an MBA, and I have been to 3 programs with the same accelerator, just with different corporates, and it was the same content. We're not taking ourselves seriously. If we're regurgitating the same content as the funders, that's not okay. That's what contributes to the fatigue. So I think anybody's willing to spend the time and invest their resources if they're getting value. It's our job to create programs that people see value in and find value out of. Then funding doesn't become a conversation. Because if you walk out of it knowing you got something, you don't even remember about the funding.
Yes, I think we have seen quite a lot of entrepreneurs coming into programs with the expectations that they're going to get funding. But I think going back to the basics is understanding, I think each entrepreneur understanding what is it that I need to get out of a particular program that I am interested in. And I think to some extent, we need to have, there must be a level of accountability or mutual accountability between us as accelerators and entrepreneurs, and set timelines that are realistic to the entrepreneur. I think when I started earlier, I spoke around being co-creators with the entrepreneurs to understand what is it that you need to get out of this particular program. And when you have those aligned as entrepreneurs and accelerators, then you are able to set milestone to say, within the 12 months period in a program, these are the things that I need to have achieved. And we need to hold you as an entrepreneur accountable to say you are not doing your part in terms of growing your business, in terms of the interventions that you say, I need it. And also with us as accelerators, we need that feedback to say, but you are not fulfilling your end of the bargain in terms of capacitating me as a business. So I think the mutual accountability in terms of what is it that we promise the entrepreneurs when they come into the programs is very important.
Thank you. Thank you so much. We've ran out of time, but I'd just like to ask if you could just have the last few words to the audience today with regards to beyond funding for today.
I think beyond funding, we really need to strive into building businesses that are able to grow. I know that to some extent, each and every business would need funding to some extent or at some point in their entrepreneurial journey. But we need to go back to understanding what is it that will attract funders? As a business, what is it that I need to put in place? Am I my compliance, is it in place? Am I my finances? Am I being able to go to a funder and say, I need 5 million, and they look at my finances and they're able to fund me? Because a lot of the challenges that we are facing is financial accountability. We're seeing, we're having, I would say, for a lack of a better word, frictions with entrepreneurs because, one, you find some, they don't want to disclose their financial standing. And if an entrepreneur comes into a program and not willing to disclose their financial standing, it becomes very difficult to capacitate them. So I think beyond funding is just going back to the basics to say, are you funding ready? Are you market ready? If not, what are the things that you need to put in place to make sure that customers come to you, funders would want to fund you?
I think I'll just echo what Leila and Jack have said about mutual accountability. I think beyond funding for me is we shouldn't have a funding-funder relationship when it comes to an ESD relationship. We are co-creating something. We have our goals, the entrepreneurs' goals, but together we all want the same thing. We want businesses that grow. We want businesses that expand the economy, businesses that create jobs. And if we all take accountability for making the programs that are already there better, co-creating something that works for that particular entrepreneur and can work for many others, then I think that's how ESD really does start working and having an impact.
Sure. Thanks for that opportunity for the last word. I think in simplicity, we should think about that vision that made you to start your business beyond funding, is to say, I want to sell my business one day. I want my kids to have it one day. What does that business look like? Picture it, and then work backwards. It says, it looks like I have to have systems. I need to have a very clear plan of growth that will scale it, that will enable me to have time to think about growth. It needs to find the right people in my team who will operate those systems so that one day I can have time to focus on the growth of the business so that it can be really a multi-billion business. And I think that is the key. It is always to have that vision in mind, but above all, to understand that for us to be able to sell those businesses one day, ask yourself now, can it operate without you? And if it can't operate without you, it's not a business, you are the business. We need to enable our businesses to run outside of us, but it's not a day job, it's a journey. And part of acceleration and beyond funding is what it seeks to achieve. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Well, let's give them a huge round of applause for that conversation.
Oh, Jack. I think you should have been in the middle because you're the only guy.
Oh, wow.
Where? Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
All right, let's just give them a huge round of applause one more time.
Where do I take off the mic?
Just sincere apologies to Jack and Layla for not mentioning your name as I was calling the panelists. I think it was a typo. All right, so we'll move into our next conversation, and this one is quite important. This one is a very, very important one. I think, hey, hats off to Pat on Brands for bringing this particular topic into the summit. A lot of times as business owners, when we're starting off our businesses, we often forget this part until it hits us. We've seen time and time again on social media, you have an idea, next thing you know, a big brand takes it, does the exact same thing, and better with funding. Yes, because they've got bigger budgets and they do it, right? You try to take them to court and, well, you didn't protect yourself. How on a trademark, you don't have any IP, you didn't do any of the legalities in order to protect yourself, so you kind of lose out on that, right? And we've even seen it on TikTok. A lot of times creators would create something or have an idea, next thing someone else takes it, does it better, or has much bigger following, and it goes even as far as hairstyles. Yes. We saw Simpiwe Dana said we stole her hairstyle.
Is it fine, yeah?
But it's okay. So we're gonna have that conversation right here today on how to protect yourself, especially in the early stages of growth and helping to build your business to sustain itself, but also to defend its value. And to help us speak about that, we have our speaker right here, still getting her mic ready. I hope it is ready, and she is ready. Yes, she's looking absolutely stunning. Her name is Zama Mkosi. Please give her a huge round of applause.
Thank you very much, and you got my name right. It doesn't happen often. They usually say Nkosi and all of that, and yet Nkosi yam Madiba balobola, and they balobola in full. A very good. Do I have the thing to move my presentation? Or forgot to check that. Ha! Did I move then? Where am I pointing? Ha, all right. Thank you very much. Thank you indeed, Pat, for organizing this session, but also to put a lawyer on the afternoon, after lunch, is a bit tricky. And so I will make sure that I do not make you all fall asleep. I will just do things very high level and direct you to where you can get into a bit more detail. And I am very much accessible. Online, I share quite a lot of other content, so you can connect with me on LinkedIn and Instagram. I share a lot of other content on the topic. So we're just gonna cover the rationale as to why we should actually be doing all of this, because I find that most often, most of us business owners, we actually don't even believe we have to do it. So who's standing before you? Ta-da, that is, we were asked, I had this thing that if it's true, it's not bragging. So I'm a mom of 2 boys. My youngest is turning 21 in 4 days. Like, hello, that's braggable. But anyway, I also so happen to be a lawyer. Over 25 years as a film and entertainment lawyer. I've been a CEO, COO. I'm very much an expert in the creative sector, media and entertainment industry. I have done all sorts of other things. I'm a current PhD student on the creative economy. I sit on various boards around the film and entertainment industry. I also have multiple businesses, but they are all we were told earlier, they are within the, So I've got quite a lot of businesses within the film and entertainment industry, legal, film production, insurance. That's me. I operate a lot behind the scenes of the creative and the entertainment kind of space. I also run quite a lot. So I'm a run life enthusiast, and I'm passionate about faith, I'm passionate about family, and I'm passionate, more importantly, about each one of us making a decent and a sustainable living doing what we love. Like, that is just a basic human right, Bantu, ne? Should we just first believe that we each have a human right to make a, underline, decent and sustainable living doing what we love. Okay, and this is how we're going to have to get there. We must first be clear, what are we building? What is the universe that we are building in? I think a lot has been spoken about in the past, yesterday and today. The environment we're in, in the rest of Africa, here in South Africa, fast growing, a lot of amazing things happening, fast growth, high returns, high failures, but at the same time, endless opportunities. That should really give us hope that as much as there is a high rate of failures, but there is the opportunities just keep coming. But there is a catch as to what is the part that we have to play, that we have to get to that. We first ourselves, what are we really building? What are you really building? Are you building this brand? Are you building this, passion thing of yours? Are you building a solution? Are you just building to put food on your table? Be honest with that answer, ne? Because if you're not honest with that answer, you're not going to be clear on what solutions you actually need to put in place. So be honest about where you are. Lalela, for now, I just want food on the table. It's fine. It's a good place to start, but you must also appreciate that it is a start. But you must own where you are. That's why it's important you have to ask yourself that question. What are you building? To put food on the table, or are you building something to outlast you? Which is where you want to get to. But you must first be real about where are you. The starting point, of course, is always, I'm passionate about this, I'm called to do this, I'm a creative, I'm all these fantastic things. For me, it's always like, what do you have in your hand? It starts off with whatever it is that you have in your hand. You may well have in your hand the fact that you were laid off. You may have in your hand the fact that I've been trying to find a job and there is actually no job. I'm one of those. I'm an accidental entrepreneur. I never said I was 12 years old, hey, I'm selling sweets at school. No, life happened on me, and life kept happening, and I figured, you know what? Let me just start building my own businesses. And here I am. But it all starts with, what do you have in your hand? Being creative for a living. Most of us here, I can definitely say all of us, if you are in business, you are a creative, making and wanting to make a living out of your creativity. Whether you are a plumber, whether an electrician, you are a creative. You are making something out of something. You are creating. There was a toilet that wasn't working, but you came and did 1, 2, 3, and you created a toilet that works. You are creating. You are creating, and you are making a living out of your creativity. But then we look at the facts. I think a lot has been said about what the facts are. Businesses fall before 5 years, and all of those. I don't even need to read them out. We are living them. We are a living example of some of these things. Uguti, companies are shutting down, things are happening, small businesses, the percentage of business failures and all of that. But here's the reality, and I also love the fact that since I came in today, there's been such consistency, all of the panels have been agreeing about this, that the successes of our businesses is not the lack of demand. The reason that, most businesses fail, as the previous slide, it's not because there's no lack of demand. It's not because we're not passionate enough and talented enough. I work a lot in the film and entertainment industry. I always tell the actors and all of that, that talent is not our issue. The reason that the film and entertainment industry is not a viable industry is not because we have people that are not talented. There's a whole lot more that goes into it. And my view is that it's the absence of business enabling structures. That is what is key to that. And we spoke about a few of them. My screen here has, oh, it's back. All right. I just want to share a real life story. Real life story. You will see this is a story of a business owner moving from his kitchen at home to schools, to spazas, supermarkets, and ultimately 40 employees. And I'll get to legal just now. And then growth happened. But I want really for you to internalize why it is necessary. So let's just look at this example. Mr. Njabulos Tole is his name. He's from Maritzburg. I was in Maritzburg, Bagwes. Maritzburg. Durban, not Maritzburg. Hey, awuzu abantu baseKwaZulu Natal. Yes, they are so territorial. You can't just say you are from KwaZulu Natal. Uthi usukaphi? Empangeni, be specific. Cha Empangeni akona eThekwini, big difference. Anyway, he is now, he's one of the big suppliers for Pick and Pay. But here's a slide that I'd love, when I was reading his story. Look at it very carefully. And if you're not colorblind, you'll be able to see that there are certain colors that are different in the story. I just put it in a nice diagram. He started family functions. He was baking in his family, He went, was selling to nearby schools. Then he started giving kids his buckets to go sell at school and, local supermarkets, It's a nice story when you are reading it in a magazine, inspiring. But obviously when a lawyer is reading it, I started looking at all the legalities along the way, which is what we should all be doing in our businesses. As you are being creative and being passionate, start to look at where are the legalities here? And this is what I could pick up. Those kids that were selling at school, I wonder what was the commission deal there. Forget age group, whether they were, there was a commission deal going on. There was already a contractual relationship. So you are never too small to think legal, ever. You are giving kids buckets of cookies to go sell on your behalf. Yela. Then the kid comes back and says, no, I only sold 20. Then you start being robbed by kids. You don't even have a piece of paper. Then goes to spazas, then goes to local supermarkets. There's got to be a deal there. There's got to be something in writing. Yeah, I got that because he was getting on taxis for delivery. And I put that there because, as I said, I also have an insurance business. And a lot of businesses don't think about insurance. And I'm like, if you are getting into a taxi with all your stock for the week, you just better have some kind of plan around insurance. But anyway, moving right along. Moves to premises, because taking taxis, he says it got too busy, then he hired a driver to do the supplying for him because suddenly the demand was increasing. What are the legalities there when you're suddenly giving your stock to this driver to go and deliver? Legalities, and there you are still thinking, I'm still small, I'm still I don't need legal, I don't need to think about legal. Then he has to move into premises, obviously rent and all that. And he thought he was all sorted until he wanted to be part of the supply development program. And he's like, I've been baking here for years. But okay, we just want to go into those premises that you are busy baking at. Yay! Regulations. How are we ticking the box there? Compliance and regulation, how is it? Yes, the biscuits are coming out and they're being sold, but way back at the ranch, how we are making them. Have you thought about what are the regulations? And you'll be going out there and fighting with funders about, fund me. What is the state of your compliance where you are busy developing whatever it is that you're developing? These are the questions that we have to ask ourselves. And then, obviously, even access to the program, they're going to want to see those things. you know, because we don't, you know, programs don't want to support you, and then they end up really having issues around the and we know there was a big issue, spazas and compliance and whatever. Those things suddenly erupted because there was a whole lot of, we're just doing what we're doing, you know. And now, today, yes, it's a good story to tell. Yeah, I mean, you know, now you've got access to supermarkets. But before you've got access to market, there is a journey of compliance. There is a journey of legalities. There is all of that that you've got to think about to even open those doors that you're saying you are going out and busy knocking on them. There is the part that you need to play and think about. There's a necessary shift that needs to happen. From passion to structure, from hustle to sustainability. You have to think about it. It's not a nice to have. It's not something that is left for those that are already at whatever revenue and so on and so on. Here is the model that I always encourage when I talk to creative business builders. Most people think, I'm just going to create something and sell. They just want to get to market. They just want to get people to take out and spend their money and pay. But they forget this middle part. So create, protect, and then profit. Think about the protection part. Because if you don't think about this middle part of protection, you are going to find yourself, even what you are creating, being compromised down the line. And there are many ways that that can happen. But if you forget anything, just think about this, that I will create, I will protect, and then I will profit. I will not just think about creating and selling. I have to apply my mind. What does protection mean for me? What does protection mean for the kind of business that I am in? Because I don't want to do all of this, and then down the line I wake up, it has been compromised in many, many different ways that it can be compromised. Protect, what protect? I'm just living my passion. I'm just like, protect what protect, man. There's borayo, I'm a lawyer, funimali. Like, trust me not. Trademarks is a big thing, obviously. And I would have done like another 2-hour masterclass, really getting into the meat of the trademark. But I just felt it was important to also just focus on all of these other things, because there is a whole lot of places where you can get information, and we can talk about that. But the challenge is that we don't even believe that we have to get that information. We don't even believe that we need to, you know? Trademarks, we like, I've got a hashtag, is it a hashtag? Yeah, hashtag there. I got a hashtag, I now, you know, it now trends and has whatever million people. You have not even registered that hashtag. Other people are watching. Oh, good, yeah, man, this hashtag is building up. And what do? They go and register it. Hi, when you are busy attending sessions and fighting with funders for money, and one funder says, okay, fine, come, we'll find you. And you're like, yeah, I've got 10 million followers, and they always reshare my hashtag. Okay, your hashtag. Okay, show us proof that you own this hashtag. Yeah, dololo. Not only that, there is a certain Zamamkosi sitting in Boxbeck that has actually went and registered it. Just when you check when they registered it, it was just at the time that it was picking up. But when you were busy trending, you were not thinking, I must register this thing that I'm building, you know, and protect it. You just want to get out there, because what we are creating and selling, you are already in the selling business. You are not in the protection business. What is it going to take to protect? And there's a whole lot we can go in there around trademarks, designs, and whatever, but I don't just want to get stuck there. There are other ways of protection. Contracts. You need contracts that hold. You need contracts. As I said, if anything, sign in a piece of paper. And I always tell people, don't be intimidated, man, by Latin language and so on. Contracts are a story. Contract is a story. Contract is just to say, there was once upon a time, there was a girl who gave a bucket to a boy so that the boy can give the You know, they must deliver it by this time. The boy must sell 100. If the boy doesn't sell 100, if the boy sells 50, I give him 40. If you just we can all read and write, I hope. Just write it down. In the absence of anything else, just make sure that you record things in writing. You know, we'll get to talk about, and we'll talk about the different levels, yes, you know, of maturity of your business and so on. But if anything, do business in writing. You know, do business when we are clear around what is the ownership arrangement. Yes, singenile sonke studio, siyabenga, siya creator, ebusuku the whole night. Jam manje, yeah, you know, it's flying, everyone is retweeting on TikTok, this thing. Yeah, we never spoke about who owns what percentage of this sound that we just created in the midst. You know, we were at a braai and the business deal, came like, we're going for this business, man. There's a mine opening up in Mozambique over a braai on Sunday. No, let's go for it. Kwafakwa amaphepha. Who's got a company? Who's got a company? Let's use this company. No, your company is compliant. Let's use that company. Okay, by the time the deal comes through, now the zeros on that thing, the guy you were checking on the braai now doesn't even answer your calls. Because we just all got caught up in the moment because we thought legalities, man, they are just boring, those boring Latin things, you know, that happen. And yet a lot goes wrong. Let's say you do have an agreement before you, but you sign it, you don't even read it. Just read. Before you say, contracts are complicated, just read it. Because in most chances, it will be in English. So you are going to understand. You are going to understand a lot of it. So just read. Don't sign, because once you've signed, you are bound by what you've signed. And just be careful, Nkosiam, the AI lawyers, at your own risk. At your own risk. I've had clients that by the time they come to me, they've signed that it was a filmmaker, he was a film producer, he signed a contract that he downloaded online for a caterer, and now they wanted to fire the caterer, but now the caterer was like, I'm not going nowhere until you take me to Hollywood, Los Angeles court. And the guy was like, what do you mean? Because there's a jurisdiction clause in the document you sent to me. And it says, if you want to take action against me, you must do it in Los Angeles. Ta-da! So what does growth mean? Growth means the more opportunities there is, the risk also increases. So that's what it means. The more so must just go. The greater the exposure, the greater the risks. But also the more you want to attract funding, the more it is important that you have to get your house in order, your legal house in order. And be very quick. Think about these 4 things. Things that, you know, growth-focused businesses do differently. They think before they act. Just think before you act. Their business is not haphazard. It's not random. It's not whatever happens, happens. Don't make major decisions alone. Don't think you are the it and the end all. I think some of the panelists actually, they covered that. Know where you are on your journey. You know, you're starting, you are building, you are growing, you are scaling. Know where you are. And yes, be conscious of what you are able to do and what you are able to afford at whatever level of business that you are in. I'm just moving very quickly. But what is it going to take for you to be moving along? I like that this was spoken about earlier. Build strong business systems and processes, and do not ignore the legal layer. We've spoken a lot about that. And for growth and scaling, not just a legal document, a legal strategy. Because it's not just about having a document. When you've been in business for 9 years, I'm sure you've downloaded 100 contracts by now, and you have signed a whole lot of contracts. Now it's about coming up with a legal strategy. You need to be clear. As much as we have a funding strategy, a marketing strategy is going to be spoken about earlier, you need a legal strategy because you need to understand what are the risks that I am likely to be attracting at this level of business, or if I'm growing, what is the strategic approach that I need to take. The final thought. The businesses that last are not the ones with the grandest of visions, but those with visions, whose vision is well built, and it is strategically protected. Be strategic about how you do that protect. Once you've internalized it and you've agreed with Uzama Mkhosi that you mustn't focus on create and sell, you're going to also focus on the protection. Make sure that you are strategic about it. And let's keep the conversation going. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Zama. I just want to find out, maybe
Oh,
we might have a question.
Oh.
One. We can just take one question.
Hey, I didn't want that red board coming up again. Thank you. Thank you.
We have a question right there.
Where? Oh.
Hi again.
Hello.
So it's Ntabiseng speaking again.
Hi, Ntabiseng.
So I have a situation, and I would believe you would advise me well.
A question, a situation,
A
situation.
situation. Yeah. So now the client I work for, they have a upcoming business, right? So it's still within the patenting process and stuff like that, because it is definitely going to disrupt entertainment. Now, I want to ask from you, because this client, the first time I was introduced to the project, I signed a contract that I later found out was made with ChatGPT. So now they had to remake that contract now legally. So
Sure.
I want to know, how would you advise the small business owners that are here on to avoid that? Because the AI will not protect you as a business. It will just give you generic knowledge on how to kind of protect yourself. But now, until you find out, there's loopholes in your contract. So how would you advise the people through that?
They must talk to someone that knows. There is just no other way, I guess, around it. Speak to someone that knows. But I mean, it is a good start. I mean, I'm not going to sit here and say it doesn't give advice. Start there. But you must go in knowing that I've got risks here, and there are loopholes in this thing. But if anything, it empowers you to know what questions to ask. What questions to ask, so that, maybe when you come across a lawyer and the lawyer is talking all sort of things, you're like, kwa wena manje lawyer, you're not doing the things. So I would say, just go in with your eyes open, knowing that you are not getting something that is legally solid, that will probably be able to cover you in the event of being challenged. And if you're willing to take that risk, then it's a risk that you are taking. But obviously, the best way to go about it is talk to someone that actually knows, and someone that is, in the jurisdiction, because jurisdiction is one of the key challenges with the whole AI thing, whatever, because they may give you clauses that are protectable in Silicon Valley, but they're not protectable here. Yeah.
We'll take two more questions. Two more questions.
All right.
Yes. But these are legal things. We want to know.
Abanye, they are shy about legal things.
All right. We've got a question there.
Thank you. Thank you so much for such an informative and insightful session. I'm just going to share a bit of my experience to give you context. So when I started my company, I think about 4 years in, there was a gentleman who approached me and wanted to partner with me to open a similar business in Pretoria. So I obviously have systems to protect that I've built, and I made him sign an NDA, right? Long story short, he cut me out of the deal. I was in London at the time, and so we were working remotely, doing the planning remotely. And he cut me out of the deal, and he's got the same business running today. And when I landed from London, I did a drive-by. I was boiling. So that was my first reality with how sometimes just a paper doesn't cut it. There's so many different ways people can, pull out or still sabotage you, even though you have things written. So my question to you is, how can we make sure that, the systems and papers that we make people sign for the likes of the NDA are solid and people are actually held accountable. Because in my experience with the South African justice system, it always just favors the perpetrator, and that's unfortunate.
Well, maybe, okay, without saying I agree or not agree with the last part. But the reason that I enjoy working with the way that I work personally is that I journey with my clients. It's not a once-off. Because, having a relationship with a client that, draft this document, you give the document, and so, because there's a lot more around protecting yourself than the document itself. And that is why even, let's say, downloading, it's not necessarily that you won't get a document that supposedly makes some kind of sense, but it's about you need someone that's going to sit across the table with you, and you're going to come up with a strategy as to exactly how are you going to be protecting your business. Because yes, the paper is one thing, but beyond the paper, there are other strategies that you can put in place, to make sure that even if they try whatever they try, you've got a certain level of greater support. For example, as I said, being in the film industry, I deal a lot with producers that pitch their businesses to broadcasters and this and that. I'm always like, what you disclose, whether you've signed an NDA or not, be careful about what you are disclosing. Bottom line, whether there is a paper or not, So disclose to the extent that it's generic. So managing that, having a strategy of disclosure beyond the document itself is really something that you need someone to really be sitting down with you and coming up with that plan, and not just, as I said, just relying on, yes, that generic document you've signed, it's all good, but there are other elements as well that you can put in place to protect yourself.
Right.
Thank you.
Do we have any?
There's
one
there's
more question. Okay, just one last one.
Hey, I saw Pet coming in. I was like, yeah. Let me get out of the stage.
Hi, everyone. I'm Kat, and I'm a co-founder of Momentum Marketing House.
Lovely.
Watch out,
Yes.
Lerato, just saying.
Yes.
So as an SME, obviously we know that with most SMEs, you're in kind of like a challenging place financially because you're still growing.
Yeah.
But at the same time, I do want to protect my business.
Yeah.
So for it to be a mutually beneficial relationship with a lawyer where I'm able to make sure that they get their end of the bargain, which is the financial gain part of it, right?
Sure.
Where would you say, for me as a small business owner, it is smart to now start financially investing in a lawyer? Like, because the finances aren't really there. How much can I save? Yeah. How much can I save and say, okay, no, this, you can try and do this part on your own, as to not find myself in the ChatGPT situation.
Sure.
But no, this one, you can't compromise. You have to spend to protect your business.
Yeah. I think, well, maybe speaking for myself, since I'm the one that is here, how I do it is that I have various levels of support for the different levels of business owners. There is a level where I am just simply educating, and I am sharing knowledge, and I'm sharing information. There is obviously information that I share, free online and all of that. I've got some online courses that I have developed. They are on Udemy. If you also reach out to me on LinkedIn, I can also give you a link. There are also platforms where I've got those online courses that really empower business owners for this jurisdiction that are clearly, giving you what the reality is. So there's that level where you can have understand and have basic knowledge, because that is always the start, because you don't know what you don't know. And also I would say, have a discussion with an attorney. Put yourself out there, reach out and have a conversation, because it is in having the conversation that you are going to establish, okay, how can you support me? How can you not support me? What is required or not? I would say reach out and have conversations. You may be surprised. There may well be There may be some kind of bartering arrangement that you may have with a lawyer, who knows? Can wash their sneakers for a month. You know? and you know, so things can happen. So don't be shy to reach out. Nothing ventured, nothing gained.
All right, thank you.
Thank you very much.
That is it. Well, this gives Zama a huge round of applause. They want a picture.
Oh, they want a picture with the
They want a
bag.
picture, yes, with the bag. Branding.
The branding. So where is the picture being taken? Here. Hey? It's not coming, not to throw me out. Oh man, and how many years has it been? Aish. Well done.
Thank you for saying yes.
Oh. Still on my cake. Aibo. Well done.
Thank you very much. Thank you. All right, let's give a
Oh,
huge
okay, no, I'm
round of
gonna come back.
applause. Yeah, I'm hearing in the audience everyone saying that was a very informative session right there. I think maybe we need a masterclass. Zama, study masterclass. Set up a masterclass. Bazokusiza. Umasisizane bazokusiza. Bazokusiza. Don't worry. We'll be there. We'll definitely be there. All right, we are almost reaching the end of our summit. But before we do that, we have another conversation that is quite important to have. And this is Founder as Brand, how personal visibility builds trust, influence, and business growth. We've seen time and time again, and I'm sure maybe we can even have an example right here in the room. You see Pat. If you know Pat, you know Pat. Before you know Pat on brands, but you definitely know Pat. There are different businesses as well that we've seen that the founder is the brand. And because of the founder, there's credibility, there's trust. And whatever they build, there is trust behind it. So we're definitely going to buy in on whatever they are selling to us. And that is what our next conversation is going to be looking into. And to moderate that, yes, Pat Mahlangu is going to be moderating that conversation. Yes.
Pat. It's Pat on brands. Watching you branded, man. Pat on the back is a pat from the man. Better be branded, man. Hey. Enormous, flawless, gorgeous.
All right.
All right, Pat, do you want me to introduce your guests? Or you want to do it yourself?
I know them all, so let me
you know them all.
let's
Okay.
just have a chat with them. Knox, please join me on stage. Marco Stavro, please join me on stage. Where is Marco? Messia Lago. Marco.
Sorry, I'm feeling a bit sick.
Sorry, man.
I got flagged from Cape Town and I think I got food poisoning.
Oh no, ish. But there's a paramedic downstairs, so don't worry. If in case something happens.
I hope I don't turn into a TikTok video here.
Sorry, man. But Marco, I appreciate you taking the time as always. And I know we could have easily said, oh, Pat, I've got a stomach bug. I'm not going to make it. But look at you, always staying true to your word, which I think it's a big part of personal branding, by the way. You know, having the ability to just deliver on the promises that you make. And I think, Marco, thank you so much.
Thank you for having me.
Yeah, I appreciate you. Knox, Magwaza, Bloom, marketing.
Pat on brands.
Yeah.
Thanks for
Actually,
having
I
me.
was very deliberate, you know, in terms of putting together this particular panel, because these are people that sometimes I watch their brands with some envy, good envy, you know, to say here are people that are actually on the ground, they are building their personal brands and are able to commercialize and leverage off their personal brands. Marco, by the way, for those that do not know, I'm not sure it's even on your bio, but he, a couple of weeks ago, he was sitting in a board meeting at Nedbank, as young as he is, you know, and I think it's true to the personal brand that he's built as the Gen Z guy, you know, and of course, you, Knox, you know, being someone who's also big on marketing and everything in between, entrepreneurship, wellness, and you do also quite a number of these things. I thought to myself, who better than the both of you to come on this stage and have this conversation on personal branding. Founders as brands, which also is part of the book that I'm writing, talks about strategic visibility, particularly for founders, and I think you guys will have a good read and you'll benefit a lot from it. So let's get into it. Let's get into it, Marco, before the food poisoning gets intense. In this era that we live in, I think it has never been easier to build a brand in a way. Yes, actually in the beginning when I started Pattern Brands 10 years ago, I think it was a lot easier because attention was just, you post on Facebook, you get 100 likes. Today, if you get 100 likes organically, you are very lucky. TikTok is the same thing. LinkedIn, we can also say the same thing. But to you, Marco, today, there's founders here, there's people who are in corporate also want to establish themselves as personal brands. Where do they start? And why does it matter now to build a personal brand?
So as much as I want to assume that I have a good personal brand, I doubt most of you know who I am. So I'm going to just going to give a bit of a reference. One of the objectives that most people in this room today have is that they think that money and resources equates to a good personal brand.
Mm-hmm.
So if I don't have Bonang's videographer and resources, I can't produce 7 pieces of content every day.
Uh-huh.
Or if I don't have Standard Bank's capacity, then I'm not going to produce quality content. So if I give you my story, I started building my personal brand when I was 15 years old in high school. The first time I posted on Instagram, it was 8 years ago, and I started my own podcast. And since that moment, my life has changed for the better. But where it has to start, and people always talk about self-development and yourself, people are so tired of hearing it, but it really starts with, firstly, breaking the fear of other people's opinions. I can tell you, probably 70% of this room don't want to post because they think that their content isn't valuable, which comes tied to their identity. Yeah. Because they don't feel that they are worthy enough to share something because, oh wow, Pat and Marco are already doing it or they've done it. And so the first thing I had to do was to say to myself, I am good enough, while the rest of the world was telling me, you're just a 15-year-old kid, or you're just today a 21-year-old kid, what do you know, what experience do you have? So that's the first step you have to take. Then you have to say to yourself, and really reflect in the mirror and say, am I doing enough? Because people are sitting here saying, I don't have the resources, I come from this background, I come from this. I started with absolutely nothing. All I had was a smartphone. I used to go to coffee shops and use their Wi-Fi. And there is no excuse to not being able to post on social media. It is free. And so sitting here as a South African in Johannesburg, I've reached, last year I reached 3 million people online, but what's more important is the people that I reached. So I literally have CEOs globally reaching out to me, and I'm sitting in Johannesburg in South Africa, and it's like, how's that possible? So the second thing is, once you start posting and you actually start creating valuable content. Exactly. That's my friend Kaya Langer posting nonsense. But that's the truth of it, is this whole 2 days experiences, you've come to think that there's a secret. You've come here to say, what's the one strategy or the one thing that's going to make me money and build my life? There is no secret. There is no secret person. There's no one connection that's going to change your life. It's you deciding that every single day in the morning, I'm going to make a post no matter what. And that becomes the priority. That doesn't become the last thing that you do at the end of the day.
Yeah. Got you. Knox, do you want to take a stab at it?
Sure. A blooming great afternoon to everyone. And thank you so much, Pat, for inviting me to have this conversation. It's been a phenomenal 2 days, and flew in from Durban intentionally to sit in and listen for first day and second day. And here I am contributing, collaborating with my great friend here, Pat. And it's a subject that I'm really passionate about. 2 decades in marketing, running my own agency. And prior, obviously, worked at Unilever. And unlike a 15-year-old Gen Z who is passionate about, he knew that he has something valuable. So I love what he's just said. He knew that he has something to add into this world, and he's going to consistently share it. What is so important is that we don't do this thing of comparing, because you see obviously these great global influencers and think that your brand is not going to have traction. Obviously, we are all planted in various areas of influence, and you have this ring fence of, if I was to say ring fence it or niche, though we don't even niche down, we all over because of the social media as such. You have people that you're here to serve. I say it starts there. I could have the great experience, 2 decades in marketing and all that. I always say a personal brand starts with a person. A person who's conscious and aware that they've got something great to deliver and share in this world. Whether that came from a collective of experience, expertise, and you working in corporate or working in another company, collectively, you've got incredible knowledge that there's so many people that will actually eat it up every second you post it on TikTok or any other social media space. So if you start there, it's about a person who's intentional and is clear that I too have something significant that I can share into this world to impact and shift the world or move the world, like Mercedes said yesterday, and take that and just go without competing, without thinking someone else is doing it better, deliver the message, shift and impact this world positively. And if you're hearing me properly, you would hear purpose underpins the person, the mission, and what it is that you're sharing. It's not about popularity. It's not about virality that has no intentionality or doesn't matter. It's about the change, the difference, the solution that you're going to give, the edge you're going to give the boardroom in Nedbank for them to understand how to engage with a young audience. So it's an incredible thing to build, and it's powerful, but it starts with the person, with purpose, and then go and create the content with no reservations.
Great, thank you for that input. Obviously, we're living in an era whereby people no longer just buy products or services, but people are actually now buying into people. But in order for people to buy into people, there needs to be trust and some sort of reputation. How do you build that, Marco?
Well, let me just get a sense of the room so I can know how deep to go. Who already has an online personal brand? Raise your hand. Okay, who has a brand for their business, online for their business? Okay. How many of you are posting multiple times a day on TikTok? One person.
Sure. Yeah.
Okay. How many people are posting multiple times a day or a week on LinkedIn?
Yeah.
So what happens, Pat, is that we think that we can post once a month, and it can be the spammy sales quote that we've copied from AI. And we can then have trust. Whenever I get asked, like, Marco, what is the thing that has moved the needle forward for you? I always give the volume stats. So I've spoken at 173 events. I've gone to over 200 events. I've had coffee with 150 plus strangers, people that I didn't know, using LinkedIn and email. So when you think about how do you get from A to Z, you have to do the steps every single day, and that's why I bring back to the point of how do you start your day. So let's go back to the trust thing. I use a tool called Opus, O-P-U-S. And what it does is it helps me cut my long form pillar content into short form content, and I'm able to schedule it. Because one of the biggest things as an SME is you don't have time and systems to apply yourself. So I start my day with that, and now obviously I have a team that does that, but what happens is, as I'm posting consistently now, I'm documenting what I do. I'm not selling, and then trust is slowly built. So relationships. I mean, do you remember the first time we met?
Yep.
How did we meet?
Wasn't it at the Yoba Fest?
No, before. I invited you to speak at one of the events that I had. Okay, and we met through that.
And I thought you were a scam.
I thought
kidding. Now I'm cheesy.
You thought there was no trust, right? It was the first event that I did.
Yeah.
And then now 4 years later, we've had a relationship, right?
Yeah.
And now I'm getting to speak. And one of the things is I always say to young people, if you want to speak on stages, you got to first attend. Build a relationship with the organizer. What does that mean? That doesn't mean coming to me and Pat and saying, can we go for coffee? Can you mentor me? No one's going to mentor you if they don't have a trust and an understanding of what you want. How I always email, my email structure is this, very simple. It's 3 lines. The first line says who I am, why am I emailing you, and what is the step that I want to take. 3 lines. I get these long DMs and messages of saying, this is my problem and this is what I want. I'm like, why would I help you? I don't know you, you know? And so you have to, number one, make it very short and concise. And then you have to think about how do you be relational first? How do you add value? I always say to young people, I do a lot of investments now, and Pat and I were chatting about it. The market decides if your product is valuable. You don't decide that. So too many of us are saying, oh, wow, our products are great and our services are great. Who says? Because if your customer was raving about it, you would have warm referrals lining up. But all that we do is sometimes we just close the sale and then our delivery is not up to standard. And that's where we lose trust.
Knox?
Sure. Dropping nuggets here, Marco. So
at 21.
So consistency has been spoken about throughout the summit.
Yeah.
And I think you've just echoed it as well, to say you can't just show up once. So you constantly have to be telling the story. In marketing, we say a brand is a brand because of the consistency of quality until people obviously trust. So there's a level of that credibility. And it happens the same way, which is why I actually now help founders build their personal brand so that they have traction in business. There's a science to it. And earlier on when Robert was here, we were talking about the structure and the preparedness. So you meet this business owner and you say, so tell me about yourself. They can't string a sentence about themselves. So, and what we call an elevator pitch, right? And that's because you have not taken time to just sit down, understand yourself. Who are you? What you're doing? Why are you doing it? Who are you doing it for? And where should they connect with you? 5 W's. You heard his 3 W's, right? I always speak about the 5 W's. But at the end of it all, it's about consistently telling the same story over and over again, not the ego that says, oh no, I've already spoken and I already told them. I was at that event last week. Hell no, you are dropping an ocean. You can't think because you've now been invited to a few for speaking conversations a month or a quarter that now the world knows you. They don't. So get over yourself and really just continue to be the evangelist of the mission behind your brand and consistently connect with people. With time, that traction converts into credibility, skin in the game. How many years you've been doing it? Who have you done it for? And that in itself is content that you consistently show proof of tasting the pudding, right? And so you consistently have to do these reviews. What are others saying about the work that you've done? But also building in front of people. What I love is that you just shared your journey. LinkedIn, there's not a lot of building behind the scene, but TikTok allows all of us to build publicly and to show people the boxes, the picking, the putting up the banners. You don't know what Pat was doing here last night or even 3 days ago. Over the weekend, I said to him, you're tired. He said to me, yeah, the errors on my post on WhatsApp. And I said, get some rest. He says, no, when it's finished, then I rest, right? Understanding, yes, there's obviously these momentums that come and then eventually you got to rest in order to continue blooming. But trust comes from consistently repeating the story, but also the quality. Deliver. Don't just repeat the story and then you don't deliver. It's the brand will do what the brand said it will do when they entrust you to then show up and they buy you or they contract you or they give you the work that you need to do. All of these things build to your credibility and the trust.
I love what you just said now. I want us to get practical or even share like practical examples where you've seen in real life the benefits of having a personal brand. Sometimes when I go to events, it's just say, oh, that's Pat. Everybody move. I go in. It happens. Not often. Not often, but sometimes it happens. That's one of the benefits of being known, right? But yeah, in your personal journeys as people who are now obviously have built some sort of equity around your names, what has been one case study that you would say, you know, I got this opportunity, I got this amount of value, amount of money because of I am Marco, because of I am Knox?
I'll give you one.
Okay.
So I speak about the power of building brand, especially when you are in business and you are professional. Have a LinkedIn profile. Can I just by show of hands quickly see who has a LinkedIn profile? Fantastic. And I do hope that it's not collecting dust, right? And it's just there and you are not consistently then engaging
Sorry,
and
can I
connecting with
interrupt
people.
there? 1 second. Who has a LinkedIn profile with a background, profile photo, about page answered, experience added, quotes? So most auditing of LinkedIn profiles are not up to scratch.
That's right.
So you can be on LinkedIn, but if you're not showing up in the correct way, no one's going to engage with you.
Absolutely powerful, and she knows, Mrs. Mkosi here. So I want to just go to the story quickly.
Yeah.
Lockdown 2020, we all in our PJs and tracks at home. Cyril said we'll have a meeting or a family meeting next week or whenever. And so business is not happening, right? And we were big on brand activations, blue marketing before obviously COVID even. And then things just turned overnight. So no interaction with people. Brands can't connect with you in person. But what had happened is that throughout the journey of me sharing on LinkedIn, all these coffee connects and coaching women in business, small businesses, sharing though, like, hey, I'm having a coffee connect with Zama. This is what we are all about, without obviously divulging too much of her brand story or what she wants to build. I get this DM on LinkedIn from a director that I used to work with at Unilever. Now he works for a different company. He says, I've seen your passion in marketing, obviously over time, but I'm seeing this interest on small businesses and nurturing their growth and building their brands. There's something that we want to do given COVID. I'm like, speak to me. He says, can you put a plan together, combining both passion for small business growth and marketing, and present to my team and executives next week? I present online, guys. It's lockdown. I present online, and boom, we land an account of enterprise development for 50 small businesses, couple of millions invested, directly paid into our agency by this business, and we start nurturing brand growth. Mandate, help them build digital presence so they can take orders online, WhatsApp, Instagram, Facebook during lockdown, because we don't want them to shut down. 5 years down the line, that ED is still running as one of the accounts in my agency.
Sure.
So it works. It might not convert immediately. Stay at it. Keep at it. Keep sharing the things you're passionate about, your mission, the purpose behind what you do. Be intentional. Don't share and make noise, because the noise without the intentionality, it's just, you know what I mean? So you need intentionality plus strategy so that it's not noise. And those two together is a sweet spot that really just make the brand connect with the people that need what you have to offer.
Awesome. Quickly, Marco Kawa is already saying the time is up. So please.
I was 17 years old in doing Cambridge A-levels while I was running my business full-time. And one of the universities I wanted to go to was Henley Business School. And so I emailed one of the office managers to say, this is my resume, this is what I want to do, can I come? And they said, absolutely not, you're too young, you don't have enough experience. So what I did was, at the time I was still running my podcast, and I stalked the dean on Instagram. He had like 70 followers, he had family photos. I sent him a voice note saying, this is who I am, I'd love to interview, that's it. At the end of the interview, I said, by the way, I spoke to so-and-so, and they said, I'm too young, I don't have enough experience, what do you say? He pulls out his phone, he phones that exact person, starts reading my LinkedIn experience out to her, and offers me a scholarship on the spot.
Wow.
Brands open opportunities, right?
Yeah. All right, I think we're going to leave it at this note, on a high, before you get bored, right? All right, thank you so much, Marco, Knox. You guys were wonderful, and you brought in the energy indeed. And yeah, Marco, Kawe, apa ma gift? Apa ma gift umpan?
Is there questions? Are we done? No, Pat, you can't give me 10 minutes.
You want to take a question?
That's crazy.
Okay, you flew 1,500 kilometers.
And I followed up 20 times to get 10 minutes. No, man.
Okay, cool. Okay, Lamont, quick one, brother. Lamont,
what's your question?
No, he loves the mic. Okay.
I don't really have a question. I just wanted Marco to speak, but I'll ask a question. Because I like how he speaks. So I am Lamo, I'm the owner and the founder of Young Barber. Marco. So I am currently finding myself at a point where I'm building the brand and there's a lot of potential. It's growing. I'm not gonna complain and say there's no finances. Finances making sense. Also expanded into now the whole value chain, and now I'm also last year we launched a sister brand in the brand that's now focusing on the tools of the barbers. Now I'm also not only focusing on the customer, but I'm focusing on the barber also. So now I need to manage just both accounts, and I feel it like the way y'all are sharing that you need to build a personal brand. Now how do I build a personal brand and 2 other brands? That's my question in my mind.
All right, thank you.
So
That's a very good question. I think
I actually checked out your business before this.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And are you currently posting on LinkedIn? No. No, for for that brand. Are you
you on
currently
LinkedIn?
posting on TikTok? Okay, so you're currently posting only on Instagram and TikTok, right? Okay, now I want you to take all those posts that you've already posted, repost every single one on LinkedIn, and repost every single one on YouTube Shorts. Why YouTube Shorts are so important is because it directly links to Gemini's LLM. What does that mean? When you search on Gemini, let's say Pat on brands, if Pat doesn't have a lot of YouTube Shorts and content, it will not show up all the information potentially possible. Now we know AI is going to be the future of shopping. Right? You're going to search something and get something from there. Live shopping, guys, if you haven't investigated live shopping, go and see Now What and TikTok and how people are using live shopping to generate millions in sales. So your future is going to be, you're going to have someone literally in the barbershop, live presenting whatever the products and services you offer constantly 24 hours a day. If you look at Kaisenet and Speed, the attention that they are holding is now being translated into business. So that's the first thing is go and repurpose all that content. The second thing is, unfortunately what happens is we get some sort of success and then we get very distracted. If I was you, I would double down on one single brand until you can afford to have someone else positioning that brand at the standard of excellence you want and then moving on to another product. So if you look at the Tseppos, if you look at the Sheldons, they focus on one thing for a long, long time and then they escalate into other products and services. So don't be careful to get distracted too quickly because we all want to offer the world. But if you're an agency and you're doing full experience and you're versing Joe Public, I guarantee you Joe Public's going to get the work. So you want to be super niche and what it's called blue ocean. You want to operate in an ocean where no one is operating. As me, as the Gen Link my business and what I do with product advocacy campaigns, no one else does it in the country. So when I pitch, I'm not pitching to other RFQs that Pat and these guys are pitching to. I've got my own section. And so thinking about how do you create that moat? How do you create a moat? A moat is created by doing things that naturally come good to you. Do not try and be someone else. Be who you are naturally. If you don't like to be on video, if you don't have a big personality, that's fine. Do a podcast, write, do text, do things that come naturally to you and just put out. So I think that's the first thing I'll say to you.
Marco, this is your second life. There's no way you're 21 and you can speak like this. Michael, no ways.
Go for it. Just shout.
Then that's the last question. Actually, you asked questions before.
You saying your personal brand is now stronger than your business brand. How often are you positioning your businesses within your personal brand? What's quite often? Speak about your brand. Speak about your business. What is your business called? So spend time splitting it up, talking about those different businesses within your content that you're already doing. So when you're on stage, people know that these are your brands and that you can speak to. Now, the beautiful thing is personal brands are much easier to grow than business brands. So I would continue doubling down on that and then seeing how can you still build your business brand and that equity. Like Sibu mentioned, that eventually if you do want to sell a business, you can't be the business, right? So you need to start thinking about how do we get interns. I mean, some of the first employees I did was I went to job boards on Varsity College, Vega, all these, and I got interns to come and work for me because everyone wants experience, right? So I would then look at how do you start getting other people to produce the content that you want while still linking your personal brand. But again, I can tell you is the power of personal branding is if you're good at it, which I can see you are, double down. Don't worry about what this equates to. You're going to drive so much business towards that. But the problem is if you're now branding yourself as a speaker, no one knows your brands. So be careful not to drive too much to the speaking whilst you're building your businesses.
But also you need to be known for one thing. You know, if you stretch yourself too thin, you're running...
Says you.
No, Pattern Brands is 10 years this year.
Melo, so you're right.
Last question.
Your personal brand should be your business development strategy. So don't only just do personal brand, me want to speak and get bookings. You should also, like how he's saying, let it convert into business by pitching the things that you do in business, not just speaking to empower other people only, but also speak about the services you offer.
I wish we had more time. She's been holding the mic, and we have to give her a chance, and we have to wrap this up. I apologize.
All right.
Miriam.
It's Miriam here, the corporate athlete. I also have a coffee shop called Sandton Coffee. I also have a corporate job, and my question is for you, Marco. I've spent a lot of time in corporate, in Nedbank as well, strategizing, really planning for how do we capture the youth market. And I think there's a lot of corporates out there who want to just talk to, this youth market. You've now come out and said you're the Gen Z guy. In however minutes you will take, what is that one message that you're giving to corporates that want to talk to young people? I think we've tried, but I'm not sure if we're getting it right. So where are we missing it? And how do we really just speak to this market? Thanks.
So I have a lot to say about Nedbank, but I'm under NDA. But the first thing is you have to be on all social media. If you are not on social media, not that you don't exist, you're burning money. So the first thing I always say to corporates is I do an audit of their social media to say, why are you not posting on YouTube Shorts? Who says it's not valuable? We already see personal brands popping up. I mean, if you look at Funeka's podcast on Standard Bank, if you look at Yolanda Cuba's brand, there's so many personal brands within corporates coming up. So they're doing well on that front. I did a talk for Discovery, and one of the guys said to me, I don't work for Discovery. I work for Adrian Gore. And so the narrative is becoming so strong. He just opened up an Instagram account. I made a video about it. So that's the first thing. The second thing is do what I call a friction analysis audit. Measure the time to fun. Most businesses sitting here, it's too difficult to become a customer. It's too complicated. So when I went into the Neckband branch, and this was me with the lady trying to sign up, I had to walk here to get the Wi-Fi. The Wi-Fi was only in this area. I tried to link my Apple Pay. It didn't work. So the process of becoming a client and using the experience is too difficult. So I say increase the time to fun. Make it quick and easy. Measure the time it takes to actually onboard as a client. Get the customer service. If I phone, what do the people know the products? The lady didn't know what the family plan was. Do people in your organization know your product so well that they can sell it to anyone? And if they don't, ask that question why.
You know, ngesindebele bathi asiqedwa zonke.
Please do email me. I'm happy to answer any questions as well. And follow me. Marco@genlink.io. But you can also just go on socials. It's all there.
All right, thank you very much. Pat, thank you. Noktula, thank you. Marco. I feel like maybe we should just, bottle Marco up and then put him in you know, in our pockets. We just need that. You know, just sell yourself like that. All right, thank you very much for that conversation. I really think that, man, like the past 2 days have just been so informative. There's so much that we've got. There's so much that we need to implement. I feel like it was also just a mirror up to ourselves and our businesses that this is where you are, this is where you need to go, and this is what you need to do to get there. But before we end our summit for the day, which is kind of bittersweet, we've got our very last part of the summit. And earlier on, I said, go onto the QR code. If you can put that up. Can we put it up, or is it time's up for that? I think it's time's up for that. But we had a QR code where we are going to do the Pat on Brands Growth Clinic. And we are going to select one or two brands that we will do a brand analysis on. So may I please call up Tepang Makofane from the Pat on Brands Growth Clinic to help us out, and we want to see how this brand analysis is going and also which brands we are going to analyze. Thank you.
The last session was too big, deep. What's the word? Yeah. Okay. I must leave up to it. Okay. So my name is Tsapang Mawafane. If my slides could just work. And I'm doing the last session, so wish me luck.
Good luck. You got this.
And I believe yesterday was something else, and today was even. Okay. So this is my name. That's not me, but I'm from. This is a good guy, all the way from Rwanda. I got a call from the team that says, "Hey, Tsapang, we want you to come speak on this topic, Africa Rising, building iconic brands for a new era." That's too much. Why me anyway? Just for introduction, I'm someone's husband, I'm a father, I'm a marketer, I'm a strategist, I've been a head of brand at some point. I love the continent. Is it better? Sure. My man. After that session before this, yeah. Like I said, I love the continent. My faith is quite important to me, if I put it that way. So you know, that's my point of view. I lecture sometimes. I'm from a lecture this morning. I'm a traveler. I've loved the continent especially. I'm a listener. I'm a brother. Frida, just to put it there. My favorite genre is Bacardi music. If you don't know, now you know. I love art. I'm a student for life. I'm from Pretoria. I love coffee, and I'm someone's neighbor. That's me. Any other questions? Let's sharp. You guys know me. We're good. So when I got the topic, Africa Rising, building iconic brands for Africa, I'm like, Pat, but we always talk about this, man. Africans hate Africans. No, Africans hate African brands. Why is it even a topic? Why are we encouraging people to build African brands? And we have all the stats to back it up, right? Just by a show, and I mean, I believe Tebe Kalafeng was speaking yesterday, and I saw Gigi was speaking, and I saw all these great marketers who advocate for Africa all the time, you know, buy, build, produce South Africa. By a show of hands, who's wearing a South African brand on them now? Who's wearing a full outfit that's African? Like, guys, head to toe. No. You see, that's the thing about African brands. People always qualify them. People always want to explain themselves. I'm wearing a top, I'm wearing my socks. But are we really, really, really into African brands like that, the way we claim? So why are we pushing people to build African brands? It's not church, we here.
I mean, just from the study, I'll say maybe like 2% of this room is wearing African brands. Right? But we're all here advocating for Africa, Africa, Africa. So now the question is, what type of brands do Africans respond to? Madlanga. And for me, how I judge if a brand is worth it, are you willing to stand in front of Madlanga for that brand? And the other thing to gauge how important or how Africans hate African brands, how many people appeared in the front of Madlanga because they stole money to buy Tsepo jeans? How many people went through what they went through to go spend money on Batu? How many people went through what they went through to go spend money on Galaxy Boy? We all know Burberry, and we saw it, right? And that's the thing. So ask yourself, if you're not willing to appear in front of Madlanga for it, do you really love it? Now, let's look at this thing. Why do kids from the Val claim to be Italian? Why? They could have picked any other country in the world, but they chose to be Italians, right? And I'm sure they are around here. Emoyeni, 8. There, you know? And those are the brands that, and one should ask themselves, why are the youth of Val responding to the Italian brands so much? What is it about Italian brands that is, like moving them to that extent? If we look at the data, over the past 10 years, only about between 10 and 15 and 20% of the most admired brands are African. Now the question is, why don't African brands win? Where are we failing? Where are we coming short? I mean, this study has been taking place for the past 10 years. I've been a contributor for the past 6 years to the study. And actually it's going down, it's actually declining. 20% is probably the highest it was, and it's on the decline. But the consumer is getting, the consumer is more empowered. The consumer has more money now, right? But the consumer is still spending their money on foreign brands. Now the question is, why do African consumers admire non-African brands? I mean, you've seen this queue. That's a queue at Gucci at Sandton City. So we work so hard for us to go queue up Gucci. You were there last week, nah? I follow you. I follow you on Instagram. And yeah, and global brands continue to dominate. For me, that's also how I measure a successful brand. If no one is duping your brand, something is wrong. Sorry, my lawyer. People must dupe these brands. That's how we know if brands are working or not. I'm here to hear Muruti Tebo. It's Muruti or Gucci. It's Chepi Wana Papa, Muruti Odikota, Muruti Gucci. And I'm here to find Muruti Galaxy Boy. And that's my dream, for someone to be so obsessed with the African brand, to wear it top down and be called Muruti Galaxy Boy. And that's what I would love to see. But it's not happening, unfortunately. This quote, we often quote Marty Neumeyer, and he says, a brand is a person's gut feeling about product, service, organization. If that's true, then why are 80% of the most admired brands, if that's true, then why is it that 80% of admired brands are leaving African consumers with a better gut feeling? Remember, as we said that a brand is a person's gut feeling about a product, service, organization, yet only 80% of the consumers on the continent admire global brands. So is it that global brands, they leave African consumers with a better gut feeling than local brands? It's uncomfortable truth. I'm sure it's very uncomfortable, the fact that we're responding. But guys, look at ourselves. We just made a quick study here. of what we're wearing. I'm drinking Coca-Cola, and there's more fire. Doesn't make sense. But don't worry, it's not all gloom. So, made for Africa, that's where I argue. That's my argument. Is that consumers, the 80% consumer, all these consumers are responding to brands that are made for Africa, not made in Africa. Our obsession has always been about, is it made in South Africa? Is it made in? And my argument, of the argument from organization I work for, Context Africa, we argue that it should be made for. And here's an example. I mean, remember we saw the picture from Gucci? Here's a local brand. People are queuing up. They're doing exactly the same thing people do at Gucci. And the store name is Galaxy Boy. Here's a brand that never once said they made in South Africa. We talk about, hey, they made outside, but guys what? People are responding to the brand because the brand is made for Africa. And how do we know? Because it's relevant. Because it connects to the youth. The kids in Naval never said they want something made in Naval. They said we want something that connects with us. So as brand builders, we have to build brands that connect and that are relevant. Because then we're going to make it a political thing about made in South Africa and let's support local manufacturing. Guys, China is the manufacturer of the world. I mean, even if you have a nice brand, t-shirt brand, chances are you're ordering in China. So yours should be, how can I make a brand that's made for my local audience, as opposed to obsessing over where it's made, right? Sorry, my lawyer, am I hurting you? So, but aren't you guys proud of this moment? Damn it. It's big. Oh man, I love this. But this is a brand from South Africa. Is it made here? No. Is it made for us? Yes. So please make brands for us. And a case for Galaxy Boy, it made it on the most admired brands list as well, by the way. It cracked into the list of the most admired brands on the continent. And here's a brand from Mamelodi, South Africa. Because theirs was to make sure that we are responding to the needs and wants of our consumers, right? And not because it was made in Africa, but because it was made for Africa. It reflects identity, language, street culture, aspiration. Ultimately, it connects. I mean, Vaseline is not South African, right? It's a foreign brand. But here's another point, and that's how brands show up. Brands that South Africans respond to are brands that understand and serve their needs. That's why you'll argue with someone about Vaseline being South African or not. Like they'll literally, you don't know, let's Google it, let's fact check. It's because the brand has infiltrated society or the consumer so much that we even forget that it's not even a South African brand. And that's my thing for this session. The brands, the emerging brands, is for us to get to this point where we are responding to the needs and wants of consumers and not necessarily rely on the fact that we were made in South Africa. Because people don't buy out of sympathy. Remember, people buy with their money, not sister. If I'm hungry, you have to feed me, not the other way around. They said I must include something about what we do at Context. Context Africa is a research and insights company. What we do, we focus on qualitative data. Where the rest of the world is going quant and AI, we still believe in this. We go and listen and talk and do surveys and follow people behind and all these things. And we believe that if you want to build an iconic brand in Africa, you don't start with pride, you don't start with origin, you start with empathy. And empathy is a simple term, putting yourself in the consumer's shoes or in that person's shoes. And that's what we believe in. And we always ask the same question in that context, Mara why? I would love to name ourselves the Marawai company one day, right? So we hear you, but we're interested in, but why? Because breakthrough brands come from uncommon questions, but more importantly, from deep human understanding. And just to make this point, we've all been here. Have you guys seen this picture on Twitter before? Tomorrow is the weekend. There's going to be funerals. There's going to be there's going to be weddings. There's going to be all these things. You're going to meet your cousins you've never met before. And you're going to chill like this. Whether you're going to smoke the habli, you're going to drink together, and you're going to call each other bramang mang, a hoid man, you know? And a true story, this took place, and then one of the Janes got hijacked. And all we knew him was Dabrawa number 7. And when the guys called the cops, the data was not clean, because it was like, Magesh, one number 7, got kidnapped. And cops couldn't act on that because there was limited data. It shows what? Lack of empathy. Because if you know someone, you know them by name, surname, ID number, VIN number, and then the cops would have found them on time, right? But that's just the point of the importance of us having clean data on our consumer. So for you to service the consumer, you have to know their needs, the wants, and empathize with them. And don't end up like the Hoidmans, because we all know each other as Hoidman or by car number plates, but we don't know each other. And especially for my gents, you can literally be friends with someone for a few years. And you're like, maradiman kemang. I know you, Tabani. I know you. Here's another personal example. My dad had insurance with has insurance with Avbop, and had my grandmother as a beneficiary for a good 30 years. Every month paying contributions. He was a correctional service officer, so they'll come to the prison, and they'll get them to register for Avbop. He contributes. 30 years later, my grandmother passes on, and my dad had registered her name as Joyce on the policy, and that was not her name. But Joyce is what everyone calls her. Her neighbors, people at church. But when it was time to claim for the policy, they refused to pay out. They refused because her name is not, Joyce is not on an ID. It's a bit sad, yes. But the point is, you have to know your customer. Know them so deeply that you know them even with their middle name. And especially with our grandmothers, when they change from the Dompas to some of the names changed, the ID numbers changed like that. So my poor father was contributing for all these years until the day of the funeral. We had to pay out of our own pockets. The point is, obviously that's an extreme example, but the point is when you build brands, know your customer. And don't be like my father, who doesn't know his mother-in-law. There's another example of what happens when you don't understand your customer. The click situation happens. Because Tresemme is a very good brand. They will do what they do all over. Understand the context in which they operate in South Africa. Because if you don't understand the context in which you operate in, that's what ends up happening. And what's a presentation without quoting our Tata? And he says, if you talk to a man in a language he understands, that goes to his head. If you talk to him in his language, that goes to his heart. Go beyond just the head. Go beyond just the vibes. Go beyond just, I'm from South Africa, therefore you must support me. Go beyond just, I'm a youth brand, support me. What is it that you're solving for the end user? The opportunity is not to build African brands. Africa doesn't need more African brands. It needs brands that understand Africans. Think Marutu Gucci. Chepi. And that's us. May all your dreams come true, and may you build brands that empathize with people.
Okay, cool. So we as a platform, we always try to, push the envelope and also to leave the people that attend our events fully empowered. So we're gonna be doing what you call the Pattern Brands Brand Clinic. Earlier on, there was an announcement that was made to say, if you are a brand, you've got a brand challenge, and you'd like the room to contribute to the solution of the challenge that you're facing, we'll therefore obviously do a live assessment of that brand. So there were names that went up, that were submitted through the form. So we'll just now have to go through that. So can I please have then the first name? Where is it? Oh, only now. South Africa. Do better. Okay, Cowell. Who's the founder of Cowell? Are they still here? Okay, great. If you don't mind, please come on stage and join us and tell us a little bit about your brand and... No, where are the keys? All right, let's flip it up one more time for Cowell. Yeah, if you can just briefly tell us who you are and why, and what your brand is all about, and of course the main brand challenge that you're facing.
Hello everyone, so my name is Tulinkosi and my brand is Cowell. So what Cowell does is I manufacture wellness shots, so these are drinks like beverages, and they're all basically manufactured from products that you can find in your kitchen, in the supermarket, and the core reason for starting the brand is because a lot of us, now speaking from like personal experience, my grandmother's about 70 years old, and for the past 35 years, which is essentially half of her life, she's been taking chronic medication, right? And that's because that's the culture. So if us as young people start like taking preventative cures and cares of ourselves, then we don't find ourselves in that position years later. So currently, I think my biggest brand challenge is that people are interested in the brand and what it does, but then usually after like the first up until like third, fourth time, they don't really come back, and the purpose of the brand is to incorporate it as a lifestyle, like a ritualistic kind of thing. So how you pay for gym membership, how you wake up every day and run, that's essentially what Cowell's core is, because it's a long-term thing. So I think I really struggle currently with having people buy, but then once they see the results, then they're like, okay, I don't think I need it anymore, and they never really come back. So I don't know how to really, tackle that in maybe my messaging or my story or my approach in maybe sales or the marketing aspect.
Great. We've got a several brand strategists here who then
Yeah.
us unpack this.
Hello. Which one? Oh. See
This
it.
one, yeah.
I'm going to put on my lecture.
See, we didn't rehearse this, so it's happening organically as it can be.
And I took notes here to say, Jorge. So the first thing, I think, one of the important things is positioning. And remember, positioning, it's what the space you occupy in a consumer's mind, but in relation with the competitor. So it's not about you. It's about the consumer, but they'll always compare you to somebody else. So if you want a subscription for young people, Netflix is what, 150 now? Hubley is? You get it. So, but remember, that's what the consumer is always comparing yours to. So how do you make sure that you occupy as a part of their mind and they can see the value in it and the storytelling? And you don't necessarily have to scare them. Your story, especially about your grandmother, you're saying she's 70, but you're selling to a 20-year-old. They feel invincible. They feel like they'll never get this. Like selling insurance, like rare disease to like a young person. I think the first thing is to understand positioning. Is that, remember, your brand occupies a part of a consumer's mind, but it always in relation to another brand, another product. And don't always think your competitor is what's at the wellness center or at this game. Your competitor could literally be the Hubley. Because I'm trading that off. I've got 150, but why am I spending 150 on gym membership? Like, there's so many options. So always think about positioning is the first thing.
All right. Anyone who wants to take a stab in the room, who's got an opinion to share? Mox?
Fantastic, great brand. My thinking, as soon as you were speaking about it, and you said it immediately, it's the collaboration with something that a lot of young people and mid-age are taking on to. So you said going to gym, right? So what I've seen, similar brands to what you're doing now, is that they will be positioned on the finish point of the local running community. So you either build your own community and have this fitness every day, 3 days, Saturday, you know they'll regularly be running Friday or Saturday, and then you're there with your table at the end, and then sample shots. I've got your 6-pack, it's gonna last you for 7 days or whatever until we meet next week. But I think you've got to build around the health community, either one that is existing, and you collaborate, and then you're always there, start and finish off the race.
All right, thank you. There's a hand up there, so I'm gonna go up. Talking about running, that's where it all started for me. I had a running club called Run with Pat. That's how I understood the power of community. Matawone?
Thank you so much, Pat. Tuli, I am your target market, yeah? I start my day drinking a cup of hot clove water with a spoon of sea moss gel with a cup of chlorophyll religiously. This routine very much fits in my world, innit? But the issue is here is that people within the health community, by and large, some of them are DIY hands already. We're already making these shots for ourselves. So I would like to know, what is your storytelling element that grounds Corewell? Right? So for instance, if tomorrow I were to sell CMOS gel, I make my own CMOS gel from scratch, I would tell you that I used to have heavy periods that would last 10 days, and from eating CMOS gel every day, my periods went down to 2.5 days to the hour, right? I know this because I've used this. And I'm not selling CMOS gel now, I'm selling my story, and people are going to attach themselves to the hands behind the story, right? So if you're going to tell me, for instance, this glow shot helped with your acne, nah? If you had acne. Now, even if I could trust the fact that I can make myself a glow shot, but I want the formula that you used. Maybe I used 2 carrots, you used 3. Maybe you use a thingy of a drop of turmeric or whatever. I want the thing that worked for you, right? And I'm willing to absolve that responsibility and that care from myself over to you, because your storytelling tells me that your hands are far superior than any formula that I could make at home. So I would like your story that could get me to stop making my green juice every day. I make a green juice too. And I'll be curious about your formula that gets you the results. So give me results, give me a personal story, give me a story to ground why I should go to Corewell and not make these things myself.
What is a CMOS gel? Fancy.
It's really good.
Hi, hello, hi. My name is Latabo. I own an agency too. So I just wanted to comment based on what you were saying in terms of retaining your customers. A lot of brands tend to overlook localization. So don't you overlook localization, because you might have someone who's based in KZN. If you were to promote that in Zulu saying Ntengisi something, people would buy because of emotional resonance, and which we call marketing 3.0. So please don't overlook it. I think it's going to work wonders for your business. Thank you.
All right. We're going to take one last point, then we...
there's this thing that all these healthy products are doing, and I think I love it. They use a lot of network marketing. They get brand ambassadors to, teach other people about their brands. So try to have, I remember when I started my online business, I had brand ambassadors, and then I'll give them some, commission if they bring clients. So try that as well.
All right, lots of interesting inputs that are being made here today.
Hello? Ntika wants to just close it.
Ntika ke Einstein wa branding. So
Yeah.
mo fa ka meriri ela e so.
Yeah.
Hola Einstein.
Pressure. Molo Sisi, how are you? I'm good. Very controversial question, but I need to ask it. Are you attached to the name of the brand? If I would recommend you change it,
No, I'm not attached.
I would highly recommend the name change, and I'll make an assumption right now. As you're speaking, I'm Googling, researching the brand. There's Cowell Health Supplement, Cowell Group, Cowell Michigan, Cowell Health Clinics, Cowell Ambulance within the US, South Africa. I think the first thing is, Uputi said it perfectly, it's just an identity that needs to shift. So if you're able to identify it to, Masizane Fund is the fund of Old Mutual. I'm just making an example. Right. So perhaps the challenge is, if you're still at a growth stage, it's not too late to change the name, because if I'm not able to find it and I'm here and I'm watching it, it's difficult to then sell it to the broader audience. Right. Ikamba is a name. You know what I mean? Yeza. That's Zulu, by the way. But I'm saying, Uputi spoke of localization. That's one element. It could be literally so and so by you. Anything that you can attach that, we could even do the exercise right now to say, let's come up with names. There's a vote of names. You literally can have the first 50 people. Here, the first people to go onto the new page. Here, the people to vote for a name. There's a way in which you can actually extract value of the people that's here. I guess that's why you're doing it. But wellness is so vast, so broad. Everyone is in it. There's Fat Boy Run. I'll make an example to echo what Sis is saying. Happens every single Saturday, Friday, done by the Major League Twins. It's supported by Gemily, where 5 a.m. to 7 a.m., everybody runs before they get to work. That's automatically a connection that, someone can just say, hey, someone does these shots, would you be able to look into that as an audience? That's a quick sell. So I'd say mine is, if you're not attached to the name, let's consider changing it.
All right.
Sure. See why I call him the Einstein? Do you want to change the name?
I would love to.
Can we do the naming now? In 10 minutes?
What's your surname?
Nkosi.
What's grandmother's name?
Noktula, same as me. Yes.
Noktula?
Okay, let's do some name suggestions then. You don't have to make the final decision now because... Yes.
Noktula, let's see. Vote of hands. No. Say si Noktula.
I'm going to need another mic.
Gogo Noktula.
So I have a suggestion to the last strategist that spoke. In Zulu, amakambi, right? It's usually like herbs or herbal mix that will cure you or give you better health. And I think that could work. So it could be either kambi well or kamba something. But kambi is the herb that can heal.
Writing down the name suggestions.
Yeah.
Oh, she is.
Oh, you're writing.
Says
yourself.
Noktula.
Okay, yes, madam.
I'm saying Paula.
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 Paula Mtogoshisayo. Paula Cure. Paula Mtogoshisayo. All right, any other name suggestion?
I would say, only because I know the background of how she started planting in her grandmother's garden to make all of this happen, something along that, like roots.
Sure.
Like, what are roots ngesizulu?
Imbiza.
Impande. What is a seed in isiZulu? Imbewu. Like something plant your grandmother's soil. That's where this comes from.
But sorry, Pat, I just want to say something which is important. That's a story that's missing. So that story of the grandmother's backyard, that's part of your story. Don't discount that. Don't, because that's what people want to buy into. And the thing is, so when people remember, people always compare you to somebody else. You don't live in a, anyway, you live next to somebody else. Even in the shelf space next in Discam, you'll always be next to somebody else who's probably going to be cheaper than you because they have a bigger production line. And now the question is, value is created, it's priced with something else. That's where value comes in. It's not just the price. It's what are the benefits. That's the equation. It's price over the benefits. So, and part of the benefits will be the story of Omara.
All right, Einstein.
Hi, man. Hi. So I think maybe the exercise is the win. I don't think for pressure you should consider that, but that's a very valuable thing. Like if you go into the history and the roots of Umamu Makulu and find out her name's a maiden name, other names, that's one thing because it attaches to a story. I like the element of roots, but I think the main core is let the exercise be an exercise that you're looking into. Like we know, like there's things that we know that we don't necessarily have to always go to a doctor. Like I'll make an example, I know it's long, but my son is quite sick and someone just said, I'll create a mixture that's done of roots of ginger and this and turmeric and all that just to give him. So that also is a competitive advantage. Maybe I know I'm leaning towards something else. Maybe that's also an element of a YouTube element where you show in clear sight the recipe, right, in the process, so that people can make their own. But the idea is that maybe they'll attach themselves to the YouTube channel to get more of these. And if I can't do it perfectly as you would, I will still come to you. So I think without putting pressure on yourself, it's the exercise that we must link to say, this is the win. Maybe when you get home, it's going to the family tree, the roots. There's a brewer that's over there that his job is literally what we're trying to do. Maybe that's a conversation. And
at context, not now. No, but I get you.
But I'm saying so that we don't put the pressure on
Yeah.
it has to be. But this story is important because there's cameras and this internet is forever. So people go to the stream, Hello Stream World, they know this exercise existed. You take the video and the visuals of this, you put them on your page and just say, as of now, in the next month, okay, let me stop. I will be closing this page as a result of this moment. And then we build from that. That's how we build communities.
Oh, fantastic. I think we're going to close it on that note. And thank you so much for being vulnerable with us, with your brand.
Last one
in
here.
public.
Lebu is also an Einstein.
Say again? We have another one, you see. Yeah.
So, you know how people do a big radio with me? Yes, actually.
Give her the mic.
I thought I was audible. Hello. To Ntika's point, you mentioned earlier that you wanted to embed yourself in people's routine. So you find, content creators doing a get ready with me or, tutorials, etc. I think what you could do is a get ready with me, but making, this thing. Again, to Matawa's point, she makes this every morning. So now I'm inspired. I'm like, I think I need to stop taking multivitamins and start doing my own shots. But where do I start? Then I can go to your page.
All right, thank you so much again for being vulnerable with us, with your brand. Thank you, Ntsika. Thank you to everybody that made an input. Bolebu, the lady in the middle. We appreciate you. So we're going to move on to the next brand. So which one is this one now? Say again?
Happy.
Okay. So we have Teki Wash Service.
Ah.
All right. All right. This is your moment to shine. Yeah. Okay, great. Briefly introduce yourself. We know you do quite a number of things. We hope you're going to stick to Techie Wash only.
Yes. Is this working?
Yes, it's working.
Yes.
Okay. Hi, everybody. Kamla Mumelo Antlego, and I own the company Uteki Wash. We've got 4 branches in Durban. We employ over 30 young people. The reason why I really honestly started the brand in 2016, this is our 10th year mark, was because I feared going into employment. I was a student at the time, and I went up to master's level. What happened with the brand over the years is the brand continued to challenge me. The fact that I was an honor student in media and communications really challenged me to actually work on the brand identity, communications, and actually discover who my client is.
So you don't need our advice anymore.
I do. I'll tell you exactly what I need, right? So what happened with the brand was it grew. But now in terms of my social media, I'm really struggling to put together content that is getting the customer to communicate and engage, and I'm really doing well on my personal side. So yeah, like we're a registered franchise now, we can roll out, it goes for 750,000. Operations wise, I'm really good. I'm obsessed with systems, and it's a really, really good business.
So the challenge is content
And communicating that and standing out as a brand and yes.
That converts into sales.
Yes. And followers. And gets people engaging online.
So what's the challenge? Are you not?
I do have a social media manager. I do have an entire team. But I think you get to a point where you sort of like plateau. I feel like social media now has sort of like changed. So it's no longer about me showing people shoes, you know.
You want content that then, when you say convert to sales, like, do you want content to ultimately, I know I'm no social media expert, but I was just curious. Do you want, what's the end game of that content? Because I often ask myself sometimes when people think about content strategy, what's the end goal? You want people to go to your branches and wash shoes? Or do you want people to buy the 750,000 rand franchise?
Yeah.
Do you want what exactly is the end goal?
Basically, the end goal for me is, I did mention, we've reached a plateau in terms of our social media. Our page is not growing for the last year. It's just not growing. But I need that community to grow online. So it's actually in terms of content.
No, but I just wanted, why do you want the content? Because surely
You're making money.
Because the content does convert into clients, and the content and the followership matters in terms of like the brand's profile online.
Okay.
Can I just share I know because I'm a lawyer saying this, but for me it's like, if you are not immersed, and maybe experts may disagree, but if I'm not getting that you are immersing yourself into that end game, because I think numbers, the social media, for the sake of numbers, the social media. Surely,
EFF.
it's not it. It is not it. I know personally for my business that my numbers are not that big on social media, but my conversion is amazing. Conversion for the type of client and the type of business that I want. So that came from immersing myself in really dissecting and understanding what is the ultimate, and then understanding, knowing the middle name of those people that I want at the end. What are they having for breakfast? Knowing them so deeply. Then you can come back to the content, because numbers, you can just post but really understand.
I mean, the other way maybe is to, who do you aspire to?
I don't understand your question. I don't follow.
Like, which is that brand that you say, if we have half of them, if we can be like those people, maybe that's a start.
Jason Mark, they're an international shoe cleaning company, and they've really built a lifestyle around their services and products. So I
So
think
you so
in
you want
terms
to
of
be a
cult-
household brand.
Yes, and in terms of cultural contextuality, I don't know how to move in order to break into the South African market, because I did implement a few of their approaches, which is being present at events. We are present with running clubs. We are present at exhibitions. We are online. We are supporting local small teams in soccer, but I want more.
Brand
And I
love.
feel like this is just, I don't know if it's like a time thing or there's a method or.
No, so I mean, we'll go to the audience because they're probably you guys know more than this. My only question is how big is the shoe cleaning culture in South Africa? Because sometimes you might be the leader of this thing, and you might have to do the hard work or the heavy lifting of the category. Because sometimes we're not. Is it very strong? Yes, we all love and wear shoes. I get that. But is it a cult following? And who is the example?
That's what I'm asking. That's all I'm asking. I'm not. My business has no problems. I'm very happy. Okay, cool. All right. Please, let's follow.
Okay, I'm like an avid concert goer. So I go to I've been to 26 events consecutively. So one thing I'm always wearing sneakers, and I have never seen your brand in concerts. I've never seen people that people that wash sneakers at concerts. And I wash my sneakers all the time after every event. And I believe maybe if you can move your content around to concerts and events and everything, it would actually bring a lot of traction.
That's a very good idea.
Thank you.
To give people who haven't spoken a chance before, then if time allows, then we'll give people that have spoken. Okay, lady.
Hi, my name is Lisette Mangles. I am from Mozambique.
Alô português, bom dia.
Bom dia.
Bom dia, my sister.
So, what I believe that you need, based on my experience, I have a client that owns a shoe cleaning in Maputo. And what we did for him was to create a brand. I'm not sure if you now have a brand. I'm not talking about your logo, but what are the values that are embedded in your brand that people they can relate to? And also go to what she said. One of the things that help people to connect is to see you where matters for them. Events, but you can also have your own events in your space. For example, my client, one of the strategies that he's implementing now, he has a Saturday morning DJ. So he bring people. He bring a DJ, and then people pass by. And what he's doing is to create emotional connection with the people who watch the sneakers. They just don't go there to watch the sneakers. They go there because they feel that they have something extra than to watch the sneaker. So it's almost relate to that. Create the brand. Go to the basics. 10 years ago, when you create your brand, you had a strategy. Now you need another strategy, but not for social media only. You need a strategy for your brand to grow from this level to the next level. And then after having that strategy, brand strategy, you need the communication strategy, the social media strategy, the marketing and sell, and put all together, and then you will see the results that you are seeking for.
Thank you so much. I really connect with that answer. Thank you so much.
So, tongo muzika malako.
Melo.
Hello, Melo. So just bear with me here, guys. My brain short circuits a lot. sometimes I'm a slow child in the room. So Melo, do you have a social media problem or do you have a business problem? Because some of the suggestions are solving growth, scale. So I'm trying to get the clarity of social media's plateaued. I've got a social media manager. I need followers. Because I think we're trying to help you grow a business. Maybe that's not your problem. Maybe your problem is just, I need more numbers. How are you going to get to the numbers and what happens when you have the numbers could be a separate discussion. But right now, is it a social media or a business problem? I think Uzama's thinking ahead. Le imalini. But what's your problem?
No,
My problem is...
Wait.
Okay.
My problem is
Tabani.
a social media problem.
Okay.
I'm genuinely happy with my model, how we operate, and I know exactly the steps that I'm to take the brand and expand. I mean, I was asking for 22 million for expansion, and I know exactly how I'm going to do that, you know?
Okay.
So it's really a social media a problem, and I am bored,
Okay.
you know?
So it's
But I
personal.
am open to understanding, Guti, you know, like for example, Uguti, it really has, you know, it could potentially start with the things that we do within the brand, and that will bring more people who will then follow the brand so the brand could grow.
Got you. So you've got, wait, Pat, we must solve problems here.
Yeah.
So you've got a social media manager currently. So,
Now.
Okay. Ubani igama lakho? Sinqobile sizokhuluma after. Yeah, asisho kanjalo rather. Because then, in essence, in simple English, and it's got nothing to do with you, ne? So please don't take it personally. We're helping here. You are not doing your job, basically. That means we've got a problem.
She's the junior.
No, that's okay.
Yeah,
That's what I'm
Umeris
saying,
is the
but-
culprit.
No,
She's not here. She's the
it's
culprit.
okay. No, guys, it's got nothing to do with her. She must then be equipped to change the strategy so it grows and you are then happy. It's not, don't worry about it. Don't worry. It's not about you, ne? You are learning. She just said you are junior. Thank you, Pumzi. You are learning. So you're going to find the solve. You need to be equipped to find the solve. Ne? Sharp.
Melo. Hi, Melo.
Where are you? I can't.
Right here.
Thank you. Thank you.
Melo, now I will say that I may not have the expert advice to diagnose, but is it the chicken or is it the egg situation? But just by going through your page tells me what you do, but it doesn't necessarily elicit a kind of connection that would make me want to come back to the content and just enjoy things just for me. I have no business, for instance, engaging a Miss Rachel, ne? But the ways in which she does her content and the content pieces that she has are so informative even to a person who's not within the ECDC space, right? So that's why I'm just thinking, with regards to, someone mentioned the idea of pop-ups, but I think a lot for me and my social media engagement changed considerably when my work had, when my content had an intergenerational sort of facing. So we're looking towards the family and the kind of content that you can make as Teki Wash at a Derby Day. Right? We take abantwana bayadlala, blah, 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 blah. And the content that is shot at the Derby Day is not about Teki Wash, actually. It's about things, and that's whatever. It's a mother and child, I don't know, whatever. A Saturday morning, the rush of a Saturday morning, and your questions are around that intergenerational dynamic between a mother and a child, because what you're doing there is you're appealing to mom, but you've already identified a next generation consumer, emdanin. And umntana xa ezothi ke ngokuba mama ngicela uhlambe iteki zami, mama ngicela usinto zami iteki wash. It's already embedded, right? Yeah. The same way I go to my mom, mama ngicela Colgate. I don't ask for toothpaste, I ask for Colgate, right? So you are productized, you're embedding your product in two generations in one setting. Just a derby day, a pop-up at a derby day, a pop-up at a netball match, a pop-up where you know that there are two generations that are going to be conversing and hopefully converting in different ways based on this moment. And in that sense, Umatabo has no business with this. I love watching a mother and a child having chats, and your branding is there. From me, Umatabo has nothing to do with Techie Wash. I am liking. I love how this child is roasting the parent. I love then don.
Why are you taking notes, Njalo?
Thank
you so much.
One
Thank
final
you.
one.
Final one.
After this, I'm probably going to get out of the room because each time I'm seeing things that will present in an issue, I short circuit. I'm about to save your social media team, and the save is the issue you have is not a social media issue more than it's a website issue. Let me explain. The links on your site, the links on your social media click to a website. But if I want to wash my shoes and go to your store, there's nothing that connects to a shop in the back end. There's nothing that says shop on your website. There's nothing that clicks, so there is no back end part of the shop.
Learn more? No?
The learn more is learning more about the page. What I'm saying is that if, I don't want to say the Shein warriors, but if, let's say I go to Shein, I know it's a worst example, but the most thing is that everybody on their phone is able to, maybe going back to a business solve, that there could be a delivery system that goes into taking techies, bringing them home. I don't have to leave my house, my techies are washed. But if there's no connection to I want to swipe, it doesn't click on your website, there's nothing on your website, that it means I have to physically go to a Durban and get my techies washed. Whereas we are in a digital age, so the 9,000 plus followers are great, but going back to conversion, if they're not converting to your site and you have liquid gold, which is the clients, who's Ntsika, what's his name, where does he stay, how many times did he wash his techies? We don't have so final question. When the clients are purchasing, is there a system that captures the client data?
Yes, we do have a POS system with the client's contact details, emails, their history, how far they've, when was the last time they came, etc., etc.
Consider that being on a site and consider converting it when they buy to create it as a digital element when they are buying, so that you move them to a website and they can purchase quicker, because now you're creating brand trust. So I don't think it's a social media issue, because you can have 1 million followers, but if no one can click and swipe, then that is the bigger issue. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much to everybody that
I just want to
contributed.
make last point so we can conclude. I think in all of this, I think what's quite clear and what we should always hold, that we shouldn't reduce marketing to communication. There's a reason why we do the 4 Ps. And the reason why you did it in primary, in high school, in varsity, in wherever you are. Marketing is more than just communication. It's everything else. And that's just my thing.
All right,
Thank you,
everybody.
thank you.
Thank you for being vulnerable again. I think this clinic is working, huh? Thank you again for making the time. And of course, when she's on stage, it means we must get off. But I want to say something. Thank you for joining us. I hope to see you again when you do this again. And Tsika? Thank you, everybody.
All right, thank you, Pat. Please remain as we close.
I hope I'm going to get a gift.
Hey, yes. All right, but firstly, we just want to thank all our sponsors, all our partners. We want to thank Masisizane Fund. You really did such an amazing job to help us all get into the same room. Want to thank Brand SA, Unilever, Telkom, Prime Media, and Lerato Agency. And I just want to do a quick thing. Everyone that has worked on the summit, please come here. Everyone with the hoodie. Basically, everyone with the hoodie, please come on stage.
Please get the
and
guys
Kawe, you must be here, Kesana. So just everyone that has worked, because I really think, Pat, what you've done in this room, and what you're about to do in the next couple of years. I mean, this is only the second one, right? And already there's been so much impact in the caliber of speakers that we were able to engage with, get insights from. I really think we need to really applaud that, because this takes a lot to put together, to get people in the room, to get people to buy tickets, and then to help to make sure that the information that is being given here is valuable to each and every one of us. So whole team, Wazan, hey, it's Kati, bro. Hey, Sandton traffic is very
raining
hit.
outside, you know that?
Is it raining? Oh, by here. All right.
Our volunteers from UJ, the great University of Johannesburg. We appreciate you, okay?
All right, so this is the team that put everything together. I'm sure they're still, I mean, the sound guys are still at the back. But can we just stand and just give them a massive round of applause? Yeah, leave music up, head. Yes. I really think you guys did a phenomenal thing.
Thank you, thank you.
You really did a phenomenal thing. I hope we'll be seeing some faces at the awards. Is it closed for nominations, right?
Yes.
It is closed for nominations. So I hope to be seeing you at the awards, at the Top 16 Yoba Awards. And exhibitions is also closed, nah?
Second?
For exhibitions. Is it closed for exhibitions?
No, that's still open.
It's still open. Go, in fact, go wash shoes. Go and wash shoes and Corwell. We hopefully you'll have a name change by then. We also want to see you exhibiting at the Top 16 Yoba Awards. So I'll just thank you guys. You guys did such a phenomenal job. And I just want to part with a blessing that may the Lord continue to give you a greater vision, and that every single one that comes into your vicinity, they are able to carry that vision, and may the Lord give you strength for the upcoming Top 16 awards that are coming up. May people that you never even thought would come to you because the Lord has called them unto you. So we pray that over you, we part you with the blessing so that when we do the Top 16, it's going to be even bigger. And next year, this room will be filled. And we speak that into existence. Thank you very much. All right, that is from me. Thank you so much. It's been an incredible 2 days. My name is Mokoena Molodo. I'm an MC, voiceover artist. Keep me booked and busy, please. And thank you. Have an fantastic evening and safe travels.
Make it a fashion, get in a ration. A market share, a market there, get in a market share. What you been doing different? Make sure your juice ain't missing. Pushing a mission, no competition and division. Listen, what are you branded, man? A pat on the back is a pat from the man. Let it be branded, man. A pat from the pat is a pat on the brand. If it's enormous, flawless, gorgeous, don't be cautious, corners. Making a move, making a hustle, running and making a ballers. I'm a giddy giddy razor. I'm a giddy giddy razor. When you look gangster. Pat. It's Pat on brands. Watch how you branded, man. A pat on the back is a pat from the man. Let it be branded, man. A pat from the pat is a pat on the brand. If it's enormous, flawless, gorgeous, don't be cautious, corners. Making a move, making a hustle, running and making a ballers. Watch how you branded, man. A pat on the back is a pat from the man. Let it be branded, man. A pat from the pat is a pat on the brand. If it's enormous, flawless, gorgeous, don't be cautious, corners. Making a move, making a hustle, running and making a ballers. Pushing a passion, make it a fashion, get in a ration. A market share, a market there, get in a market share. What you been doing different? Make sure your juice ain't missing. Pushing a mission, no competition and division. Listen, what are you branded, man? A pat on the back is a pat from the man. Let it be branded, man. A pat from the pat is a pat on the brand. If it's enormous, flawless, gorgeous, don't be cautious, corners. Making a move, making a hustle, running and making a ballers. I'm a giddy giddy razor. I'm a giddy giddy razor. When you look gangster. Pat. It's Pat on brands. Watch how you branded, man. A pat on the back is a pat from the man. Let it be branded, man. A pat from the pat is a pat on the brand. If it's enormous, flawless, gorgeous, don't be cautious, corners. Making a move, making a hustle, running and making a ballers. Watch how you branded, man. A pat on the back is a pat from the man. Let it be branded, man. A pat from the pat is a pat on the brand. If it's enormous, flawless, gorgeous, don't be cautious, corners. Making a move, making a hustle, running and making a ballers. Pushing a passion, make it a fashion, get in a ration. A market share, a market there, get in a market share. What you been doing different? Make sure your juice ain't missing. Pushing a mission, no competition and division. Listen, what are you branded, man? A pat on the back is a pat from the man. Let it be branded.